champion. Great to be back.
Nah, this is, I think, the most star-studded year that we've ever had for COD Mobile World Championships. No longer are we looking at just the West. No longer are we just looking at the East. It feels like all 16 teams have a realistic chance to raise that trophy at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, which is why it's going to be a very exciting weekend to be sure. But before we get into all of the action here today, let's explain to everybody at home how all of this works. Now, if you've been following along all year, then you'll be familiar. Finals for 7.
Yeah, I mean, the margin for error is so small, especially through best of threes. You best believe your best foot forward. It needs to be in your first match. You got to get to those 3 wins before those 3 losses, obviously, but most importantly, to a best of 5 stage, so that way you can really show why you're supposed to be here.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy road to be sure. We saw just how star-studded all of these teams are, but let's start talking about which of our squads. This is going to require the whole team to lift this above their heads, and I definitely would want to be taking this home at the end of the weekend.
We even had the conversation just last year, but picking up that trophy, it is no easy feat. You definitely want to do it as a squad. Hell, you made it there by playing together. You might as well lift the trophy together as well, but it's as beautiful as always. The lights don't do it justice with the camera. That thing is massive.
All right, well, we've kind of set the stage here for everybody at home. Hopefully you are all excited to see what we have in store for you around the corner. We're not waiting to get into all of the action here today because we have a lot of matches to get through, whether that's here on the main stage or what we've got going on in the pit. So let's start talking about match number 1 up here on the main stage. We've got Galers versus Tribe Gaming. Let's start talking about the Galler squad.
I think the thing about it is there's mixed reactions about what we should be expecting from this team this year. They came in last year largely as this full group, and everyone said this is the best chance for Latin America to make a deep playoff run. It didn't happen. They've got Lucas on this roster that always takes the highlight focus away from everyone else's due to the fact that he has continually over the last 3 years been in the conversation for one of the best COD Mobile players in the world. But can he find a good supporting cast around him to actually find success this year? That's the question.
Yeah, I think that this is probably his best shot to be able to
Come
have
on,
such a
guys, come on.
squadron again for Latin America. Wasn't exactly the best showcasing that they had in the previous Worlds. It was TLE that actually made it the furthest, and they only placed top 11. Not good enough, not for how good we know that Lucasin and all of the LatAm region can truly be. And all of that said as well, I think that they are going to have a very tough matchup ahead of them to be able to test their mettle in a best of 3, no less.
And then this tough matchup. Well, you guys also mentioned the individual component of this team. You're specifically talking about Lucasin. Let's actually look at his storyline specifically, how he even got onto Gallerus, what he's been able to do just from your individual knowledge of him as a player, because we've talked about him a lot, whether that's through the regular season, just the entire year, now ending up here on the global stage. Like you had mentioned, Alan, is it about rallying the rest of the teammates around him, and what can he do for the squad?
No, absolutely. And it's the thing about it is, you know, when you look at kind of the region at large, you always start and sometimes even finish with just talking about Lucasin's ability to take over individually. During the 2022 year, that's when we really start to saw, okay, he's not just doing it with overpowered weaponry, he's making things happen inside of the normal meta. He's really, really dynamic in terms of his decision making. I think the thing about it is, can he find a way to lead a team and not just be an individual stat padder, so to speak, but find a way to bring his team to his same level, because that's what's been missing from his teams in the past.
Yeah, I genuinely think that answering the question, is he more than just the SKS? Obviously, yes, that dude is cracked out of his mind. But I think where he is at in his career is that veteran mentality to be able to show some of these individuals that maybe not have reached so far on a global stage. They're going to have to turn to Lucas to be able to answer those questions.
Yeah, and that mentality and that experience will come into play massively here for Gallerus now that they are up here on our main stage. But they will be facing off against another very recognizable team in Tribe Gaming. So talk to me a little bit about this roster.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many conversations that happen when it comes down to Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. Tribe Gaming is never too far away from that sentence. And honestly speaking, quite a fall from grace if we're being candid about this entire roster. You're talking about a team and individuals that are world champions, that have been to multiple grand finals. Don't know what that is supposed to be. It looks like a 2x4 is bouncing off the ground, but shout out Vague for attempting the worm. Nonetheless, I think that coming in as NA number 3 is a chip on their shoulder, but in a good way. They understand just as much as we do up here on this desk that they have a lot to prove here, and this matchup should surely be that first test.
We gotta stop thinking about this Tribe Gaming team just by organizational name. A couple of years ago, when it was Tribe on top of all of the Western world, we had the Tribe versus LG Grand Finals. Everything was Tribe. That hasn't been the same story over the last couple of years. This team has been in and out. The roster has moved. The organization has been in and out. So now, after coming off of a pretty poor performance in Stage 4, not meeting those same expectations, they have to show up in a major way. And I think they've done the job over the last couple of weeks to bring in good coaching, good support staff, and make sure this team is better than where they were at Stage 4.
Well, we saw Vague doing that worm there in that package. I believe that was a little bit of a superstition there, trying to see if they can maybe bring some good fortune back from the last time he was able to do it, and they were able to find some success. But he did put out a tweet, and I want to show you guys this tweet because I want to get your thoughts on this, okay? Because he did create a power ranking and put themselves at the bottom. Talk to me about it.
I mean, you want to talk about superstition? It's just Vague making sure that the clickbait only goes in the direction of positivity underneath that post. Surely just that. I mean, if there's anybody that might have a better understanding on where some of these teams place, yeah, the guy that has been competing against these players for many different years, but it's a very different weekend than I'm sure the last time that Vague remembers playing against some of these guys.
I think the thing is, you know, again, take away his meme of throwing his own team and just give up, is that a lot of the squads here are really highly ranking the top 2 teams from China and elevate after their performance at CDSI. Those are the 3 with the biggest targets on their back. That means for the first time ever, we do not have a Western team that is coming in as the quote-unquote favorite. That may lead towards maybe an opportunity to surprise, but I don't think anyone's taking any of the North American teams lightly.
All right, well, we'll have to see what that ends up doing, because like you said, we used to kind of focus on North America versus EU, then East versus West. Who's going to have that regional dominance? And it's definitely shifted away from the teams like the tribes that we had talked about for so many years prior to that. So it's interesting to see what all these teams now bring to the table. We saw Wolves find a lot of success last time around when we did this last year, and they were absolutely dominant. So is that what, you know, you're expecting this time around?
I mean, I feel like a lot of teams have a lot of targets on their back. I mean, something that you even pointed out when we were talking about the teams, we have a super team that was created that played in the Indian region under Team Vitality as well. That's a target for a lot of different reasons, saying you had to create this super powerful team just to be able to compete against the Chinese rosters.
And they still didn't.
And it still didn't work. So there's so many targets that go across a multitude of regions. I mean, if we're speaking frankly, we just want to see EU just compete and just be competitive in general. But North America, LATAM, every single region that is being represented here for this global stage deserves to be here for sure.
I mean, and this is definitely the opportunity to try and go for those upsets that you're saying could potentially happen. Definitely a slim chance, but if it were to happen, it'd be in the Swiss, maybe try and take out some of those bigger competition teams if you can early on.
Yeah, I think it's, today's going to be a big internal learning day for the teams that do advance to tomorrow. Single elimination brackets are always very punishing, and you have no room for error. So even though you're playing just best of threes, this is a time to really establish, okay, our map pool coming in may be or may not be the same map pool that we need to try to execute on if we find our way into tomorrow or Sunday.
Well, obviously, like we're talking about right now, there has been a very long competitive history when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile to get to where we are here today, whether that was Cinderella stories, dominant squads pushing their way through the ranks and claiming those titles. But if you're just joining us here for the first time today, let's take a look back at the history of all of it.
In the world of COD Mobile, legends are forged in the heat of battle. Over the last 2 years, the competition has never been more fierce. 2022 saw North America reign supreme. Two titans, Luminosity Gaming and the legendary Tribe Gaming, fought their way to the grand finals in a clash that would decide the best team in the world. In the end, Tribe Gaming stood victorious, cementing their legacy as world champions. But in 2023, the tides began to turn. The East rose to power with teams like Wolves and Jingju Club taking center stage, dominating the play-in and playoff phases. Still, more surprises. India's godlike esports stunned the entire world, taking down the 2022 finalist Luminosity in a breathtaking semifinal matchup. And godlike, the dark horse of the tournament, they made it all the way to the grand final. The only one standing in their way, the juggernaut that is China's Wolves. The final was crazy, action everywhere, but despite Godlike's valiant effort, Wolves proved too strong, 4 above 2, winning the championship in just 6 games. 2023 was also a year of transformation. No change overshadowed the largest headline of the scene, the transfer of Tectonic. Legendary North American player now transferring to Team Vitality in the East. The global stage is shifting. North America's dominance is being challenged. The East has risen, and the fight for the next world title has only just begun. The Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, where new legends are born and the battle for glory never ends.
You saw that graffiti wall there that we had here last time around where teams were able to X out the competition as they were knocked out. We saw FDOT standing in front of this year's version of that with our bracket wall, which is going to be really cool when we get to that stage of the competition. But the biggest theme that I'm pulling away from what we just saw is that the level of competition has only elevated year over year for Call of Duty Mobile. Teams have gotten better and better, and the teams that you think are juggernauts are not every single year. So there's a very real possibility we end up with yet another surprise this time around.
I think that every single team does have their pros and cons and why they could make the argument of potentially making a very good run, let alone making it to that single elimination bracket. But you're not wrong. As an individual that has been watching this since we got this all started off back in Raleigh for us, the competition has always gotten better and better. The fundamentals for Call of Duty Mobile have always been adapting with all the different metas that we've been seeing as well, and it's refreshing year after year.
All right, well, we got a chance to take a little bit of a look back at what has even gotten us to this stage of the competition, this level of grandeur that now is Call of Duty Mobile World Championship here at DreamHack Atlanta. But we saw a lot of those rosters being swapped around, and one of the teams that we now get to see up here on the main stage that stayed relatively the same is Tribe. And we did get a chance to speak with them before the competition here today, so let's check out and see what they had to say.
All right, Beef Mommy here with Tribe Gaming 2022 champs, and this time around, let's see if they're on the road to the championship as well. But let's start with you, Vig. Last year, you were on LG. How does it feel like going up against Godlike and eventually setting up expectations for the entire world, knowing that they were expecting you guys to win?
I'm not gonna lie, We definitely didn't expect them to, give out a good performance like that. But I do think like the main thing that kind of had them going was the fact that everybody was against them. But I do think a lot of it had to do with the fact that our team was like constantly bashing them, talking shit about them, saying a bunch of stuff, saying like West is best, East is ass. And so I think that kind of drove them to the point where it kind of gave them like the motivation to do something not only for themselves but their country as well. This year we've been a bit more humble, and yeah, we not just me, we've been a bit more humble. So like, we've been a bit more humble, and like we're gonna make sure we go into it talking shit after and not in the middle. For example, like Ban would be like waving them off like after like a 1-map win.
Yeah.
I would be doing like 1-0. And then, I think that kind of gave us some bad luck.
I mean, they were like good, but we didn't expect him to be like on another level until we scrimmed them. That was definitely like a eye opener. We didn't take them lightly, but yeah, they just like got the best out of us.
The best out of you, bro.
That's what's out of you. For Ravallo, this is for you. Like, you have been an integral part of Tribe. Like, last year, you were introduced to Tribe. How does it feel like working with like a mix of LG and Tribe?
Well, I'm not gonna lie, being like the group leader.
He just pegged himself a little.
Being the alpha here, you feel me? It was pretty good, like coming into a team full team of talent, you feel me? We have Ban, Veg, the champion, and like the runner-ups behind me. But I have high expectations this year. Like, we are guaranteed to win, not speaking out of like ego, whatever, like we are gonna win.
What does it feel like being here in Atlanta, in DreamHack yet again?
Came here last year, lost. Coming there this year again to lose.
Do the same thing.
I think we're gonna do the same thing.
I think I speak on behalf of everybody in here that we are confident on winning.
No, we are not
Maybe he's confident.
Yeah.
I don't think we're confident.
Speaking the universe comes back to you. We about to win.
We don't deserve it, bro.
We about to win, bro. Dap me up.
We said the same thing. We said the same thing in Brazil. We got last place.
Don't talk to me. But we about to win.
Bare minimum, when I got out of that, is that at least there's some serious camaraderie going on that squad. The vibes were really good.
No, and that's to be expected. I feel like anytime you're around a player like Vague, Band as well, it's just there's so much personality. It's so infectious. But this is what this team needs. I think that's the thing about it is all the North American squads having jumbled up a little bit thanks to players like Tech going across the pond. But on top of that, also just the mix-up between...
That's really good you brought Popcorn, but this is going to be a really nice watch party. I hope you enjoy it.
See squads really come together if they want to try to, do what they couldn't do last year.
And I think at the end of the day, too, with all of those changes, when you combine that with the fact that some of these teams are new to this level of competition, playing on the big stage, while there is definitely a disparity in favor of the other side of the world in terms of level of competition, that experience cannot go unremarked.
I'm good, Brandon. I'm good. How are you?
Is super important.
Yeah, I mean, like, there comes to a certain point in time where the copium might be running dry, but you also have to keep reminding yourself, even after you lose a handful of rounds to search and destroy, you do need that leader to be able to get that pat back into the step. It has been a very rare occurrence and a necessity for a lot of IGLs across a multitude of different esports for many different years.
And I think the thing on top of that is we're also dealing with a hardpoint map pool where if you're down 100 points, the game's not over. There are so many easy 60s that if you just set yourself up right, you're right back in the game. So, like, you have to be able to play along, Condon. Let's be honest, we kind of saw that across every single region. Teams that were even down 0-3 in their stage grand finals and then still found a way to win 4 raps in a row to pull off the reverse sweep. It's never over in COD Mobile.
You saying we're getting a reverse sweep in grand finals this time around?
I might need to keep my mic turned off. Because there might be background disturbance, so I will keep my mic turned off for the most of the time, but I will turn it on when I need to speak.
Close to right you are. I wouldn't be mad about a reverse sweep though for grand finals. That would be incredible. And anything is possible. As we're waiting for our first match to get set up here for just joining us, we're going to have match number 1 up here on the main stage between Gallerus and Tribe to kick off our entire weekend of Call of Duty Mobile action here for the World Championship. At the end of the day, $1 million is on the line. That trophy that you see behind us on the stage, the title, the target on your back for the following year, and that first place prize of $400,000 is what everybody is fighting for. We saw Cinderella stories last time around. I think, we had definitely a surprise if we're talking about last year when it came out of Godlike. There is a potential for another team to come around and do something like that as well.
I don't think anybody, if you go back, even loading into that meltdown search and destroy, not going the way that it unfolded, but we were all baffled. But obviously in a good way, you know, as commentators, analysts, and really enjoyers of just Call of Duty Mobile in general. We love ourselves a good storyline, and that did put a massive magnifying glass on just what the Indian region has to offer. We experienced that being able to see it first time when we first started getting introduced into the scene, and we've always knew that they had what it takes fundamentally. The mechanics are all there as well, and it was again a breath of fresh air to be able to see that come through in fruition, especially with the way their eyes lit up on the stage once they got that done.
I think the other important part about last year's events was that it was a lesson learned for so many teams.
Oh, yeah.
Luminosity slept on Godlike. You don't have a lower bracket. You can't take anyone lightly. You can't just prep for the team you think you're going to.
Yeah, sound is good. That's nice. Thanks for the confirmation, Brandon.
Two maps, and talking to those boys, they were like, we forgot. Like, it's just, we're so into it. We know we can win in this moment, but we lost our objective focus. So there's a lot of lessons learned in terms of being at that stage at a high caliber, and also just making sure you're playing one match with no safety net when we get down the road.
That's why we call it the era of everyone here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, because it literally could be any of these teams who will be walking home a champion at the end of it all. But like I said earlier, obviously we have the main stage here behind us, but there's so many matches going on. We also have 3 other stages down in the pit, and another member of our talent team, Beef Mommy, is standing by to give us a little bit of an update.
Thank you so much, Glitter. Again, we have a dream hack happening right now.
So there are, so it's A, B, C, and D. 4 scenes going on simultaneously. It's going to be hard to like keep up with it, but I'll try.
Des already mentioned, it's gonna be really hot because it's a do or die for day number 2 because it is a single elimination bracket. So the lower bracket, say goodbye to it. You need to do every single play right, especially coming in day number 1, because it will dictate your seeding in the next 2 days. But here we go. Again, Stream B. If you do want to watch it, we are live on YouTube and also Facebook as well. Your favorite streamers and also a lot of the casters that you are familiar with in terms of the Call of Duty mobile community is going to be up there. Not only Stream B though, but we also have Stream C happening over here. If you are very much aware of what's going to happen in Stream C, we got X-Rock. You know, they have been rocking the CDM region, going to be your champions for them. But of course, it's not just that though. We're going to be coming up through the different teams roaming around into this area. The pit is going to be a wild one. It's going to be a chaotic first day. So many teams, so much energy. But of course, that's only in the intro of the day. It's going to be a very long day of action. And as we are going to be having all of this, the teams are going to be dwindling one by one by the end of the day. But there's still a lot of things going, not only here in DreamHack. So if you are here, say hello to us, but of course in the stream as well. But for now, we're going to take a quick short break.
Okay, I'm going to turn off the music. Yeah, I have to turn off the music because if I stream that on stream, I get copyrighted. With that, I'll be back in a second too. Let me just check something. Nothing really. Wait. Yeah, well, there's 3 minutes left. Yellows versus Tribe is the first match coming up. I might actually. No, I can't really put on that music that is going on there, but I can put on a different music. So I'll be back just a second.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship for 2024, where we are live from Atlanta, Georgia. As you get a nice little look there at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, which I've got a great view of from my room. I don't know about you guys, but it feels good to be here as we're preparing to get into our first match of the day. We appreciate you guys bearing with us as we're getting everything set up and our players ready to go to dive into all of the action. If you're just joining us here for the first time, first match up here on the main stage is going to be Gallerus versus Tribe, and that's what we are very excited to dive into here in just a few moments. We'll be doing that shortly. Before we get into it, though, we're going to continue talking about these teams here just a little bit because I want to get your guys' opinions. Obviously, not a lot of time in the Swiss stage of the competition here for our teams to really do anything with just a best of 3. But in a situation here for Gallerus to come out on top, Alan, tell me where you're hoping maybe they're going to go in terms of their picks for these maps.
It's an interesting one. These guys have looked great on Control, by the way. That's, I think, the biggest takeaway that I've had based on what they did in their region. Whereas everywhere else, Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, not, I won't say coin flip or like a roll of the dice, but it wasn't as convincing as I wanted to see in a region that I think we're all looking at as mid. So that's where I look at this Gallerus team and say, you have to be dominating your region if you want to have a chance to make moves here this weekend. I expect that they're going to want to try to get to more wide open maps to allow Lucas in to just AR dominate everybody.
And that's very one-for-one of what we actually got at Mobile Masters. I mean, let's not forget, yes, they did lose to Q9 0-4 in said grand finals, but they did beat them in the group stage 3-1.
Yep.
The only thing that they did lose, funnily enough, after we just got done gassing the Control, was actually a Crossroad Strike Control. No longer any
in the pool, yeah.
Exactly, but again, to your point, that is exactly got to be the operation of success when it comes down to Gallerus. You just got to get an open wide map, let Lucasine AR up and just cross everybody as they try.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think we do have their picks ready to go, so let's take a look at that, see what they did decide to go with here for this matchup, kicking things off on that Summit Hardpoint.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought this was not gonna make it through. I mean, for Tribe, they hadn't played it at all in stage 4. This, I think, is a kind of a moniker, though, again, towards the improvements and the progress that they've been trying to make since stage 4, where their hardpoint wasn't particularly great. So it looks like they're trying to go to a little bit more of a mixier spot. I also think this is, again, to take Lucasin's impact a little bit further out of the picture, because he's likely gonna be one of maybe 2 ARs in total. The other side of this, it puts more focus on players like Hen and Mihawk, who are really going to have to dominate. I expect to see Hen with an R9 in hand.
Yeah, it's going to be an R9 shotgun square up when it comes down to Summit. Your break attempt, also your holds, especially when it comes down to the multitude of money hills that you do have on Summit through the 4 hardpoint map. But I'd also like to throw out there that we should start a counter for the amount of firing range map 2s that we will end up seeing throughout the entirety of the tournament. Stapled when it comes down to a map mode combination. And funnily enough, speaking of the entire map set that we do have here, when I was getting my morning Joe, I did run by the coach of Tribe, Hippo, told me that I'd be very judgmental about his picks and bans. I'm a fan of this. I like the Summit type.
Yeah, and the thing about this is you throw Hippo into the conversation, you look across all 3 maps, and you know that his LG teams in the past, teams he's coached in the past, have all been very good at these maps. So there definitely feels like there is some influence with him being added back into the mix in terms of the support staff that surrounds this Tribe team.
All right, well, now that we've got a little bit more information here added into the equation, it's time for me to ask the question that I know you guys love so much. It's time for predictions. Who do you think's taking this one home? We'll start with you.
I got Gallerus going 2-1. Funnily enough, I think that if there's one thing that they might end up losing would probably end up being the search and destroy, but I think when it comes down to respawns, they are so fundamentally sound that they might be able to take advantage of this Tribe team bright and early in the morning.
I'm not missing a prediction all weekend. 2-0 Tribe. Give me the boys from NA. I just feel like this team has done the work. I am not convinced by Gallerus. I know there's a lot of conversation about how this is the strongest opportunity for LATAM since the LATAM region really took
That was really opposite comments. Completely opposite predictions. Nice.
They're not mutually exclusive here, but I like what we've got going on. Totally different predictions, although you are giving at least one map the way of Tribe. So this should be fun. I think this one's going to be an interesting one. Great way to kick off our matches here on the main stage, at least. And everybody at home, now that you kind of know how Shift and Proper are going to be going with their predictions, let us know your thoughts in chat as well. If you're hanging out with us, tell us who you think is going to be taking home match number 1 of the day. Do you think it's going to be Gallerus who gets that first win in that column, or will it be Tribe? Which team will start moving towards the ultimate goal of getting good seeding? Because match number 1 should be almost ready to go. Maybe that's what they're trying to tell me here. Let's get ready to dive into it.
I'm ready.
Yeah?
I'm game. I want to get some COD.
Yeah, me too.
All right. I mean, let's go. We've got those flyovers getting ready here, guys. I'm going to pass it off to you two.
All right. Sounds good. Hey, I think the thing is, this Summit is a surprise. Like, I would have figured...
It really is.
I thought we were going to get an APOC or a Hacienda.
I was expecting an Apocalypse map 1 as well. We have so much in common besides our predictions. We're not going to see it eye to eye all weekend long. But when it comes down to map picks and bans, typically we do quite well for ourselves. But this one is definitely an interesting wrench into this best of 3. Again, not a whole lot of margin for error. A lot of these players are probably still getting some of the sleepy dust out of their eyes. But you better come prepared, because I like the point that you talked about when it comes down to like Mihawk and other players that need to be the tip of the spear when it comes down to breaking for Gallerus, because you know that Tribe will be playing very ahead for the rotation, and you know that they're going to be ready to square up with those R9s as well.
And I think the interesting thing about this Tribe team is we haven't really pointed one player or another in particular, but can we talk about how good Band has been in the course of his career? And it feels like with this team, maybe with a more small set map pool, they very well may lean more on Band here on the weekend. Quick opening hit, though, from Hen up and over through the side of the upper echelon of the PC position. That's good to at least keep things relatively contested with Tribe gaining, still holding some good numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the side of the map that Tribe is benefited to start off. They're going to have a really good opportunity just to try to work some of this high ground. Again, when it comes down to P1, you're mostly trying to fight for this top server position, where Band is at least able to find the first, but trades coming through galore, and is going to reside for Tribe on the final of the break for 25 to play.
Yeah, looking decent, at least for now. Little 50-50 split. Gallerus with Lucasen of the Odin in hand, able to find a couple, and that's the power of Lucasen. Taking the stage by storm to early, often, and very regularly just dominate the kill feed. So with that, an opportunity here for Gallerus to hold the numbers and look to start to make the rotation up top.
Split spawn's actually coming through for Tribe. And the other players for the P3 side just couldn't hold on as well. I mean, Gallerus from that previous break attempt are just absolutely flourishing in the mixed fest that is P1 currently. Good trades also come through. Will subside for the team in blue. Gallerus is holding very strong right now.
Yeah, but still, we expect this to be a 50-50
Someone is using thick lining stage 5. Are you okay?
Band in the feed. Ravallo also finding 2. Pred Missile trying to break this back open. That's good for a couple out of Mihawk. So, again, we talked about players we wanted to see. Maybe step up for Gallerus. Mihawk already providing Hen as well as Envy's the last one left, and he's done well to take the high ground away from the top side of P2.
Still 35 seconds to play for. I mean, this is still a lot of time. You do not want to give up if you are Gallerist. That's why they still have players hanging around the joint. But Tribe, with all their numbers and the high ground in tow, should be able to at least secure the back 25. And you can see Gallerist starting to at least play for that rotation towards New. They don't want to be giving up these back spawns.
This is an important moment early for Tribe. You want to see this team grow. It's in moments like this. Still plenty of time to fight for over the old time, but most importantly, how do you deal with the early operators that are getting pulled out while you're trying to rotate? Perfect execution of the claw from Mihawk, able to catch himself 3. The shutdown is in, the scrap time.
Bro, Tribe Bochi is using Tech 9 in stage 5. Bro knows something we don't. Nice.
First, his response was just trying to turtle up into the backside of the west side of the mini-map, but I mean, Tribe just marched their way back in. War Machine has to get pulled out by Patzera, just trying to keep them at a arm's reach.
Well, he's able to at least lock down the backside of the spawns. Tribe still trying to force some sort of a threat through mid, but it's being absolutely dismantled. Just a 5-point game. War Machine now expires. Tribe trying to find a way to set themselves up from the front, and they're going to use Envy's Claw, but it doesn't find any bounce. And how about Foki with the equalizers to respond? Absolutely beautifully done. 3 for him, and with that, Gallers will hold on to the hill.
That's a Predator missile for this rotation as well. Not exactly a hop, skip, and a jump, but actually pulls it out just to play for the back 20 seconds. I mean, the double kill is great, and then swings out with the equalizer. Talk about just throwing away utility that could be vital for the rotation over towards New, because Tribe, they're not too far gone. Washi's trying to at least make the back scrap time expensive for Gallerist, and that's just going to confirm that they have a very long way to rotate.
Yeah, they get the the back half of the hard point with that Pred being called in. Tribe at least able to restrict the movement across snow over towards P4.
Yeah.
And now it's their time to start pulling out operators of their own. Washi, Annihilator out. R9 from the front door. A lot of that getting shut down, but a threat starts to develop for Gallerist through mid. Moment of pause, and Mihawk, where are we going, brother? It was just him by himself. Gets absolutely shut down by Vague, who only gets one with the Purifier, but the follow-up from Ban will still lock down this front door.
You really do hope for all of the cash that was thrown into this for Tribe. All of the operators should end up turning into about full 60. The first 20 will be good. Now trailing by about 20 points to Gallerist, who are just knocking at the door, but you have no idea where all these players are located at, and once the gunfight starts, the trades should be more than favorable for Tribe, still holding the close spawns.
Yeah, really good P3 for Gallerist. Beautiful P4 for Tribe. This has been a tug-of-war. Break attack starting to come through response, though. Still decent for Tribe, and the trades will allow them to immediately re-break the hard point. Follow-up for this last 13. Largely going to be Gallerist is playing for map positioning, but a couple of players do kind of sneak out towards the end time at P4. They get punished, and now Tribe have a chance to try to rotate into P1.
Go back to the middle of the map. What was looking so grim for Tribe after that fantastic P3 out of Gallerist. It was a very good response for Tribe. Just keeps this game within 2. Fight for the high ground first, start getting some of those resources in tow. The only player that does have an operator available would end up being at least one for Tribe. So, Gallerist win the opening salvo. Tribe will end up spawning closer towards P3, but Gallerist just trying to hold on for all this time. This could be a big dent into this lead should they be able to maintain the time.
Yeah, really good gravity work. Also being spent in the season. Just trying to make sure that some of these choke points are legitimately impassable. But now the follow-up off the spawns. How do you read this if you're Gallerist? So far, so good. Tribe gonna spawn back over towards P4. War Machine out, trying to win over the high ground, and then just spam down low wherever humanly possible. And with that, the shutdown will only allow a single kill to come through on the War Machine. But even with that told, Tribe Gaming can still contest. Numbers are here. Now it's just out to find in the last couple of Gallerist members.
And look at all the time that Gallerist were at least able to get off of P1. The positional advantage that they once maintained has now been snuffed out by Tribe. Mihawk's going to be able to get 2 down, and there's the 3rd, 4th to follow through for Gallerist. So it was about to turn to be a very grim moment. Mihawk pulls out the claw, helps his team on the assistance for the initial rotation, but the hill still hasn't popped. Tribe still have numbers on the P2 side, and they're finding an abundance of kills, just trying to keep it scratchy, also accruing more time.
Yeah. Over towards the final moments, though. On rotation over towards P2. Gallerist winning over the high ground, but Raballo and company have actually snuck down low. That's enough for them to get right back into the hard point. Just dealing with the deficit of about 20 points. Spread missile was also called to this action. Doesn't really find too much. Now we've got equalizers out for Gallerist, plus a Sparrow. That's shut down immediately. All you have to find now is Foki. Band over the flank. He's able to put together a couple. And with that, Tribe Gaming worked their way back into the hill.
Still spawning out, though. Tribe have a lot more to do, but everything is coming up so much better for you as long as Band can stay alive. Has to favor the reload, but teammates are also there. They gave up his life, but Band really did need to find that double. Tribe are still spawning so far out, and they're not soaking up all the time required to make a dent into Gallerist's lead.
And I will say, for this Gallerist team who have not particularly done well on this map in their region. They're really forcing Tribe Gaming into one point of entry. They've locked down this bottom side of the map really nice in this kind of an anchored up position, forcing Tribe to have to flush from the front over and over and over again. And now that we start to rotate to 3, that player bottom map moves into the hard point, and it starts off a very solid hold for Gallerus. Working on it is Tribe, but they cannot get through Lucas or Papzera.
War Machine also going to be invested here for Papzera. To your point there, you got to try to work your way past it. And they also have at least one player that is playing all the way to the backside of the ski lift. And that, again, is just a fundamentally sound team that we have seen out of the Gallerus. Washi trying to at least answer with Annihilator. Gets one, but then immediately killed off. But allowed his teammates to move forward.
Yeah, Ban thought he had a route to try to hit her on the back and surprise with the equalizers. That gets shut down. Envy trying to do what he can from the front. The rest of Tribe struggling to find any entry. Mihawk has played so well so far. Leads now up to 70-plus points. Still 14 seconds to fight for. And Tribe just trying to finesse the exit or also being pushed around as their spawns move.
And you saw how desperate that was as well for Tribe. I mean, once they got a little bit further forward to breaking inside of P3, Envy got inside, pulls out the claw. And the only thing that you can have to speak for that was about 20 seconds. You're still trailing by 80. And now you gave Gallerus what they immediately wanted, not only the lead, but now they have the better spawns for what could potentially be the final hill.
Yeah, great macro movement on the map from Gallerus. Red Missile called in. Claw for Mihawk, shutting down the front. Decent eliminations for Tribe. Actually moves one of the spawners array. Now Ban off the equalizers again. Completely shut down. Just not giving the operator value that you would like to see. And now Tribe has to do it the old-fashioned way. Spawns are still chaotic on both sides, so every elimination is going to matter here.
Yeah, it is. And Tribe are forced just to always throw a body inside of the time. Gallerus just getting themselves closer and closer to that 250-point margin. It is a bloodbath inside of this small warehouse building, but Tribe find the breath of fresh air. They maintain the time.
Have to win out these last couple of fights. Spawns moving once again. Gallerus spawning behind the hill, at least for a couple of players. Hunter Killer drones starting to make their way through, and Tribe will clean things up nicely. Still alive, but so much work to be done, and it's going to have to come across 2 very 50-50 hard points as we rotate back into P1 with Gallerus looking and waiting for this hard point to open up.
Sparrow gets pulled out, immediately shut down for Gallerus. They don't have as much utility as they did in the previous P1 to hold on for all the time as they did. So it's going to have to be the old tried and true way. It's got to be the gunny. Gallerus have more positional advantage inside of the hard point as Lucasine is just ripping them to shreds.
You give this guy a single tap weapon, he's going to dominate. It's just the way it goes. Mihawk trying to set up some sort of a pinch, but not successful in the effort. Equalizers for Foki only finds 1. So now it's really just down to what Hen can find, and he can find maybe everything. Doesn't get the final, but Foki back to the mix of the R9. He will try to clean things up. Not quite able to fully get things finished out, though. And now it's desperation mode for Tribe as they throw in a War Machine.
Yeah, War Machine just to be able to get the back handful of seconds, but also help yourself move a little bit forward. Late to read that the spawn out was going to be occurring, but you still have the operators in tow. Still fighting a lot of damages. Raballo, but will be shut down. Gallerus forced to try to break through the old time, just to remove Tribe from the rotation.
Still so much work that has to be done for Tribe, although they have done well in this first hard point to get things back to more level terms. But you've spent almost everything. Gallerus off their second surge here, able to find themselves a break over the scrap time. Only need another 18 seconds as we start to look over towards P2. Tribe, good eliminations. That's 3 in the feed for them. They're going to hold the numbers if they can just read the last couple of Gallerus members, and they will. Claws out for Envy, but it doesn't really find the value as we rotate and open up P2.
The split spawn should have given Tribe every bit of information that they needed, spawning on the east and the west side of the map. The only place that Gallerus can potentially spawn is going to be the south side. Late to read it, Gallerus have rebroken.
Well, here we go. 242, 187 shots coming through for Raballo. A good double, but is it enough? Here comes the final hit. Gallerus still holding in the corner. It's going to be contested for now. Tribe finding a couple of nice eliminations. Washi, Annihilator out. Good movement from Ban. Able to, again, find good elims onto Gallerus. That's now an opportunity for Tribe to dominate, but off the second set of spawns, here comes Gallerus again.
Still holding on to the spawns for the rotation. They just have to keep Tribe at bay. Even if you get the back 20 seconds, Gallerus just cannot scan. You cannot over-invest to try to break this hard point, but they do. They still are looking for the win here.
There's the nades over the top. Sparrow getting a called in. Only finds a single elimination. Mihawk with another double. He's been so good for his squad. The last contestant is through, but Mihawk has the final elim, and Gallerus will strike first. A decent comeback effort for Tribe, but not enough to get past the 100-plus point deficit.
A roar from the stage here in Georgia. Gallerus came to play in that map number 1. And yeah, give all the praise in the world to Mihawk. You highlighted it.
Well, hello. Well, hello, Tribe.
Mihawk was that guy.
Big time. Big time. That's the thing is like, again, now we start to maybe have the conversation around the picks and bans, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is a map that has not notoriously been great for Gallers, but
Sure.
that was months ago that they played stage 4.
Yeah.
You learn from those. Good rehearsal reps inside of good competitive opportunities are going to lead to growth, which we're going to see. On the other side of things,
I'll
though,
be.
Tribe didn't play
I'll
this
put
at
on
all
the screen in
stage 4.
just a second.
Yeah, you get a new support staff behind you. You're trying to work it out, but
Sure.
the one thing that cost on this map is they beefed a rotation from 3 to 4, and that's the game right there.
Yeah, the one single misstep of overextension will definitely be the end when the game is that close in its final few moments. But, I mean, even as far as recency reps is concerned, we don't know what it looks like behind closed doors. But on paper, you would think with the players for Tribe, this should be a map mode combination that should just work for them. But it hasn't in the past. But I definitely appreciate the attempt of the gut check call to try to face off Galaris on one of their weaker hard-point maps. But it didn't work out at all. You played right into their hands. It was a slaying masterclass from all of Latam.
Yeah, really good stuff. Okay, so risk was taken by Tribe, does not work out for them.
Yellow.
And at the top of the leaderboard, 51 and 25 from Lucasen.
Cash.
Stop it.
Double pause. Casual stuff.
Put a leash on. That's disgusting. With a minute 35 inside the hard point as well. Other side of things, no one even goes positive for Tribe Gaming. Raballo tried as he would, 39 and 41, all over the map, but that's, again, the slaying efficiency for Tribe at hardpoint, not there on a small, tight map.
I think you also have to point out Mihawk's 21 assists as well, on top of the 41 and 35 score line. I mean, like, that is an egregious amount of assists, and you could just see just what it means for the rest of his team that are picking up a lot of these kills, a lot of the one-shots. It's exactly what you want out of Mihawk as a player, and you can just tell that Tribe were just not prepared for how oppressive it truly was.
Entry SMG presence.
Yes.
It's what we call true engagement success right there, either confirming a kill or providing an assist. And if you were to put those together, that's essentially 63 and 35 in terms of how he found engagement
Quick
success.
mats on the main stage.
I did it once or twice. Calculator was at the ready in case
I thought you just hold shift, not a TI-83.
Sometimes it's a TI-83, yep. Cosine and tangents not included. But again, that's a big misstep now for Tribe, because you start to look at that saying you put a risk into the mix, hadn't played that map before, doesn't work out. Now you go to a firing range search, and again, I think we can say every team's going to be fine seeing firing range search inside
As
the
you
pool
should
this
be,
weekend. But it does force them to have to go against Galaris on their best mode, which is control if they were to win this matchup.
Correct. And when I go back to the predictions, like we were talking about, in case anybody was wondering, on the one map that I projected for Galaris to potentially...
Bro, I just hope the background music that is there once in a while in between that doesn't get me in trouble. I'm really worried about that. I'm really worried about that.
There are some unknown quantities, especially when it comes down to what they look like going back into Mobile Masters, all the preparation leading themselves for these international teams. I think that Tribe might have a better chance potentially when it comes down to the search and destroy. It's all just a guessing game when it comes down to it. It just mostly comes down to what the team's playbooks look like to adapt and prepare for this firing range map too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, when we see maps like this, and if we see maps, I don't think we're going to see much of it, but if we see maps like Takeoff and Kurohana, snipers.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, like that's what dominated all of the other regions besides China last time around. I mean, Neon was unbelievable, was not missing, and we're going to see that, I think, time and time again when we get Chinese teams on the main stage. The other part about that, if we were to kind of talk about recent results, you look back to cdsi, where Elevate were able to defeat some Chinese teams in Search in a mode that they did not have very strongly put together throughout the group stage. They were sniping better. I feel like that is so much of what this game mode has turned into. Maybe firing range is the only one where you look at it and say, yeah, its presence will be felt, but it's not going to dictate and dominate because you can avoid it. It's smokable, it's avoidable. You don't have to take these battles flat out.
And you know where the crosses are going to be. You've been playing firing range for many different millennia as well. Typically, when it comes down to firing range, you do need to have almost a highlight level performance to have a lot of a clutching situation. But, when we think about firing range, what is the biggest turn? The first blood might be good, but if you still get an R9 shotgun inside a 10, offense or defense alike, it can still be a certain problem. The options will always end up being there. What I'm most interested in is to be able to see what teams look like after that first 50 seconds. What is the adaptation going to be called? Obviously, who's still still alive on the map and what tools you have at your disposal. But we saw this, and we were pretty harsh last Worlds when we had this exact situation on teams in Search and Destroy, that they kind of just forget where they are when there is 40 seconds left on the actual game clock. So I'm definitely excited to be able to see this matchup in particular, especially when we talk about Tribe's new back of house for Hippo coming in to be able to help them work out some of the different ruffles in their feathers when it comes down to Search and Destroy as a whole.
Yeah, and there are other elements in terms of this Tribe team. You look at the roster on paper. Again, I think a band, for my money, is the one player that I would say needs to be kind of the leader in terms of how this team looks, whether it be by tempo, by pace, or just by overall strat calling. The other side of it, though, and I think Bobby and the boys were talking about this a little bit on the Spawn last night. Vague did not have a great Worlds last year, and that's a player that if he shows up, he's a difference maker.
Correct.
So that's another one that you look at and say, okay, you label out two players that are likely going to play more aggressively. Do you pull out what I like to call the shark route? You smoke off the middle of the map and run your SMGs down mid. You don't let those snipers get comfortable. That could be an option here for Tribe strategically.
This surely should be an option, you would think, should they start to feel a little bit more oppressed when it comes down to those opening duels. But Search and Destroy, if you're new here, obviously first to 7 do have to win by 2, and overtime might just be on the docket with how close these two teams should be, at least on paper. The hard point, obviously, going over towards Gallerus. The gamble did not work out for Tribe. They need this bounce back here. What a storyline it would be for Tribe to start off their entire Worlds in a Swiss stage 0-1.
Yeah, and just to kind of extend the conversation here for all of you giant COD Mobile nerds that are watching this early, when we get to Control, we're going to see a lot of raid this weekend.
Correct.
Just due to the fact that Arsenal has been interesting, I think, in terms of teams learning it, and then Seaside has been dominated by spawn trapping.
Yeah.
So even foot ground in terms of, we're not going to get snowballed. I think we're going to see a lot of that. And that's where you look at a team like Gallerus, a team that dominated the region on that map. That could be dangerous. But again, it's another one, like Fireman Search and Destroy, that I think no team will be like, oh, shoot, it's raid control. Like, everyone's going to be fine seeing that, I think, for Map 3 throughout the weekend.
And we're going to be seeing a lot of firing range and a lot of raid, especially with the spawn traps, to Alan's point. When it comes down to Arsenal and Seaside, it's very fun. Let's just say it's very fun for me watching. But it's going to be one of those things, again, for Tribe, is that if the respawns, if the slaying is not there, kind of roping the entire conversation of Vague trying to get his swagger back as well, that you feel like that the transition should be into more of a methodical game mode when you do have the objectives in play. And again, there's unknown data that we don't have. What these guys have looked like in scrims, have they been cooking it up in Search and Destroy and Control? You surely do hope so if you're an NA fan, and Tribe, as they attempt to try to even up this best of 3.
Well, keep your eye on Washi. Look at this, getting some aggression out of the side of Tribe Gaming early. We'll get that banner at the top fixed for you, as this will be Gallerus on the offense, putting some pressure over toward B. Trophy systems are down, though. That's enough for Raballo to move on over. DRH ready to watch the front closet, and with him is number 3 in Envy, who is actually just taking a hard scope angle over towards tire side.
And Papsera has just been playing inside of the showers, has not seen a soul. But that comes with certain complications. You're just trying to play for the information, but it will be Mihawk to be able to find that first.
Yeah, it's not what you want. And now that's going to force the defense to have to stack over towards B, leaving a wide open numbers advantage and map advantage. Starting to move his way towards Gallerus. A rotation quickly back over. The Washi's here, playing on the other side. Flash will come through. That pushes him off the angle. Smoke is also down. And Hen will just get to work kind of spamming things out. This should lead to a bomb plant.
Yeah, it's like Washi was just a little bit too late to be in the position to watch. As everybody was crossing over by the training dummies, bomb will be planted. Can Cookie get out with his life?
Gets into trailer, more importantly. That makes this post plant super dynamic, because you still have Mihawk holding over towards Wood. So a lot to figure out. Band may have seen Hen in the corner, doesn't get the catch of him too soon, and Hen turns that into a double. So now it's just down to what the snipers can hit, and Envy and Washi, they're hidden, baby. Now it's just down to the 1v1. Mihawk on Envy. Mihawk with the advantage. Time starting to tick away. Envy trying to get some spam. Not going to connect. Tries to hop. Mihawk with the pop over. Oh, the hit marker from Envy, who nearly clutches it up.
I don't know if there was going to be enough time, but that would have been supreme to be able to see on the main stage in our first Search and Destroy here at Worlds 2024. A 1v1 potential for a clutch. Not meant to be. Again, that first blood that was able to be found over by inside a closet just opened up the floodgates for a very weak hold over by it.
Lots of nade focus for both teams right through middle. This is a smoke put in towards trailer. Quick action. Gallus on the offense gets them some control over towards A. Follow-up nades with the defense being spent early here, seeing if maybe they can find some damage over the top. But with this stack inside a trailer, Gallus are happy just to sit here, let the defensive nades expire, and then just play their numbers situation around A from there on out.
Just about everything's covered. Again, with the trailer position, you have one that is lurking all the way back. That's Panzera that's playing for a cross that's about to come through Banana. Might have a 1v1 versus Envy should he commit towards that route. Won't. But Galler is still in a firm control around this A bomb site.
This LMG is starting to chew through trailer, though. So Band has done a little bit of tallying with a couple of hit markers. Has to take 5 minutes to reload. And then we'll get back to work again. And this has been very static for Gallers, who eventually get this bomb planted. There was a smoke in hand at one point, though, trying to use that as a retake.
And that's going to be the call for Envy to start pushing all the way up Banana. But Panzera's has just been playing for it from yesterday.
Yeah. The smoke looks like it's going to be queued up to go backside trailer as well. There it is. Smoke is out, and it is thrown over towards the backside. This is all about can they clear out the shotguns and SMGs inside a trailer. Here comes the action. First shots are decent. Band following up, so only able to find a couple. You still got to clear out trailer. Down to Rabalo to try to get through. Not going to work out as Lucasen finds a couple. Panzera over the top, trying to make sure the defuse stays away, but the re-clear is great. Plenty of time for the defuse, and Tribe Gaming will tie us up at one.
And you saw the immediate call. Once Envy started getting shot in the back by Panzera, who again was holding the very long flank coming all the way through from Banana, that it did pull two different players for Galaris off of that post-plant situation. It kind of dispersed them, and then their post-plant wasn't exactly as robust as they were hoping, worried about where an Envy's timing was coming all the way through. Big strike back coming through for Tribe as we're evened up.
Yeah. Love the fact that they also had that retake smoke still in hand after all of the early nades came up a bit empty. Quick action again for Galaris. Panzera misses an opportunity as the scope just gets dropped right as soon as a cross was in play for Tribe. Defensive nades being thrown once again, but it's not in time to stop the plant. Quick 5v5 post plant for Galaris.
Look at the spread on the map as well. Player all the way back in showers. You have an immediate aggression that's actually coming through from Banana, and Envy just wasn't ready for it. That's a big kill to have.
Yeah, now Panzera can just watch the cross. Pardon me? Hello? Through the smoke? Just, you miss every shot you don't take. Band gets trailer control, but who cares? Gallers are fully set up deep. Yeah, the MG can chip through some of this, but time is becoming a bit of an issue, and there's no positioning for him to work with either. So Gallers, quick action, but changing up the post-plant position works out nicely.
Again, LMG is great for information, but once you're in a clutch scenario, once you spam through 100 bullets and you have to pause the game just to reload, it's not exactly the clutch weapon that you would like to have. So, Galaris playing that mental 4D chess. It's been aggression ever since they were very passive on their opening round. This time it looks like a little bit more Banana control. A lot of nades ceremoniously being thrown over here.
Now this is not unfamiliar though, because Galaris showed this same effort in round one of their offense. Trophies and focused nades towards B, but the sniper's still watching through mid, trying to catch the crossers defensively. And that is good enough for first blood. Vague has to play on top of the site, and at a certain moment, Envy's gonna have to make a decision. Does he stay here or does he rotate? Because this one really dimensional angle, it doesn't feel great. You just have so much vacancy on the map right now if you're Tribe's defense.
And you can see that Galaris are currently gobbling that up. Not only do they have a player advantage, but they're also thinking about just delay hitting over towards trailer, but there's a lack of information in there. Unbeknownst to them, there is a player lurking. It's going to be Rabalo.
Gotta hit this.
And they love the call just to go all the way back. Have they got the timing right?
Gotta hit this. It's a stack up! Envy able to get the collab for two. That slows down the offense for a moment. Vague, next one up. Trying to find himself a position, backside tires. Folky with the R9, getting cold feet around B. 48 seconds on the clock. We're going to stay 3v3.
And Washi just doesn't have to move. I mean, this top trailer position is just so good to be able to get information, to be able to watch the cross. We're down to 38 seconds. The Galaris need to make a decision.
Yep. That little bit of intel over towards top wood, plus this follow-up nade. Kobe? Not going to happen. Lucasen on the other side. Takes down Washi top 10. Now the defense stretched really thin. Rabalo, what do you have to offer? Sees the nades coming out of trailer. Doesn't hit a bullet. Doesn't even come close. So now it's just down to Vague. Rotating it with the MG42. Up and over. Double stack off the box. Folky looking for the plant as time is starting to fade away on the offense. And now it gets extended, putting more focus towards what they can do here from inside trailer.
Has to reload. Up to 125 bullets we go. Kenny Clutch, still a player playing in the head glitch. The bomb itself, it will be Foki. R9 shotgun in hand, and any damage will be good enough just to force him into Lucasine sights. Wonderfully played out there from Galaxy. I was worried about the time, and I was worried about Wash's position. I thought the nade was going to connect, but a great isolation coming through there from Lucasine. Because of course it is. Very accurate guy.
Yep.
7 kills.
Yep. Not bad. I've seen worse.
I've seen worse, yeah.
Oh, look at this. Opening stack of nades over towards A. Already pulling the focus of Tribe away. Envy, good focus on the other side, though. Turns that into a single kill. Vague, shotgun in hand. That's good for one. Trying to step into the closet, but Lucasen says not so fast. Envy, now from backside tires. Doesn't hit the quick scope, but does keep his life. And that's enough to really make this offense of Gallows could reconsider the approach.
It's a 3v2. You just don't scam, don't overheat. Here, if you are Envy, because you do have the cross at least through the middle of the map. Everybody's just lurking for this one cross, but the A-bomb site is relatively vacated. I mean, Robalo does hold the cross should they start to move out from wood, but you can see what that immediately means, especially for Envy, putting himself back inside of American, gets the cross. Look at Panzera, but loses his life. Can't overheat, do not scam. Plenty of time left to play here in the 2v2.
It's the fact that you get the intel and you're giving up the angle by playing a jump.
Yeah, you don't need that kill.
America, you don't need it. Bomb is still down, though, so there's still an advantage here for Tribe, but with Lucasine and Pabzera, the longtime duo still alive, with a sniper and a long-range AR, you just don't have to peek. See what happens. Here comes the next move for Gallers, trying to make their way up towards mid. Rabalo is the intended target. DRH in hand for him, just trying to keep himself tucked down to 28 seconds.
It's getting spooky. Getting some footsteps. Hoping for the timing as well, and just catches Ban lacking. Pabzera will hear that Rabalo just shot to his left. The isolation comes through, is able to at least find one. But we're not playing for the bomb. There's 10 seconds remain, and now Lucasine has to try to move his way over towards the B-bomb site. Can he get the plant? Rabalo aware of the time and simply does not. What a clown fiesta of a round. That should have been Tribes in the first place.
I could give some excuse, I think, to the long-range peek out of the sniper rifle. The double peek was aggressive and egregious, but at the same rate, Gallers threw Rabalo were in 10.
Yeah.
Just didn't hit it together. So he's able to isolate, find one, and then all of a sudden, the time, like you mentioned, becomes a bit of an issue. As now, all of a sudden, we got that same smoke presence that we've seen from Gallers before. This is when they hit 10, or pardon me, not 10, over towards trailer. Not the case this time. Instead, as the smoke dissipates, it's Hen who's trying to push through barrel, and how would you ever expect this? The answer is you wouldn't, but there's a decent trade.
Hey, he's always there. You know Washi's always going to be inside of American. That is a very simplistic rollout, but the trades are that much better for Gallerus. A wonderful play coming through from Hen up through the gut, gets his 8th kill. And now the lay of the land here for Gallerus as they lay the rock down today.
Yeah, should be good for a 4th round here. Difficult retake in this 4v2, especially with not a lot of ground available, plus...
Good half.
What is happening?
Wait, keep on talking about it. I'm going to keep asking for it, Tribe. We got to see something here.
Yeah. Early trophy systems denying the defensive nades over towards the backside B jungle. Pabzera playing aggressively over the top of A. Wants the 1v1. Has to...
On both sides of the map, so I do really appreciate Foki's positioning. Just expecting maybe try to catch a player flooding out from wood, getting inside a trailer. Pabzera just continues to go for these jump peaks. Any sort of information would be good. As you can hear a pin drop on firing range.
Yeah, now I do like this setup for Gallerus. You've got one sniper watching the mid-cross, the other is making sure they hard scope over towards the backside.
My mic was not turning on for some reason. Welcome over.
And then you've got a forward position for Foki, who's got an R9 by sandbags.
Yeah.
And then there's a crossfire setup off contact with Hen on the long-range AR and another R9 in the hand of Mihawk. So this is all about just playing contact right here for Gallerus, and Tribe, who don't have many nades left, are going to have to commit to this.
Wonder when Washi's going to start to become activated. He's player number 5 in blue on the minimap. Waiting for any sort of that contact to come through. Might be a push, but Hen's playing the head glitch, gets the first, and is still relatively full HP, and has assistance nearby.
I just remember this moment right now, because we'll break it down in a second.
Yeah.
Luke is in, 1v1, other side of the map. Whoa, boy, this is messy from Tribe. Rabalo, the only one to find an elimination, but elimination. But the thing about this for Tribe is, like, if we're sitting here waiting for a late game, late round execute, we don't have any nades left. We spent them all already. So you're telling me you're going to go into a pre-designed setup with no nades, no flashes, no smokes? This is what happens.
1v2, not even enough time to potentially have the thought. Up to 5 now is Gallerus, and yes, I mean, just to go back to the simple point, you just cannot rely on any sort of overextension for you to be able to have a very easy round. Gallerus has not offered you that even when they're on offense.
No, and again, like, we can't just be solely using our utility in the first 30 seconds, hoping for a first blood. Like, you have to use utility to displace these defensive positions. Once again, about 9 nades thrown towards bottom side at A. This time it does allow Washi to get the angle on a Panzera. That connects. Looking for some tippy-tappies through the trailer as Raballo not quite able to connect, so there is still a chance here for Foki to keep his life in trailer, but he needs help.
Needs it sooner rather than later. Crosses should be at least held. Gallerus aware of that for the players trying to work their way up through mid. If you can get wood control, this would actually be big.
But Envy already connects down the middle of the map. And this is taking a lot of time, but may catch one completely unaware, so they know that there's another. The player in question is Washi. Nice shots from the head. Here comes the retaker on the back. B-Hawk trying to lead the charge and finds another. Now it's just down to the final 15 seconds. What are we watching? Hello? Tribe Gaming get completely dismantled. They have the clock in their favor. They know where the hit's coming from, and they still don't find a single kill. Oh, no.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet.
It's such a massive numbers advantage that they had even in a post-plant situation. You should have expected somebody to be inside a trailer. You just had to try to find the trade on the Hen because he just ran through you. 12 eliminations now for Hen. Up to map and series point here for Gallerus. Tribe just deflating live.
Not good news. Moment of pause here once again for Tribe's offense. Not the same thing as Hen. Heat check. What's going on over here? Hen's just teeing off. 2 for Hen. More in the way as Hen's just absolutely taken over. Unbelievable. And Tribe Gaming can't hold a candle here in the firing range surge.
Big trying to utilize the prize fighters. Panzera just running at him. It will be Mihawk that gets the final elimination. 15 kills for Hen. And they are letting them know across the stage. LatAm is here to play. Actually, a little bit of Vamos at 11 a.m. here Eastern.
I mean, that is just ego chow. Forget. There wasn't nades to support that. It was just.
Sorry. Yeah. Just a second.
But again, when you offer such one-dimensional search and destroy, a team that has been playing together all year long, that has found success in this very year, will absolutely just rip you to smithereens. It's exactly what Gallerus just had.
I just...
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I have turned down the volume because I think this music is definitely copyrighted, so I am not turning on the sound of the actual stream right now. Yeah, so back to, by the way, Aurora, are you still there? Hello, welcome. I don't think he's here. Well, yeah. The tribe is just not. I don't know what tribe was doing there. They just. Wait, why is it full screen? Yeah, it isn't. Yeah, the stream is good, right? Yeah. No. This is definitely true what they're saying there. Galvez was playing as a team, and Tribe was just having individual plays, so that really cost that really costed them the map. Hopefully they can win next match. Maybe, maybe not. That's gonna be okay. Well, I think it's time.
Hanging out here with Lucas Jean, and of course our friend Jordan is going to help us chat.
That's Lucas in, guys.
You guys came through, and
From
Tribe is a
Dallas.
big name, but it seemed like you didn't care. Was there any pressure going
How
up
you do as
against
listen?
Tribe as your first team?
Bom, eu gostaria de parabenizar você e o adversário de vocês era o Tribe, que era um grandíssimo time, mas parecia que vocês não se importaram com isso. Como é que foi a partida?
Olha, a partida foi muito dura, a gente já esperava quando foi divulgado os confrontos, a gente imaginou que seria um jogo duro, né? Qualquer campeonato, qualquer jogo que a gente tivesse nesse campeonato seria muito difícil, porque com certeza é o evento mais difícil que tem de todos os anos. E a gente se preparou muito bem para o jogo deles, a gente conheceu algumas coisas, algumas manias, alguns costumes, e a gente veio pronto para isso.
So, Tribe is a team that we respect a lot. We're great, but since we want to win this championship, it doesn't matter who we have to face it. And we are prepared, we studied them a lot, and let's go.
So that was about them. Now I want to talk about you, Lucas. You take a lot of the spotlight of the team, but who in your mind on your squad did the most work in this matchup?
Então, o time de vocês inteiro é muito grande, mas tem um holofote muito grande em cima de você. Mas além de você, quem do seu time que você acha que tem um grande destaque?
Olha, em questão de destaque, eu não consigo dizer um só, é o time todo, é a Galleries. Se não for esse time, cada engrenagem precisa estar on point para funcionar. Então, se não for eles, se não for esses 5 peças, né, junto com o nosso coach, que faz um trabalho absurdo, e os outros 4 teammates são insanos, se não fosse eles, não seria toda essa força que a gente tem.
The spotlight is not just on me, it's on the entire team. We're studying a lot, and even our coach is great, you know?
Excellent. That's the right answer. Congratulations on the W, and good luck in your next ones. Plenty more Call of Duty on the way. Keep it rolling.
Oh my goodness. 2 O's across the board here in our first set of round number 1. For
It
sure,
just-
Galori's and also Tribe. That was a very surprising turn
Wait.
of events, especially since we thought that
Same
Tribe
turn?
could actually turn things
Okay.
around, especially with the addition of Ben and also,
I
of
thought it
course,
was
Hippo
Super
as one of their
Mind, but
coaches.
same
But of course, that's
transfer
not the only
from there.
matches that we are having today. In our first round, we again had 2 O's all across the board. A while ago, we did see Supreme Team up against Q9, and it was not even close. 102 and 250 in the Hackney Yard map, and also for the S&D 1 and 7, of course, the Chinese teams being very dominant in that search and destroy. A story that we're not going to be, a stranger with. And speaking of another Chinese team, we have X-Rock versus Ancient Sea. I mean, it's definitely going to be very difficult to go up against another Chinese team that is so good at that search and destroy. But I mean, even when it comes to the respawns, it wasn't close as well. It was 250 and 71 in standoff, and a search and destroy 7 and 1 in firing range. And of course, you can watch all of these streams in YouTube. And if you are really just curious where you're gonna find the streams, of course, ESL COD M in Twitter or X. You can find that Hill and Mod 6 going to be in that B stream. And in the C stream, we have Verdict and Mustachio. On the D stream, it is going to be D Hitman and I stream. So if you're looking at for that exclusive and LG matchup, well, of course, with a battle of that Western teams, we do have LG winning that matchup pretty fair and square. So when it comes to a North American team that's actually performing really good, LG seems to be a really good pick right now. Again, they are the team to look at when it comes to those NA teams, but a lot more matches up next. Of course, you are going to be taking a really great look when it comes to the other 8 teams that are going to be performing here, because we have Elevate and Godlike next after this short break.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to turn off the music because that's a copyrighted music. So, wait, I'll just. Maybe, guys, there we. Yeah. Like yeah. Okay. Mic on both sides.
Calls to me from the treetops of this world. A balance, feeling free. I'm a part of this place of love. And I know it cannot last, but at last I can finally breathe. And I know it cannot last, but at last I can finally see.
MK वेलकम क्या चल थोड़ा लेट देख रहा हूँ क्या यार मैं पता नहीं आई मीन कुछ कर रहा था तो शायद मुझे देखा होगा बस बट हेलो वेलकम अरे इनका कॉपीराइट म्यूजिक चलता है यार इसलिए मैंने इंसेस लगा रखा पीछे को देख ये अभी इनका टाइमर खत्म हो जाएगा तो फिर मैं लगा दूंगा भाई मैं लगा के आया है इनका म्यूजिक वो करके बंद करके आया मैं एक मिनट रुकिए
Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
ये आ गया भाई. लगा दिया भाई, लगा दिया. We're back.
Where we just had some really awesome performances. Match number 1, right underway. It is completed, and it was Galaris. I know you guys talked about your predictions a little bit, but it was Galaris that came out in a very strong 2-0 fashion up against Tribe, and obviously this is day 1 of the competition. It's our Swiss portion of the competition, which means right now our teams are fighting for that seeding and obviously staying alive to move through to the bracket stage. That first place seed is going to be very coveted as they'll get to go up against the last place seed, hopefully making, ideally in their minds, a little bit of an easier bracket run for them. We'll see depending on which teams end up at that portion of the competition. But we need to head towards match number 2 now up here on the main stage. Switching our focus on over to Elevate versus Godlike. I'm excited for this matchup. Let's start things off by talking about Elevate here proper.
Yeah, listen, like Elevate was a team, even going through CDSI, people were like, it's always going to be the Chinese teams. And then Elevate got knocked down in the lower bracket, and holy activation Batman. These guys were undeniable from then on.
अरे मेरे भाई.
The slang was just
Welcome मेरे भाई.
This Kenny fella, let me tell you,
भाई ये rematch है.
and I genuinely believe that Elevate coming away from their
CDSI का rematch है भाई. Elevate ने हराया था Godlight को वापस लेना पड़ेगा भाई. देखते हैं क्या होता है. अरे क्या तो मेरे को बता, क्या कर रहा है, इस पे आ रहे क्या, VC पे आ रहा है, डिस्कॉर्ड VC पे, तो फिर मैं भी आता हूँ. क्या करना है, ये भी बोला था, वाइब्रेंट भी बोल रहा था शायद, अभी आ ही रहा है वो. क्या आप लोग सबको VC में बैठना है क्या? स्ट्रीम मेरी चलने दो, बैठते हैं VC में.
Obviously, you guys mentioned them. On the flip side of things, we have a squad that we talked about a lot at the top of the show as well, just considering what we saw out of them last time around. We've got Godlike going up against Elevate, so talk to me about Godlike as well.
No longer flying under the radar. That's the biggest thing about not just the team, but the region. Vitality did with their move, which I think overall actually helps this Godlike team feel more prepared for this event. You had a much more rigorous challenge in your actual region themselves, where yes, Godlike and Vitality split series with one another, but you get to CDSI, you don't really follow up with the success that they had at the last international event they played back, obviously, World Championships last year. I think there was also some scrutiny about Godlike had a bit of an easy bracket. I think that was something people were to kind of come through and criticize that run, was like they didn't play a really difficult first round, and yeah, they took advantage with the Luminosity team that was asleep, but this Godlike team is confident, and I think with them sticking together, they're only going to build on the success that they had from last year.
It's one of those things that you constantly have to build on your successes. And obviously speaking, some shortcomings do come through in most recency, like you were talking about World Championships, CDSI, are all these different shortcomings that were unfortunate for Godlike. But again, this is a team that can absolutely outslay. We've been talking about this ever since they were playing old Team Vitality in their exact region. So I'm excited to be able to see what they've been able to learn and grow from that CDSI.
Between then and now for them to at least implement some changes.
जस्ट FYI, ट्राइब बैक आ गई. ट्राइब है, ट्राइब में वेग है और दूसरे बंदे भी हैं, लेकिन ट्राइब को हरा दिया गया है पहले ही मैच में. लेट्स सी. ट्राइब इज बैक बट नॉट रियली बैक.
Here, Alan, to get.
It's tough to put a finger on anything in particular because the
frame
teams are very
frame
successful
drops हो
with
रहे
one
हैं
another.
guys.
So do you run it
पता नहीं
back?
क्यों,
Do you
क्या हो
play a
रहा है,
map that you
frame
thought
drops
was
हो रहे
winnable
हैं.
and just say,
Sorry.
okay, we'll just do better this time, like to put it in very easy terms? Or do you have the opportunity to go back, look at the history of what maps that they prefer over the course of the long week that was CDSI and modify your bans based on what their strongest and weakest maps were at that event? It's kind of, I think, a beggar's choice here.
ठीक है यार,
You can pick one,
स्पॉन्सर है भाई.
6 of one, half a dozen of another, because I think both are viable options.
अपन कोई नहीं पीता भाई. एनर्जी ड्रिंक और ड्रिंक अपने से स्पॉन्सर है भाई.
But tell me how impactful that S&D can be for a lot of these series, considering these are all quick 3-0s.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when it comes down to a best of 3, we were talking about at the top of the show, your margin for error is so small. And when you start going down in rounds, especially for Fire Range, Search and Destroy, and Search and Destroy has a game mode as a whole, you start to feel like that this is a non-winnable situation. Obviously, when it comes down to the Swiss, you do get that second or sometimes third life again. You don't want to hit 3 losses before you hit 3 wins, but I think that the search and destroy, especially in a series like this, is very
इसमें
vital,
कुछ
and
तो
it could be the
गड़बड़ है
momentum
यार,
swing that
क्योंकि
you do
पता
need
नहीं
going
ये
into
वाली
that
स्ट्रीम
raid
में
control.
मेरा अभी
All right, guys, the match is over.
1.5
Ready to
घंटा
get
ही
underway.
हुआ
Some
है,
quick
मैं
predictions
ऑलरेडी
here. How do you think this one's gonna go?
I got
तकरीबन
Elevate coming out strong, I think. I have some
350 frames
concern
drop कर
about
चुका
would
हूँ
there be any
just
sort of like kind of a hangover from CDSI. You did the job of
कब
beating some of the
चालू
best
होगा
teams
बस
in
हो
the
ही रहा है
world.
भाई
Can you follow up and make sure that there's
एक
still the same passion, the same energy, the
एक
same
आध मिनट एक
hunger
आध 2
to
मिनट
do
में
the
हो
same
जाएगा
thing
स्टार्ट
here
आई
in day
थिंक
number 1?
You agree?
हो ही रहा है चालू
Oh, absolutely. I think confidence is an all-time.
हो ही रहा है चालू बस एक आध मिनट और
Goes across the board here for our casters. Everybody at home, let us know your thoughts in chat as well. If you think it'll be the same, will it be Elevate that's coming out here on top, or will Godlike, like what we saw out of Gallerus, come through and maybe surprise a couple people? That's exactly what the Swiss stage is for. That's why we call it the era of everyone here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, and that's what we are excited to see here all weekend long. Which team is going to be ending up on top at the end of the competition? Now, I know we were talking about those maps here. We're going to be getting that Hacienda hardpoint, firing range S&D, and then to close it off, raid control. Does anything jump out at you in favor potentially of Godlike with those?
I think that if you're Godlike, you're very happy that you do get that firing range search and destroy back. That is the one map that you were actually able to take away from Elevate. So it's kind of like a two different sides of the coin of what you were mentioning, right? You do get that run back on the search and destroy, but then you also were able to get something of the unknown. I'm excited to be able to see what Godlike actually do look like on a Hacienda versus Elevate, because they played the standoff, they played the summit.
भाई जीत जाए भाई प्लीज किसी भी तरीके से ये जीत जाए भाई मैच
I just there hasn't been enough.
I like that call.
I think just like overall conviction towards what their control had looked like, not even
It
just
is
at
map
CDSI
3
but
तक भी
also in
जाएगा
their
तो अच्छा
region.
रहेगा
So I think that is kind of another point of
हासियंडा
concern
अच्छा
in terms of them
मैप है
being built
गॉडलाइक
for this
का
weekend.
हराएगा
Is can they be
teams
better
को
at
अब
control
देखते हैं भाई
across
कैसे
all 3 maps, not just one or another?
Well, we've seen them thrive under pressure before. We'll have to see if they're able to do it here to kick off the weekend in the Swiss stage of our bracket, or if we'll get another 2-0 like you both predicted in favor of Elevate. But those flyovers are coming in. Match number 2 is about to get underway. Let's get
ये
into it.
भाई
Should be a fun one.
ये
And
कॉपीराइट
yeah.
देगा साला और हाँ ठीक है मेरे को लोग और फ्रेम ड्रॉस हो रहा है लेकिन नहीं कॉपीराइट म्यूजिक चल रहा है यार पीछे इसलिए मैंने जरा उसको म्यूट कर रखा है मेरे को लग रहा है कॉपीराइटेड है साला मेरे को कॉपीराइट का बिल्कुल लफड़ा रखना नहीं है इसलिए थोड़ा सा मैंने इसका साउंड बंद करा हुआ है अभी और मैच स्टार्ट हो जाएगा मैच तो मैं कर लूँगा और वापस तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ तुम लोग भी देखो सुनो ये ले भाई चालू हो गया एक
Back from.
सेकंड ये
Confidence can be deflated, but nonetheless, we have to see which team will be joining that of Gallerus in the 1-0 club.
Should be fun to watch as we jump on in to the first hard point, right down to the middle of the fountain. Lots of focus on what happened between these windows, and okay, good start here from Godlike, taking some focus over towards the rock side of the stairs. That's enough to take off the players from Elevate from the windows and get themselves in for a little bit of time, but not enough to really change the status too much, as the spawns will have Elevate right back up top on the high ground.
Yeah, that's right. And that's pretty much all P1 is. The early
मेरे
game
साथ
goes
तो डांस वाला फ्रेम ड्रॉस पे
basically
हो
just
गया
trying to
चालू
maintain high ground control, trying to get a couple players finessing around some smoke grenades inside the
करता है
hard point.
शॉट से
Just as simple as that. But most importantly, you want to make sure that you're playing for those back mansion spawns. P2 is one of our very first money hills here on Hacienda.
Indeed the case. Down over towards the Lambo side of the map at the bottom left. Elevate doing a really nice job here to soak up for some pretty significant time, all things told. I mean, already up to above 25 seconds after they had gotten kind of surprised by the route that Godlike put together. Really good stuff overall for Elevate in the yellow. Now making their move over towards P2. Elevate doing what they can from the front here. Not going to have a chance to win the spawns as Godlike will anchor things up. A couple of kills will allow them a chance to jump into P2 early.
I mean, but look at the dispersion coming through. I mean, you got one player up for Veil. He's trying to lurk over by rocks to actually get some player to spawn on top of him. But you really got to tip it out coming out from Elevate, actually playing for those close fence spawns. But the problem is they have to march their way up through these very narrow checkpoints.
And Godlike are aware of this. They're anchoring someone in towards the rocks, so they know they're fighting back driveway time and time again. There's an opportunity that really kind of reinforced now as they see a couple of players spawn out. So now everyone comes back into the hard point. This is really good.
Sorry,
Godlike kind of
थोड़ा सा
bunkering
ऊपर
down
गया था यार
inside the hill. first 30 seconds are theirs, but now Elevate have stabilized inside the backside of the spawns. Can they find a way to actually convincingly break this setup? So far, so good. Learn has to give up his angle and try to hit from the front. A little pitch comes over for the side hallway.
गुड टीम भाई देख लिया भाई अभी तो अच्छा खेल
Continue to spawn close.
मतलब अच्छा खेल रहे हैं बहुत क्लोज चल रहा है नेके नेके देखते हैं
Only 6 seconds, so really the influence for that might help them move their way towards the hedges, but realistically not a big fan of the Pred missile potentially for this rotation over towards P3. Godlike do currently hold that position, maybe some information on where they're coming from.
One player for Elevate
अभी
does
स्टार्ट
spawn
हुआ है
behind the play, but it's figured out nicely by Godlike. Now taking their focus to the front. Nice shots from Trucks. Looking for more around the backside as the first war machine gets popped. And Kenny's just throwing it through the smoke. Doesn't find anything. It completely gets countered out by the Sparrow. Good trade of focus as Learn takes his attention back towards the top side at Patio. All of Elevate are coming through, but he runs out of shots. And now just down to one Kenny find with the God-like war machine out.
It was just one war machine that Kendi pulled out for Elevate. The response for Godlike were 3 operators in tow, and only one of them realistically found somewhat of a value, and that was end up being Neutrino with that war machine themselves. But it's still Elevate hanging around the joint, trying to get a little bit more space further forward. Is Godlike just trying to unearth Elevate to get more time here at the end of P3?
Honestly, these have been 2 really good hard points for Godlike fighting from inside the hill. Yeah. They're not controlling Patio. They're not controlling the back spawns. They're allowing Elevate to spawn to the backside of the map, but Godlike
ये वही डैमेज ना आया था अभी
पहले मुश्किल तो होगा इनको rotate freely again. So it's a macro game that's exchanging 40s for 20s, which the mathematicians out there need to know that that's enough to likely win the game that continues.
But it is only a 2-point game. Elevate will be over by the rocks first. Some split spawns will start to come through. Immediately the equalizer just boat shut down. Just no return of investment there. So Godlike trying to push a little bit further forward. So much easier said than done.
Purifier shut down though in Trunks' hands. Abiz cleaning things up with the Annihilator. Yopi backside of the hill, hoping that his teammates could clear things out from the front side of Tiles. And Yopi's done well. Okay, couple to come through, smoke out, but doesn't really do too much to deter this Elevate break from the front. Abiz in trouble, dealt with, and now Elevate's starting to really heat things up as now really the operators are completely extinguished.
Equalizer finally able to be fully pulled out there for close, trying for the past 4 lives just to maybe find value, but Kendi just marches forward, finds 3. And then the final few cleanups come through before we get back towards the center of the map. And again, it's been a tale of 2 different conversations. Godlike fundamentally sound, as you were pointing out there at the end of P3, with inside of the hard point just being able to play such superior positioning. But Elevate, scrappy as ever, just always hanging around. Yeah. Will maintain this 15-point lead.
Yeah, really the only difference in this map is the 15 extra seconds that Elevate found on P1.
On P1, yeah.
Yeah, so Godlike, I would say, better in P2, B3 than Elevate, who has found more success on these more 50-50 hard points.
That's right.
Back into the middle of the map we go. Even pinstripe kill feed for the time being as we just get trades back and forth. Elevate still inside the time, but Godlike finally a chance to displace him.
Trying to at least finesse down low.
Certain
team numbers subsiding. The team in blue that will be Godlike. But most importantly, they're trying to maintain presence over by the lobby of the mansion as well. Elevate should be able to read this. There's 25 seconds to play for it, but they can't find the kills. It's just Kendi to show up in the kill feed so far, and Trunks will take down PJ as well. So Godlike bouncing back fiercely here in P1 as well, soaking up some more time while also maintaining the correct side of the map ahead of the rotation.
That's exactly
वाइब्रेंट तेरे को अगर डिस्कॉर्ड में आना तो मेरे को बोल ये मैच के बाद मैं थोड़ा मतलब एडजस्ट करके आता हूँ डिस्कॉर्ड में
stack up and decide how they want to try to break this next setup from the front. Susano, good read on the Trunks behind him. Now allows Elevate just to completely
वाइब्रेंट तेरे को अगर डिस्कॉर्ड में आना है वीसी में तो मेरे को बोल आरके कि वीसी में आके बैठते हैं अपन ये मैच के बाद में
But the counter from Lord is supreme. He's able to find 3. The follow-up now for Neutrino and Godlike once again able to win over the first parts of P2.
From inside the hard point, their hard work is paying off here, playing for the rotation when there were still 30 seconds left over by P1. Claw invested now for Susano as Elevate are able to break their way back inside the hard point. And look at where Godlike, they're all trapped over by the driveway side, still trying to scrap their way forward for the back 30.
Pinch from Susano on the back. Oh, but it's Yopi who's able to step on up, find himself too. Susano now cutting from the front with Elevate, trying to split focus, hit this break. Looking good. 20 seconds to fight for, and Godlike are stuck, spawning over towards defense is they may need to chalk and rotate here.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely do. You can already see at least one player is trying to move his way all the way through the garden side. If you spawn close, maybe try to make it threatening to fight for the scrap time, but what a bounce back coming through from Elevate. I mean, where Godlike found so much success within the first set of hard points starting on P2, Elevate just eviscerate them all. You do have operators available for Godlike on this hold. You feel like that you need at least 40 seconds here.
Yeah, Prevail just trying to make a mess of the rotation. Do what he can on an island, and he's done well. Prevail for 4 in a row. Equalizer's at the ready. Trying to re-clean up the backside at patio. Gets into the office nicely. A read on one more player. The equalizers are out. And how about this call from Prevail, who's starting to chew through this Elevate defense. Able to find himself on 5. Pred Missile going to be earned. Susana with the shutdown, but Godlike in from the front.
Was that enough to be able to help things out? Like PJ is going to pull out the Purifier and just going to get immediately shot down, but it's actually the rest of Elevate that are finding a lot of trade kills, and it's allowing them to get more of this time. Godlike, although Prevail might bounce back here with 2 kills and the Hunter Killer drone, is it going to be enough to work their way fully back in? Elevate, their win condition is set. So long as they continue to keep it scrappy and get at least 20 seconds on every single hill, they will win at the end.
And Godlike continue to almost voluntarily give up some of these really key power positions around the hard point. This is the second straight P3 we've had where Elevate have just kind of jumped in from top patio. Often more contested than what we've seen, as now PJ starting to light things up on 6 in a row. Pred Missile just to confirm the scrap time as the rotation is already underway for the rest of Elevate. Surely they get past the 200-point mark here.
Yeah, you would feel like it.
भाई
I mean, look at all the space that they currently have for
लेने
themselves.
पड़ेंगे
It's a split
complete
spawn. You got
60
players over by the Shark Tank and the
नहीं
office as well. Players spawning over by the boathouse. Players just lurking over by Lambo, waiting for assistance. But Elevate, they smell blood in the water.
Unreal stuff. As bums is the word here for how Godlike have played these last 2 hard points. Elevate, locking things down, just spamming things out with operators. Only thing available is Neutrino's War Machine for now. Prevail, nice double from the outside of the open steps. Godlike able to follow up behind that. Yopi now having earned a Sparrow. Says that this is the time to go. Not able to connect with anything yet, but all the split focus back over towards the front is perfect. The trophy does not get down in time, and Elevate continue to soak up more scrap time.
Yeah, I mean, there's not enough time to win here if you are Elevate. That much is evident. But Godlike, they just so desperately need every single second that might be available for their game. Learn will end up finding 2. Let's go to a listen in here now with Godlike to see how they might bounce back ahead of the P1.
Castle spawn है guys. दो लोग chess. एक लगता है castle top एक chess.
कैसल टॉप है
Chess मारा मैंने एक को. एक और है.
कैसल टॉप लो बी मिड 2 बंदे.
एक ब्राउन टॉप से आ गया ओबीजे और एक ब्राउन टॉप है एक ब्राउन टॉप
कैसल के साइड ओबीजे गाइस वो ओबीजे चढ़ के खेल
2-3 बंदे P1 में
कैसल टॉप भी था एक कौन पुश किया
कौन और पॉइंट
कैसल टॉप ही काट रहा है यूपी
Not good news here for Godlike as Elevate continue to do the dirty work here at P1. PJ locking down the Purifier to make sure no one gets in towards the bottom bar, and they could just win it out right here. You've got Hunter Killers, you've got Predator Missiles, you've got more operators to throw in at this. Although, Godlike do shut a lot of that down and keep themselves alive for a little while longer.
And calling in the Predator Missile while you already have an active Purifier. Trunks just simply will not let it go to waste. Has currently found himself 6 in a row. Is still alive on the map, by the way, and currently just being a thorn in the side of Elevate, who just needs 10 more points.
Yeah, could very well do it on the rotation over towards P2. They're even finding a little bit of the scrap time here on the first hill as well. Godlike will get the benefit of the spawns new. Trunks also popped off. He's able to get himself into a Pred Missile. That will clear some of the space. Yopi from the inside, so he's completely unguarded. And Yopi almost wins the game himself.
एसएनडी लिखा हुआ है एसएनडी का तो देखना पड़ेगा भाई
Enough as Elevate can now flood him through the side steps, and there's no chance for Godlike to fight back. 250, 144, Elevate cruise to...
Okay. Sadly. This was really sad यार. अभी आपस में कॉपीराइट वाला म्यूजिक चल रहा है गाइस इसलिए मैंने बंद करा हुआ है. मैं बोलता रहूँगा, सुनाता रहूँगा। Let's see. यार छोड़ दिया भाई यार इन लोग ने, जीतना चाहिए था भाई। एलिवेट ने पहले भी हराया था, सीडीएस है वो तो थोड़ी पहले उसमें भी हराया था, अभी दोबारा आ रहा है वर्ल्ड स्टेज में। यार मुझे लग रहा था कि ये लोग वर्ल्ड स्टेज में तो कमबैक करेंगे, बट मुश्किल है। बस सीडीएस है कि चैंपियंस है भाई, इजी तो होगा नहीं। देखते हैं, चल दो भी जीतने हैं भाई। अब दो में मैच जीतने पड़ेंगे एसएनडी और कंट्रोल अगर कंपटीशन में रहना है तो, वरना तो आउट है भाई। प्रॉब्लम तो है, लेट्स सी।
I mean, that very first P1, it's like we were even talking about, like
अभी वही ना यार, बहुत मतलब चलो ठीक है, चल रहा है अभी, देखते हैं। मेरे को वैसे डाउट है कि ये जो म्यूजिक बैकग्राउंड में बजा रहे हैं अभी, मतलब स्ट्रीम पे तो मैंने बंद करा हुआ है, बट ये सारा कॉपीराइट म्यूजिक है, मेरे को ये लग रहा है, इसलिए मैंने बंद करा हुआ है। भाई स्नाइपर अपने 20 को अच्छा खेलना पड़ेगा भाई। मुश्किल तो होगा भाई, यहाँ से अगर यहाँ से लोअर ब्रैकेट में चले गए तो भाई कमबैक करना ही मुश्किल पड़ेगा। हाँ यहाँ से बाउंस बैक करना पड़ेगा भाई, तो बाउंस बैक करना पड़ेगा तभी चांस है। लोअर ब्रैकेट में चले आएंगे तो कमबैक करना मुश्किल पड़ेगा भाई।
after target.
Chalo.
It's almost kind of like what we got out of Galaris
Let's
versus
go.
Tribe in our very first series of the
ये
day.
वाला
That
म्यूजिक
is
यार,
very
मुझे नहीं
similar
पता
to
भाई,
how
अगर इसकी वजह
guys
से
like had
कॉपीराइट
a winning
आएगा तो
moment versus
बहुत
Elevate in this
प्रॉब्लम
map
हो
number
जाएगा।
2. Obviously would be
अच्छा वाला
everything so
सेम
that they
टाइम
can
मिलता
extend it
है
into a raid control for that square up, whatever that
बंद
may
रखूंगा,
look like,
बंद
but
रखता हूँ तो। देखते हैं जैसे वो चालू होगा इन लोग को मैं चालू कर दूंगा वापस। एक आध मिनट और। मुझे ऑनेस्टली वाइटैलिटी से भी काफ़ी उम्मीद है। वाइटैलिटी का भी मैच है आज, लेट्स सी वाइटैलिटी। वाइटैलिटी भाई, वाइटैलिटी पे भी आके मतलब वाला एज एन वाइटैलिटी ज़्यादा बेटर खेली थी, बट स्टिल लेट्स सी, लेट्स गो।
Forgiveness.
So sorry guys.
Everything comes down to
So sorry
what you were
about
able to build
this.
leading into this
Right,
event.
here we go.
Smokes, 2 of them thrown over through mid here. As Godlike on the offense are
Oh,
trying to maybe pull Elevate towards B with this hit down mid. Problem is, shot lands towards the play at B, and now Elevate are very aware that there is a play through mid.
if you've been living under a rock and not watching what Elevate has to offer, well, he's dead now, but Kendi is an absolute superstar. Big trades will at least come through. It's going to force out the 2v3.
2v3.
But Elevate do what they need to do to try to limit the damage on this quick play through mid. Now the focus just goes purely towards B. Susano playing a very close corner here at Tires. may actually catch something as there's a slide over. Doesn't know where exactly he wants to take the aim as there's a couple of players nearby. Nice shots from PJ. Who can now re-wrap this. This is a brilliant little micro movement step for him as he can just kind of double up and play this backside to isolate. Doesn't need the help though, does Susano as he finds a little shot on the Neutrino. And first round will go to Elevate.
That's a bad
Especially
start.
off of the trading of the nades, as Ceremonious as it is when it comes down to be execute. I love the decision making coming through from Elevate, just to suppress, at least make sure that a player's watching the flank. But once you get the information coming through from the slide, just fully engulf them. You have the numbers, wonderfully done.
Same smoke here for Godlike up the middle of the map. This time though, they're playing a little bit more passively. They do find first blood, but Yopi aggressive out of 10. Finds one, but can't step away from the trade from Abiz. So we'll keep the numbers advantage 4v3 early for Godlike, who have now taken a bit of a pause, trying to tally up where exactly these last Elevate defenders are.
And learned, getting a lot of information. Are we going back over towards B? Are we full sending over towards A? Seems that it will be the latter. So have to worry about PJ with this Fennec inside the trailer.
Stuff from Elevate, locking things down. This doesn't really affect PJ. He still has a little bit of a cross that he can see here. Abiz steps through. Catches the first. PJ doesn't know where he is. Where did he go? Where did he go? Abiz, in and out, like a phantom.
The smoke grenade was so timely for Abiz's success there. Was able to get back behind the bomb, catches one Elevate player lacking. And then by the time you try to turn for that trade, or PJ's, your teammate's gone, you're chasing ghosts at that point. Brilliant response for Godlike.
First time we're going to see heavy stacks of nades over towards the A side of the map here for Godlike's offense. A couple of spam shots over through the woodwork as well. Nothing going to land as there's a double stack of Elevate defenders inside of trailer. Counter nades coming through just to make sure A stays clear. But Godlike have shown some restraint. The focus was through, and they actually catch Klo, who tried for an early flank through jungle. Doesn't work out, and now numbers will allow Godlike to approach.
So have two players lurking around wood. They're actually going to send Neutrino all the way through from the flank, but they have lost Trunks. So 4v4, you're not really in a position to try to give up this bomb site. You're kind of committed to this now if you're Godlike.
Yeah, halfway, as Abiz, I was about to say, is trying to work things over the middle map. He does find another, so now these defensive players should be able to just keep their focus on trailer, but doesn't work out as Yopi connects on to Learn. And Neutrino's long flank now all of a sudden has to be win condition. Abiz clears out trailer by just walking in, but gets caught swapping weapons. And Neutrino's not going to clear America, so Susano will find the easy kill, and Elevate will get their second.
It's just strange. I mean, once you get a player over on the bomb itself, just ready to plant it, you're kind of really relying on Trunks in that moment to fully clear inside a trailer. Once you lose that life, you're kind of hesitant on what you're supposed to do with your two players watching the flank. Neutrino's flank just needed to come through a little bit faster. Not really well judged for the timing as Elevate take a one-round lead.
Trophies splitting the map here as Godlike will not get aggressive early. Instead, they're looking for quick contact, and they actually get some wall bang onto PJ for first blood. Stun through mid just to make sure no one's lingering towards the front side at trailer. And I would imagine that Godlike are going to start to put together whatever their intentions are here as a follow-up nade stun combo goes to topside A. And Neutrino lands one onto Susano's forehead inside of mid-chin.
That is a hell of a nade. First stun didn't connect on anything. Second and the third nade over by A. Doesn't connect with anything as well. Now, you'd have to imagine that a player's soul might be lurking inside of America, but these last two players are isolated. To say you have numbers advantage would be putting it lightly.
Yeah, they did kind of clear this out a touch with nades inside of the trailer, so they should really safely commit to the A plant, and that will be the case. Small tally of a follow-up kill, though, comes out of Elevate. So Kendi, Klo need to try to work this, and they're going to do so independently of one another. One from one side, one from the other. What does Klo's COD timing look like here? Kendi holding very patiently, waiting to see if Klo will catch any contact. We gotta go, boys. And oh boy,
not enough time.
Yep, right in the Bermuda Triangle goes Klo between three different Godlike members. Good damage onto one, but the clock is the issue. Kendi able to connect, but he has to stick. You have to stick this. Klo may have a chance to help out here. Hold on a second, but Abiz, he hits the shot that matters. No more defuse, and he even connects onto the pistols for the final.
I mean, that's a massive moment for Abiz. You're kind of forced into two different situations. For a player there, you have to help out your teammate, but most importantly, their win condition has to be that angle from showers. Wonderfully done there for Abiz to be able to get the shot that mattered the most to confirm a second round on the board.
Looking at a live tally of what the performance looks like thanks to our friends at Snapdragon. As we get early action once again, snipers exchanging kills. Klo Going to be getting a lot of focus here. Good support nades over the top through middle, though.
भाई हमारे
We're landing right all over this godlike offense, softening up the hit, and that's enough for Clo to somehow finesse for two. The follow-up through the middle of the map is good, though, for godlike, and they should be able to get a B plant. But Yopi is also seeing bottom 10, so no need for it. Initially, the defensive nades on this map was great. Absolutely critical.
That was great. That was exquisite to watch from the mini-map. All the nades coming over and then the hits soon to follow. That's just some of the brilliant teamwork that we have seen from Elevate, especially recently. But it's godlike now to flip the lead. They have a one-round lead now. Offense is just going to play rather passive, see what information they can find off of their nades.
Yeah, smoke through middle just allows the Bees to watch that cross through trailer. Couple of spam shots also just whisking by. Kendi looking for the follow-up. Oh, he's just caught in no man's land. That should lead to a commitment onto A with Kendi out of the picture. You got to be thinking this is post-plan today all day long.
You still don't know if there's a player lurking inside a trailer. It's actually a 3-player committal that's actually coming through jungle defensively.
Yeah, but the post-plan is set up for this setup, and Trunks nearly
भाई साहब भाई साहब
Give me more of that. Takes down 3. Clo also tagged. Easy follow-up from Neutrino and Godlike up 4-2 at the half.
well done
Big momentum swing for Godlike. They gotta be feeling confident now. You've beaten these guys here before. They can smell that raid control very nearby as we will flip sides. Elevate for their opening offense. It is firing into the end of the day. You will see a lot of nades through mid, but Elevate's numbers are favoring that to be.
Learn able to connect onto a car bomb for the first. Nade to
अरे भाई अरे भाई
he almost gets the reload for third. Yopi able to get himself at least one trade. The retreat back is desperate though in nature. Godlike can smell blood in the water. Susano tried all, but not going to be allowed to. Godlike take the first defense, and then now a wide margin starts to exist in the scoreboard.
2 more rounds, and Godlike will be loading into a third and final map here in their opening best of 3 versus your CDSI champion of Elevate. Trunks is just playing out of his mind. Up to 10 eliminations so far. Passive setup coming through for Elevate. Just trying to see what information they could possibly get out of Godlike, and it's a first blood.
Yeah. These will drop. Sniper out of the picture all of a sudden. Bomb acquired. For Godlike's defense. Elevate. Spreading the map. Trying to take their focus over towards the A side. Stun over the corners to make sure no one's holding close. There will be question marks about if there's anyone inside a trailer. Learn tallies. There's a couple. Trying to threaten towards A. He wants the action. Gets a couple of hit markers, but nothing more, and that's going to lead to a post plant.
Flank comes through from Trunks, and he finds almost perfect timing for 3. Knows that there might be one player over inside of showers for sure now, as Susano will find that trade, but the bomb has been dropped on A.
What a route. What a route. And now Susano trying to finesse. Pulls the attention to Godlike. 60 seconds to play. Clo, a little bit of sneakiness of his own. But look at the proactive movement from Godlike. They're going to take showers saying, we can still just jump peek the bomb. Learn can hold deep to see if there's a cross through wood. And if we have to collapse onto B, that's fine. Bomb gets collected, and the shots from Learn are just not there. So now it's just down to Neutrino 1v2.
Oh, but the timing might not be there for the peak. Gets the timing to see the one. Can't get the kill, and that's all the information you need for Elevate. Plant the bomb at A, play the post plant in America.
Yep. Neutrino also had a second window to try to hit. Doesn't work. Swaps to an Ode. Maybe he can find ways to connect where Learn was unable to. Susano holding the mid cross. Passive setup for Clo on top of the bomb. Neutrino reveals his position with the stray shot over towards America. Now it's just down to Kenny. Got the Ode down. He guesses right when Clo was left and Elevate will respond.
I was starting to get increasingly nervous once we saw the last 2 players got like there to separate ever so slightly. They got inside of showers. A little bit of a further approach coming through from Learn just to be able to hold that angle outside of wood, but gets caught. Elevate 1 round at a time. Diminishes lead to 2.
Oh, we increased your sub? Thank you so much.
On to Learn. Hit marker again.
Thank you so much for your subscribe.
That's enough for those smokes to fade away with really not a lot of ground taken behind that. Yeah. In fact, it's Godlike who tried to get aggressive through mid outside of trailer. That's enough for a route for Trunks to rotate back through sandbags, and Elevate will have to consider that that's a possibility, seeing as they were pushed off the mid angles.
And now what utility do you even have left to try to execute on one of these sites? You almost feel like that you have to square up and try to get some of these kills inside a trailer, maybe all the way through jungle, but...
Oh. If you're going to clear trailer, you're going to run into Prevail with an R9.
Exactly. It is so standardized coming through from Godlike post all
भाई
of the uses
प्रेजेंट उसके आ
5v5.
बहुत
Feels
मुश्किल
like a
है
round where we saw a Tribe just have to run forward.
Yeah.
Might have to be the same case here. And Kendi will move forward. It won't be a run. A Bees up and over. That was seen. Action happening off screen. Doesn't really result in anything for now until eventually Kendi does connect. So now you can try to flood this. Again, the question will be what comes through middle here as Elevate, again, have not put eyes on mid at all.
Gotta be worried about Learn in his positioning through mid. Actually gives it up for the timing. Comes down to Prevail.
रुक जा भाई क्या कर रहा है
It is just unfortunate disaster for Godlike in this 5v5. Elevate brute force their way onto the A site. Neutrino, good luck, have fun, buddy.
It looked like it was a retake stun to try to get Prevail out of trailer.
Yeah.
I don't know if it landed. There's a trophy that I think was placed late by Elevate. May have stopped that little bit of a flash push situation, as no one was affected by it. At least if they were, it wasn't for long. So 2 in a row for Elevate gets us back to within 1. Godlike on this next defense. Defensive smoke gets placed deep through middle. Aggressive nades for Elevate, but they have to respect the smoke. You can't just stack at backside obstacles, so they have to hold and wait to clear wood.
दोबारा ये जा रहे हैं लोग
Very similar setup coming through for Godlike defensively. Bears inside a trailer. You got one player watching that very long cross of a Bees. Does not want to get first blooded by Kendi, who has had his number for the past few rounds when it comes down to first bloods. But Elevate not liking what they saw. Kind of pushed them back off of that smoke like you were talking about, just playing for the timing. So hanging around over by the course itself. Stun's not going to connect with anything as well. Question marks for Elevate.
Oh, and the Bees gets 2. Lines up on the
नाइस
corner.
बहुत ही सही बीज है
Wallbang double, by the way.
Yeah, wallbang collab.
You think the Tundra has some piercing power?
No, I've seen more.
I've seen less. Elevate stuck. 60 seconds to play. They have. The thing about this is, a Bees finding that collapse. They still have no idea there's a crossfire setup inside of trailer outside A.
And then what do you even do? I mean, like Yobi has the bomb. He's trying to at least catch a timing, maybe a stray shot to be able to get an elimination. Where we're down to 45 seconds, you have to commit towards one of these bomb sites, and it's not going to be B. They don't have enough utility to clear all the corners around tires.
And the Bees could just play this safe corner. They know they've got the advantage playing a trailer. And if things get really mixy, Neutrino can also rotate over. Trunks steps up. This is bold, and Susano misses. That's enough for Trunks to find a couple of Bees finishes it off. Godlike will get to that point.
No more funny business coming through from Godlike. You won 2 in a row if you are Elevate through the offensive incursions, but Godlike shut it down. The big first blood is coming through. But most importantly, it was a great answer for the utility. I mean, Elevate just had so many question marks. They did not know where to go.
Opening focus for Godlike. Getting aggressive. That stun will land. That's one way to kind of counteract offensive trophies. Just push so far forward that you just get it too far deep. Doesn't result in a first blood, though, as Kendi will stay at least idle over towards A while the rest of the focus moves into B. Neutrino nearby. Gets a couple of hit markers. Not able to find PJ. Where's Trunks? He was right here. He got on a crossfire, but he allowed Elevate to get into the site, and that makes this a bit of a mess now defensively.
Favoring towards the reload so that way he can take at least 2 more gunfights. And it forces Elevate just to kind of give up, almost expecting Trunks to overheat, but that's not the case at all.
No. Same breath, Kendi also drops on that island towards A. So this hit for Elevate has to come over. Trunks does overheat a little bit, thinking maybe he's got timing. But once more, is this one of those moments that he's going to look back on and say, I didn't need to do that. We've got A control already. We've got good focus here at B. And that's now a door starting to open up a little bit here for Elevate to try to retake onto this B site.
Not saying that as an excuse, but if I had 16 eliminations and a firing and search and destroy through 10 rounds, I probably would overheat as well. But it could be a crucial moment. 3v3. Abiza's position could be everything. Knows that at least one player had cross. Just waiting is Prevail for that timing off of what Abiza can see off of contact.
Yep. Should be an angle to stop any desperate plants on B if they trust it. Prevail may have caught some contact. A late rotation back to A. And at the same rate, Godlike are sitting here saying, well, this surely has to be B. They're going to be late to the party here. Abiz has to be careful of 10.
All the timing.
And now it's down to really just learn. Does he want to peek this? Nate is being cooked up. Does this land for Bees? There's still trophy systems nearby, but it's still enough for
अरे
Lurk to
भाई,
push. He finds not just one,
बहुत
but
ही बढ़िया
two.
लर्क।
Trade is decent, but there's no more time on the clock. Godlike will take the firing range against Elevate again.
Let's
It's
go,
a
guys.
very,
Let's
very
go.
bold move there at a moment's notice.
Let's go. Finally, we're going to see a match 3 और ये सिर्फ सेकंड मैच है भाई आज का। गॉडलाइक जीतेगी, अच्छा है। 1-1 हो गया है। अभी कंट्रोल है, कंट्रोल में खेलना चाहिए इन लोग को, बट पता नहीं भाई। देखना चाहिए यार, जीत सकते हैं, अच्छा खेलना चाहिए। भाई बहुत मतलब ठीक है, ट्रंक्स बहुत आगे आगे जाके खेल रहा था, बात वो थी, लेकिन लेट्स सी कैसे क्या कर रहा है भाई। यार बहुत मतलब सारा गड़बड़ कर रहे हैं यार ये लोग। का कुछ जगहों पे एलिवेट ने चोक करा, इसलिए भी हारे हैं ये वाला असेंबली, लेकिन देखते हैं भाई। गॉडलाइक को रेड खेलना पड़ेगा, गॉडलाइक को रेड क्लिनिकल खेलना पड़ेगा। मुश्किल होगा भाई ये वाला। लेट्स सी। कॉपीराइट म्यूजिक दोबारा चल रहा है, इस तो मेरे बंद करा हुआ साउंड, बट ठीक है। या बात सही है, एलिवेट ने एक भी कंट्रोल हारा नहीं था भाई। कंट्रोल्स जीत सकती है भाई गॉडलाइक। गॉडलाइक कंट्रोल जीतना चाहिए, इतना मुश्किल नहीं है कंट्रोल गॉडलाइक के लिए। देखना पड़ेगा भाई कैसे क्या करेंगे भाई, ये पता नहीं है यार। हाँ यार हाँ यार, अनुराग से चालू करा मैंने, अब ठीक है यार, आएगा तो आएगा कब। इन लोग के बाद जरूरी है।
You learn from moments like that, and not having been in a situation like that before, mistakes like that can happen. Sure. That's a growing moment for sure. It comes with obviously a lot of pain,
सही है यार, रेड कंट्रोल वही है भाई जहाँ पे लास्ट ईयर हारे थे ये लोग बुल्स के अगेंस्ट। अगर वो जीत जाते तो फाइनल्स जीत जाते, ट्रॉफी जीत जाते भाई, ट्रॉफी जीत जाते यार वर्ल्ड चैंप्स की यार, बट हार गए थे भाई इसी मैप पे। तो बहुत मुश्किल होने वाला है ये वाला भाई। दिमाग पे ना आ जाए इन लोग के, पता नहीं यार क्या होगा। इन लोग को बहुत क्लिनिकल खेलना पड़ेगा भाई। मैंने बहुत कम कर रखा है वॉल्यूम इसका, क्योंकि मुझे पता नहीं यार ये म्यूजिक जो बजा रहे हैं यार ये लोग, पता नहीं साला गड़बड़ करेंगे। ठीक है वो जैसे वो चालू हो जाएगा मैं कर दूंगा यार। एक मिनट चलो बहुत बहुत मुश्किल होने वाला है यार ये। जैसे स्मोकी गॉड लाइक इसको क्लच कर सके और जीत जाए भाई यहाँ पे। लेट्स गो। करो यार जल्दी चालू करो यार। We are ready to go.
Raid control. Godlike
Yeah.
trying to find a way to possibly give an early upset, so to speak. It's hard to say with any sort of like solidified confidence because this is your
Upset
runners-up
हो
from
गया भाई।
last year, but
God
they're
like
playing
में
the
रैली
recent
को हरा के
cdsi
upset हो
champion,
गया।
so
सही बात
you
है।
know, call it what you want, but it wouldn't
पिछले
be
साल
like
के
an upset
रनर
in a
है
lot of
फिर
ways.
भाई ऐसा बोल रहा
Control,
है
if you're
क्या
unfamiliar.
वो बता रहा है जैसे खराब चल रहा है
Capture segments on the zone. The more
Let's
segments
see.
you capture, if it goes round 5, you will get
We
defense.
are big.
If you can win by kills, if you can win an offensive round, good for you because it is very difficult to do.
Yeah, this is what we come to expect. Kendi's going to snipe whenever he possibly can. Early defense, though, for Elevate. Already being tested over the top of TV zone. And Godlike will come away with even exchanges on overall lives. Able to step on to pause the clock for a minute, but not even a minute, it's a second. Counter nades are good, and that's enough for Godlike to say, we're done with this site. Let's move over to A.
Yeah, might as well try. Got a lot of space in the middle of the map through rocks, but nobody's inside a kitchen yet. Neutrino's just a little bit late to this. He's expecting a hit to come through from pillars, and albeit it does, the pinch is just not good to deal with. But Godlike still hanging around over by the A control zone, and we'll keep the clock stalled for now.
Yeah, second tick of progress on the way. Bedroom control still in hand, though, for Elevate's defense. Trying to recover over through the front side at money window while simultaneously pinching a bees. Little left right combo. Oh, almost takes it into the left, right, and then the instant haymaker out of the tundra. But Prevail will get the elimination. Second tick lock. Third now on the way. And here comes Elevate trying to flood. But a bees standing in forward, able to at least eliminate this defense down to single lives, and that's enough to extend the clock an extra 60 seconds.
Okay, it's insane how that does end up working in Godlike's favor. Trunks' position off the respawn was actually solid in the entirety of the flank. A very slow start for how good of a series that this young man has currently had for himself, but Abiz with that sniper rifle is going to be potent enough. It's a 2-life deficit for Godlike, but they have so much more time to work with over here by the ring.
Oh, I thought for a second Trunks was about to absolutely world star Klo. Doesn't work out, and as Klo keeps his life, he turns that into a second elimination. So now 12 plays 9. Advantage to Elevate. 3 ticks is all that's been tallied to this point. Minute 20 on the clock, and Godlike are putting together at least an attempt to pinch. I mean, you've got a player in Neutrino deep in the defensive spawn, and he's going to call for more assistance. They're trying to rewrap laundry here.
But you also have the same thing happening on Elevate side. They have a numbers advantage here, Alan, and with a clock that is going to be in their favor as they're starting to clear over by Garage. Players still hanging around ring. You're pretty convinced at this point if you are, Kendi, that you can just hold the angle. What the quick scope was that?
Nade in the left hand, sniper rifle in the right hand. This guy hits the gym. Tell you what. Follow up from Elevate, working out for a little bit of spawn pressure as now it's just down to the last 2 lives for Godlike. And there's just nowhere for them to go. Yeah. So 3 ticks of progress is all they're going to find. Learn just doing what he can to try to reduce the life gap just a touch, but good defense from Elevate, all things told.
Absolutely. I mean, being able to at least read the situation where the initial hit is coming from is one of the more difficult parts when it comes down to control as Learn. Just trying to make it punishing there at the end, yeah. I mean, hold on a second.
I mean, he finds one more kill. He may get this first tick of progress. That could be important.
It might be. Gets the first over towards pillars, but the pinch from Laundry is inevitable. So 3 segments, thanks to Abiz's efforts and Neutrino as well, over by that A control zone. But yeah, great defense coming through from Elevate, just being able to win not only the opening engagement, but keep Godlike pinched in the middle of the map. It exhausted so much of the clock.
And this is what we often talk about with control in COD Mobile. You've got operator advantage now for Elevate. the defensive win. They're going to pop the Sparrow and the War Machine initially, but it's a nade from Neutrino that actually stops Yopi's Sparrow before we can even take a shot with it. Neutrino hasn't been able to do too much with his War Machine either, so not a lot of value here for early operators as Elevate continue just to kind of wait for their moment to jump onto the A zone.
Not exactly what you want to see as an Elevate fan, but a great response coming through from Neutrino, not only from the nade itself, but just the single operator that was expended to keep Elevate at bay. That 1-for-2 trade is going to be good. And then you force Elevate back to the drawing board, try to play through the middle of the map. They're already up to the pool side and inside a basketball court, so the clock will stall at 56 seconds.
Yeah, lots of nades being thrown here as Elevate are not just happy staying on the zone. They want to get aggressive. Close, surprised with the equalizers out. B's able to turn that into technically 2. He gets the quick scope for one, the nade for the other, but Elevate's tensions on towards the A zone still look strong as mid-map focus continues to bleed over towards the Garena squad.
Yeah, look at the setup coming through from Godlike. I mean, they are just inside of Garage. A grenade will unearth Prevail from the AC units, but from the positioning that you have, if you are learned, look where everybody's spawning, just in a linear and one-dimensional path into Neutrino's, having himself a great map number 3.
Trade is decent, though. Elevate can at least still frame up some sort of a hit. But look at the Godlike defense. They're setting up the Zim trap. They've got it. They've got the gym control. They've got the AC control. And now you're just screwed. I mean, if you're looking at this from Elevate, you're hoping you can jump onto the point, give yourself the extra 60. Why are we not jumping on the point and giving ourselves the extra 60? There we go. Finally, we jump on forward, but now you've got to turn around. You have to deal with the spawn trap. I mean, you still have learned, teeing off, and finally, it's someone who spawns up in the form of Susano to turn and find the elimination.
But now you have to start realizing, why are we spawning inside of the gymnasium? It's because there's still one more player inside of the spawn. And they have a Claw. It is Trunks, who hasn't had a great map number 3 thus far, but this Claw inside of Art just might be the final thorn that Elevate have to deal with. It is 14-8, and Godlike have been in the spawn trap since yesterday.
Tough timing there for Trunks. Tries to step in with the Claw, but loses its channel and gets caught with the knife out. Still, though, 4 life advantage. Prevail going to call the equalizers in through Art.
Okay.
Yeah? Decisions were made.
They sure were.
He's going to be able to lock down this front door, but it just doesn't feel super necessary, especially considering that all of Godlike are still around this zone with complete control of it.
I mean, it's just such an unnecessary resource to throw away. Especially once you inevitably do win this 10v5. The Elevator now out of respawns that you might just need to be able to convert one of the upcoming zones for an offense. All speculation aside, Kendi's going to be able to take down one.
Yeah.
Getting further positioning here on ring. There is a flank, though.
The thing is, with this kitchen control, Elevate should know that they've got Godlike spawning out. This is still doable, but the flank from Trunks may have just taken the last life out of the lungs of this Elevate offense. And yeah, B's tallying on the Susano. PJ, last one left, also gets shut down. 3 ticks for both sides so far through our first 2 rounds.
Yeah, 3 segments each, so even playing ground. But again, it mostly comes down to the resources when we talk about converting an offense in Call of Duty. When it comes down to being able to turn what almost feels like this is going to be sent towards a round number 5. One operator currently in the hands for PJ. Kendi also going to pull out the War Machine as well, just trying to win this defense before it even starts.
It's an Annihilator battle in middle. Abiz has the last word. Kendi has to rotate with the War Machine. He popped this early, just hoping for something desperate. Not going to really work out over the top, so Abiz will jump on. Clock will pause at a minute 10. And kitchen control is looking good here for Godlike. It's going to be an early
एक तो ऑफेंसिव राउंड लेना पड़ेगा
success here on the A
कंट्रोल का ये होता है एक ऑफेंसिव राउंड 2 डिफेंसिव राउंड इजी होता है
It is Surly with the nades and other ordinances,
ऑफेंसिव राउंड लेना बहुत
including
मुश्किल
the War
होता है
Machine.
लेना पड़ेगा लेकिन
Hunter Killer Drone going to try to move themselves a little bit further forward. Watch out for player number 3 in blue, trying to work himself up a little bit of a flank. Is currently sitting up inside of bedroom, and this is a lot of pressure that you have to turn to deal with if you are Godlike.
Yeah, that's just a really good timing on the pitch. Klo from one side, Yopi on the other. Stops the second tick before it can be fully captured. And now you're forcing this Godlike offense to have to go A because of the route through the bottom side at bedroom. So now all of a sudden a little bit of trouble here for Godlike. Trying to get some feet underneath them on this approach, but a couple of kills after the backside of the smoke dissipates allows them to at least reduce the Elevate defense just a touch.
And now what resources do you even have to try to combat it against it? So you got the 2 seconds over at A, but just look at Elevate just suppressing them as PJ just jumps from the rafters, finds himself yet another kill, 15 to their name. And now Godlike forced to march across the pool side. They need this 3rd segment.
Yopi tallies the inventory of how many players are here, almost gets the transfer for a couple, but again, that's what Yopi does. He's the first man in, the rest of the team cleans things up. 16 seconds on the clock. currently being paused with focus over towards B. That's going to have to be where Godlike tries to get an extra 60. There's just no way to get back over to the A zone, and the equalizers from Klo clear out Art. And with that, now Godlike are just kind of back and forth ping-ponging between which zone they're trying to attack.
And it's just because of how proactive Elevate are, just being able to find all these kills, they either march through Art or they march through the Zig stairs just to try to make sure that Godlike can spawn in very precarious position. PJ up top with the Odin, just letting them have it. Trunks was one shot. Kenny will claim his own life, but it should just be the round here. No respawns remaining for Godlike in 8v4.
Oh, but they do find a couple of kills. Second tick is done. Third possibly getting a tally here with that. Yopi in for the contest. Last second to come through, and Godlike will actually be able to stop it a little bit longer, but not do much more beyond just a small contest. So 2 ticks added on to the tally, and with that, Elevate looking good for their defense again.
Yeah, I think that second segment is pretty vital. Obviously, 2 is more than 1. That's how increments do work. But at the end of the day, I think that Godlike did have ample opportunities to be able to capture that 8 control zone. It just comes from the timing for the player top bedroom for Elevate. But you need a defense here if you are Godlike, and you need it to be a very potent one at that to maintain that round 5 defense should we get there.
Now PJ gets up top, already has another Annihilator from when he started last round. These shots, though, not fully hitting, at least initially, but is still zoning out this Godlike defense. Knows he's got a player backside shot. Tries to snip out before the Annihilator charge runs out, and that's where rebound for Godlike over the top of A has worked out nicely. But Elevate still with a big staging setup will throw every single nade to Neutrino's direction, pushes him off, and Elevator back onto the A zone already.
No, we know.
How do you get yourself out from here? A lot of it has to be through the money window, but the crossfires, the gunfights, just the timing is just coming up all Elevate. Second segment block. Equalizer now out from Prevail, and it's actually working out wonderfully from Trunks on the pinch. But still, so much more work to do just to maintain presence on this map.
Third tick being contested. Prevail aggressive with the equalizers. Shuts down 1 through Zig. And again, it just doesn't feel like the greatest of timings for this equalizer. Like, we get a little bit forward, but you know that Elevate's going to be stacking over for A. They get the extra 60. That gives it the tick advantage as well. So at 18 plays 18, the equalizers are done, for at least for Godlike standpoint. And Elevate are still working on playing out of this position.
Yep. It's always been the investment and the return of investment for the operators. We talked about that even on the Hacienda map. Number 1, Elevates have just been that much better. Neutrino, another war machine that is able to find a couple of kills, but we have to start thinking about what this position might mean for us. How much more space can you deny from Elevate? You have a 3-life lead. You need to suppress him here.
Yeah, and this needs to find value because you don't want to spend the other operators knowing you're going into a round 5 offense if you can hold these last couple of moments here. So a lot of macro gameplay going to be questioned for Godlike as they're only enjoying a 2-life lead. And it doesn't even feel super confident because they're in the middle of the map is not anywhere near theirs, but Prevail Trunks able to follow up and make sure that everything is counteracted beautifully. 11 plays, 6 and Elevate have to come out of spawn again. Running out of
Prevail existing is hitting routes. No more respawns remaining for Elevate. This has surely got round 5 written all over it.
Yep. So Learn will have an operator, Abiz will have an operator, and I imagine Prevail is probably close as well. Other side of things for Elevate, Yopi, Sparrow already at the ready for him. No one else has anything charged. And Neutrino's also been able to earn himself a 100 killer drum. So maybe a chance if you can tally a couple more kills for Prednis. That would be massive for the round 5 offensive attempts.
Would have been good.
Excuse me?
Yopi? Let's imagine.
That
would have been insane. What a conclusion that would have been, but it's not to be. But the problem still remains for Godlike. We haven't seen an offensive win, but we have seen at least Elevate being able to deny that third segment coming through from Godlike would have been the difference. And if going up to kills for a round 5 offense, as we look at the resources for Godlike, need to find value with the Sparrow off the rip.
Yep.
Just watch it.
Immediately. I mean, Yopi loves to do this, where he's just blindly taking the Sparrow out, not even knowing necessarily where the hit's coming from, just to hope he can just stop it before it happens. But the problem is, he doesn't get anything with it. The 100 killer drone shuts it down. This is possibly where it happens. Prevail stuck in a corner, doesn't know which way to look, able to still find Kendi. That's enough for the first tick done. The second on the way very quickly, and Elevate spawning towards Laundry have to hope these nades start to land. None of them are. So a second tick gets gets captured, and you may have to chalk this if you're Elevator.
Oh, you do. It's about a 2v4. The other two reinforcements coming through from Elevator are just way too late in the reach, or just too clean as well. But PJ in the timing inside a money window. How have you gone away with this? The Hamburglar of the third segment is Elevate. Godlike back to the drawing board.
Godlike, we're already on rotation. They thought they got the third tick for free.
It looked pretty good.
It was about a fraction away from being completed, but now Elevate starting to work back on their retake. Sloppy off the reload for both players. But still goes the way of Godlike for now, but the defense will restabilize, enjoy a 2-life lead, and still have a pretty convincing spread of the map.
Third segment being depleted is crucial in this situation as well. The lives aren't even too far gone either. Godlike actually trailed by a single life, and now you have to work on this third segment from scratch again. It is almost feels like anger coming through from Godlike, just constantly trying to throw their way towards the pool side, but now you're just spawning over there because wouldn't you know it, you got someone in your spawn.
And the problem is you have to keep flooding to get this extra 60 seconds. Kendi only able to find one with the War Machine. Now you've got PJ with Annihilator.
भाई Prevail ने हरवा दिया
Utility
एक कार
from
में
Godlike.
मतलब
14 plays 10. PJ just trying to hang on backside basketball. He's able to connect. The War Machine gets shut down. Same breath. So does the Equalizer. PJ, pop it off. 12v7. 19 seconds on the clock as this contest over towards B, but Godlike, they need this extra 60, and they cannot find a way to get back onto A.
You might need the extra 60, but you need an extra life. Strungs has to pull out the claw just to maybe try to find a little bit more value, but it's 2v11. Godlike are currently falling by the wayside. Elevate will win this round number 5 of Control, and they will go into the 1-0 club.
Oh, man. That's one of those moments again.
Yeah. Oh, Yogi. Bro, मैं मैप में जरा खोया हुआ था, मैंने देखा ही नहीं यार. ये स्ट्रीम मेरे सब्सक्रिप्शन में क्यों नहीं आ रही पता नहीं भाई. क्या भाई मैं ठीक हूँ, बिल्कुल ठीक हूँ, लेकिन गॉडलाइक ने हक दिया भाई एक बार फिर से. लोअर ब्रैकेट में गई है. कितनी देर पहले आया था ये मुझे नहीं पता, मैं ज़रा मैच देख रहा था. वेलकम बाय द वे. सब्सक्रिप्शन में क्यों नहीं आ रही भाई? तो सब्सक्रिप्शन ऑल पे नहीं रखा होगा मेरे ख्याल से. होता है यार कभी कभी. यूट्यूब कभी कभी ऐसा करता है. बाय द वे उस पर कॉपीराइट म्यूजिक चल रहा है, इसलिए मैंने उसको वो बंद करा हुआ है साउंड. अभी मेरी आवाज़ सुन लो भाई. हाँ, लोअर ब्रैकेट में चलेगा ये लोग वापस यार. क्या करेंगे भाई ये लोग इस बार? मेरे को लग रहा है भाई एलिवेट बहुत, मतलब एलिवेट आगे जाएगी, बहुत आगे जाएगी इस बार, क्योंकि लाइक मतलब किस टीम्स के अगेंस्ट नहीं खेला इन्हें? सिर्फ अमेरिकन टीम्स के अगेंस्ट नहीं खेला. अमेरिकन मतलब अमेरिकन और लैटिन अमेरिकन टीम्स के अगेंस्ट ही नहीं खेला, बाकी तो सबके अगेंस्ट खेल ही लिया है. पूरे वेस्टर्न रीजन को तो डोमिनेट करा हुआ है. Sorry, I was checking the subscription section, but your stream was not showing up. हाँ वो YouTube का है यार. वो मेरे साथ मतलब मेरे साथ भी होता था जब मैं दूसरी स्ट्रीम्स देखता था, तो वो YouTube उस पर दिखाता नहीं था कि लाइव है. होता है ऐसा. वो YouTube है यार, YouTube का क्या ही करे. That is just YouTube. चलो ले भाई सुन लो.
We got PJ down here, but your stats were all the way up there, man. You really reached into the backpack and brought something extra. Where did you find that this early in the tournament?
I think besides the device I'm playing, it's also my gameplay. So there's only minor adjustments, but I think I did great on this series, and I'm looking forward to more.
So now you faced up against India, who really came up last year, some noise, like specifically was a strong team. Who else in the rest of the tournament are you a little concerned about?
I'm looking forward to Galoris, LG, then the 3 China teams, Wolves, X-Rock, and Q9.
Sounds good, man. You really put together a great show so far. Good luck in your next ones. Congrats on the win.
Thank you, and please keep supporting us.
You love to hear it, folks. The friends local are doing a good job as well, getting loud. And Beef Mommy is somewhere. She's definitely got an update for us.
भाई ये बंदा और इसकी टीम
Man,
बहुत
that was
खतरनाक
a
है.
close one for Southeast Asia right now. Garena teams doing a really good job. Moving on to the next round. And of course, speaking of another Southeast Asian team, we do have Stalwart Esports giving the 2-0 on the board. You ever want to see that? Of course, but when you're talking about 2 zeros, that was the story before. But in this time round, in round number 1s, of course, we didn't see the same thing. 2 1s for both Indian teams, but it seems like they're having such a difficult time when it comes to that control matchup. It's 4 Magic versus Vitality, where we initially actually saw Hacienda being played 130 and 250. They were very dominating, and of course Tech leading the scoreboard over there. And when it comes to that search and destroy and takeoff, unfortunately they couldn't really get it in the bag. 8 and 6 going to be their score line, and when it comes to that control, again, it reached round number 5, and whoever was on the defense, they definitely won that. And 4 Magic did a phenomenal job. They're going to be moving up, and for sure they're going to be meeting Elevate in the scoreboard. Of course, this is a Swiss round, so there's still a lot of matches to see today. A lot of streams happening B, C, and D, so make sure to see us in our social media. We'll see you in a little bit.
Hey, we're Elevate. We're at DreamHack Atlanta, and we're here to win the FODM World Championship.
मैंने तो देखा ही क्या हो सकता भाई यार बहुत अच्छी चीज मिस कर दी यार. चल ठीक है, नहीं देखा तो भी कोई बात नहीं. फॉरलाइट हार गई. 5 मिनट है. ए भाई इसको बंद करना पड़ेगा. मैं भूल गया था भाई कि चलो ब्रेक पे जा रहे हैं वैसे भी. कॉपीराइट वाला म्यूजिक है, मेरे को इसको बंद करना ही पड़ेगा. जस्ट अ सेकंड. चलो भाई ब्रेक पर हैं. चलो भाई ब्रेक पर हैं, अभी देखते हैं. इतना स्पॉन्सर करे तो दिखाने के यार. वोल्स और ग्लोरियस बहुत अच्छा मैचअप होगा भाई. गाना सुनो भाई. There we go. Oh, I have an idea. एक मिनट यार, एक काम करते हैं.
Powerhouse known as Galleries, and honestly speaking, it's been a long time coming that I've been able to have this conversation with you all, watching your entire road to get to this point in time. But before we get into the meat and potatoes of this interview, I want to introduce yourself to everybody that might not know who you are.
E aí, rapaziada, sou o Mihawk. Fala, rapaziada, Pabzeira.
E aí, rapaziada, sou o Henrique.
E aí, rapaziada, Foca aqui. E aí, gente, sou o Lucas.
You've been at the top of the food chain for Latin America for a very long time. How does it feel to be so close to getting that first place? Do you feel like this is the team that's going to get it done?
Olha, doeu bastante essa não conseguir chegar no ter o título, né? Tanto que a gente montou um time muito forte para isso, era o nosso objetivo, mas só que a gente não imaginava que poderia chegar numa final e ter tanta capacidade.
भाई ग्लोरियस है, टीम का नाम ग्लोरियस है और इन्होंने अभी ट्राइब को हराया भाई. फर्स्ट मैच आज के दिन का पहला मैच था, इन्हीं का था और गॉडले को हरा दिया भाई. 2-0 फेल दिया, गंदा वाला.
Suppose. Lord SKS sitting on that chair right now, so it's come a long way since then, I'll tell you that much. Well, Pabs, you're actually one of the other few players that have actually been here last year for DreamHack. Obviously wasn't exactly the outcome that you wanted. Does it feel different with the squad here?
É claro, é totalmente diferente jogar com o meu time. Esse meu time aqui pra mim é minha família, então tá com eles agora, o Mihawk, o Henrique, o Foque, o Lucas, pra mim é uma felicidade muito grande. E é isso, a gente tem um desafio enorme agora pela frente, mais um Mundial. E é isso, vamos dar o nosso melhor e se Deus quiser a gente vai ser campeão.
So then to you, Mihawk, you have a long-lasting friendship with both Foki and Hen as well. How do you feel like that influenced some of the chemistry with the team, and did it influence your skyrocketing to be a top team today?
Cara, eu acho que conhecer o Henrique e o Foque desde 2018 com certeza deixa o clima e nossa química assim fluir mais fácil. Acho que é sempre muito divertido jogar com eles. Eu não consigo parar de rir, em menos de 2 minutos sempre tô rindo, então eu acho que se torna tudo mais fácil quando você tá jogando com amigos e pessoas que eu considero como família. Então,
how does it feel to be surrounded by so much talent from the Latin American region?
Então, acho que a pressão é normal, né? A gente vai ser o time que eu acredito que o geral quer derrubar ali. A gente é um time forte, então o geral vai focar na gente. E a gente está preparado sim, a gente vem treinando muito, como a gente já comentou. E é isso, estamos preparados. Se Deus quiser, vamos fazer esse Mundial.
Anything that you want to say to your fans out there ready to cheer you guys on this weekend?
Agradecer todo o suporte, toda a comunidade que apoia a gente todos os dias. A gente sabe o quão difícil foi a gente chegar aqui. E pode ter certeza que a gente está sentindo toda essa energia, está sentindo todo esse apoio. E é uma honra estar podendo representar o nosso país aqui. Mais uma vez, se Deus quiser, essa vez vai ser diferente de todas as outras.
Isso aí.
É isso. Vamos! Vamos, Brasil!
Pra cima, caralho!
So that was our time with Galleries. Make sure that you guys stay locked in and watch what these guys are going to do all throughout the weekend here at DreamHack 2024 for Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Hanging out here in day one of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We are 2 matches down. On the main stage, quite a few more have been in our pit as well, as things are moving along. Teams are starting to nail down potential seeding positions in the brackets, and some are starting to worry about out their positions here on day number 1 already. It's a really savage day, but we swapped out our casters. We brought in some new faces. We've got Tun and Infinity joining us now for the next 2 matches. Excited to be up here now. It's the global stage.
I'm super excited to be here, and honestly, we've seen some super games so far, and I just want to see that competition continue for that, because if anything is to go by those first 2 games, I mean, some of the games in the pit as well. We've had some surprises there, which I'm sure we're going to talk about. We're setting ourselves up very, very well here on day 1.
Yeah, lots of storylines, right? Right, Infinity, I mean, coming this way, especially with Galler's doing well and everybody kind of underestimating them a bit.
Yeah, I mean, we heard that a lot, right? We were talking about the interviews. We all kind of interviewed different teams, and a lot of people said, like, you know, Gallerus are not to be underestimated. I think they just proved why in the first set of the day. I mean, we still feel that because we casted Mobile Masters and we saw what they are capable of. So I don't think the people should be underestimating those guys.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to be keeping a very close eye on them so far. But we mentioned it, we've had lots of action happening. On in the competition, but if we're continuing on, we have to start talking about our next match. Okay, our players are starting to get ready on stage. We have match number 3 coming right at you. You saw it there on the schedule during the break. It's Gallerus versus Wolves. Obviously, got to see Gallerus kick things off at the top of show, Brody. It was a great matchup.
I mean, Gallerus are just such a good team, right? And, you know, we talked about kind of the players to watch coming into this tournament. Obviously, Lucasin is kind of top of the docket for that. He delivered on that in the first match of the day. He was going off in the fire range, search and destroy with a sniper rifle. Business as usual for him, and then, of course, in the Summit Hardpoint as well, just putting up the regular numbers that we expect. I do want to give some love to Mihawk, though. He's a player that's constantly underrated on this roster. He also showed out in that Summit Hardpoint. So for these guys, I think, you know, a lot of doubters there out there, you know, before we got into the tournament, maybe they wouldn't perform. They've shut people up after the first round.
I mean, we heard it in the interview as well, Ton. I think one of the biggest things was the team chemistry. They were saying that at the end of the day, they actually just have fun. And yes, it's still a tough competition, but they're laughing with each other. It's the friendship bond, and that's definitely helpful.
And I think that's super important to have in any team, in any game, really. You want to have that friendship. It makes it so much easier just to work together. Because, look, realistically, you have to put these hard hours in, and it's a lot easier if you're spending it with people that you enjoy spending time with. Not all can be said about the casting team as a player, but at the same time, for these guys, it is just very much that important factor to have that cohesion between each other.
Well, this match is not going to get any easier for them, because on the flip side of things, they will be going up against our defending champions in Wolves Ton. So talk to me about this roster.
I mean, they're a roster who, yes, okay, they won last year. They are a very, very talented team, but since then they've struggled to kind of get to that level since then, though. That has been the problem. Fulfilling what they were able to do last year has been a little bit difficult.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, that is just a crazy thing. Just how much they dominated last year, right? They only lost maps to Q9 and Godlike. Then coming into this year, they haven't won anything in their own region. They go to cdsi, and albeit they had a high placement, right? They were up there with the best of the best. They were not the best of the best. And I think that's going to irritate them coming in this tournament. They are going to be fired up to be better.
And I wonder, you know, coming into this, is the tournament they say they are defending champions. Does it give you that indication that, you know, you're coming into it in the sense of you're defending your title? Is that going to give them the extra kick up the backside, so to speak, to get their job done, to improve themselves? Have they worked on stuff? Is it this environment that they thrive in? We're going to find out very, very quickly.
Yeah, and I think the thing is as well, right? It's important to note that China has gotten a lot better as a region over the last course of the year, right? Nobody expected them to be as dominant as they were last year, right? To see Wolves take it all the way home and Q9 getting as high in placements as they did. But that region has only got more competitive. Wolves has only got better as a roster as well. They are a very scary team coming in this tournament.
Well, if last year was any indication, or even what we're just seeing now coming out of the pit, there are always surprises in store at this event. It is always anybody's game, which is why we call it the era of everyone here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. But we have mentioned the fact that they obviously have a lot of experience as a roster here in Wolves. You guys kind of alluded to it, talking about them. Here is a breakdown of their placements of yore, and it does kind of paint a pretty solid picture.
It paints a solid picture, but you're seeing a lot of numbers from 2023 yet. I ain't seeing anything at all from 2024. That is the big problem. Very, very solid throughout that entire 2023 year. China Masters first and second, then first, obviously, at the previous event of the World Championships in 2023. Since then, we're not seeing anything running.
Yeah, it is just, I think, the raising of the competition in China, honestly. I don't think it's an indictment of Wolves as a roster. I think it's the fact that you have rosters like X-Rock, for example, which were not at the World Championships in 2023, that are, of course, the best team in China, or were maybe before CDSI. You have Q9 that have also gotten better as well. Just the competition in that region is so hot. They are all so good. It's kind of very much more difficult now to do what they were doing back in 2022 and 2023.
And then they're going to be facing off, the team in Gallerus, and is Gallerus potentially the next Cinderella story like we saw out of Godlike last year? Or now are they going to be facing off against a region, like you're saying, that even if Wolves doesn't have the placement they're hoping for, they're still going up against a region as a whole that is incredibly skilled?
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that people would even try to paint it as a Cinderella story, because they did so well at Mobile Masters. Like, are people forgetting that they absolutely stomped Q9 in groups at Mobile Masters? Like, all right, yeah, they got to the grand finals and they didn't have a fun time, but like during the group stage, they were not only competitive, they beat them handily. Like, Gallerus are not a team to be underestimated at all.
Well, I think, I mean, we were casting that game and we were going into it, and the favoritism was towards Gallerus. Because of what happened in that group stage game, it was just a little bit. So, okay, that's something to go negatively towards them, but they still very much had it within them to win that game and win it. They are very much a team to watch for.
Notification. Well, one of the final pieces of this discussion is going to be the maps that they've chosen. We have those ready to go, so we'll pull them up here and we'll start talking about it, because we're going to be kicking things off here with a summit PowerPoint. Talk to me a little bit. I see your face right here.
Well, I mean, we just got an opportunity, I believe, to see them on Summit and Gallerus at least anyway, and obviously going very, very well for them. Rotation to P3 was really, really solid the way they were around. We see that be quite chaotic, but it was very much down to that. We see Luke didn't take over because that's what he does. Time and time again, they need somebody able to shut him down on this map. If they don't have that Wolves, it is going to be a problem for them.
Yeah, for sure. I will say, though, from memory, I think Summit Hardpoint is a very good hardpoint map for Wolves, so they'll be happy that it's in this best of three. The thing I want to point out, though, is actually going to be the Seaside Control at the end of this best of three, of course, if we get there. Seaside Control is going to be an interesting one because it's played so much in the East. If you guys watch CDSI, you wouldn't know that we only casted it like twice in the Snapdragon Pro Series for Season 5 for NA and EU. And I think that also goes for LATAM as well. It's not a map that's played in the West all that much. And so I wonder, going into that map number 3, short of, obviously, of all the preparation that Gallerus would have put into that map, whether or not there's kind of some favoritism towards Wolves there.
Well, that'll be fun if we, like you said, if we're able to get to that point when it comes to our best of 3. But that means it's time for me to start picking your brains a little bit here too. Obviously, we've got a chance to kind of highlight both of these teams, their strengths, potential weaknesses, and now that we have the information when it comes to their map pool, I want to get your thoughts on how this is going to play out. Brody loves this part. So this is Brody's favorite part of the entire competition every time.
He usually sits on the fence, though.
I'll let him go last then. So you go first here.
I have not sat on the fence at all. I want Gallerus 2-0.
Like दो मैच हो गए हैं ऑलरेडी और लाइव का मैच हो गया है वाइटलिटी का भी मैच हो गया और दोनों अपने अपने मैचेस हार चुके हैं.
For a 2-0. I think Wolves haven't necessarily dropped off, but Gallerus are starting to rise, and I think it's a good time to finally go up against Wolves and see how they do.
Usually I'd just say you don't know what you're talking about, mate, but actually you're talking a little bit of sense. I will say that much. That was a brilliant.
इंडियन रीजन प्रॉब्लम में तो है भाई, देखते हैं अब कैसे आते हैं.
Coming into this matchup, I think people are kind of looking at the fact that X-Rock and Q9 have been better teams in China, going, Wolves, yeah, but that is not the case whatsoever. I think Wolves are an absolutely terrifying team. They're so good at hardpoint. They're incredibly good at search and destroy, but like pretty much everybody from China. I do feel like this is probably going to be a Wolves victory, but I think the hardpoint's going to be close at least.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it's just a case of we haven't seen them, so it is still one of those ones where we could both be right.
अच्छा अरे फिर कुछ गड़बड़ है यार, ये यूट्यूब कुछ तो गड़बड़ कर रहा है यार मेरे चैनल पे, पता नहीं क्या हो गया यार। मैं देखता हूँ जरा, देखता हूँ।
And then I saw it and I was like, okay, actually, I think this is. I'm going to change it slightly. I'm sorry, production. Say it's going to be a 2-0. That's kind of where I'm at now. I think, I think the hard point is going to be close. I think beating Wolves in a search and destroy unless you elevate is basically impossible. So I think the search and destroy is definitely going to go Wolves' way. I think the hard point's going to be close, but I still think it's going to be Wolves.
We've been getting a lot of differing opinions up here between our casters on the desk every time, and I'm here for it. I like the debate that we're getting back and forth. We're going to ask everybody at home the same question as well. Who do you think is going to be taking home our third match on the main stage? Will Gallerus get a second win so far on the day, or will it be Wolves who will kind of stop that flow that they've managed to start for themselves? We're going to be getting into match number 3 here in just a few moments. Before we do that, though, we're going to give our players a few more minutes to get themselves set up and ready. So we're going to send it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
शॉर्ट ब्रेक। मतलब वो फीड में नहीं आने वाला काम जो है वो तो यूट्यूब की तरफ से गड़बड़ है भाई, क्योंकि मेरे चैनल पे तो अभी कुछ भी मेरे को ऐसा दिख नहीं रहा है कि कुछ इशू होगा। मैं और देखूँगा। या लगा देता हूँ भाई, थोड़ा सा इसको मिनिमाइज करके मैं थोड़ा वो म्यूज़िक लगा देता हूँ, बैकग्राउंड म्यूज़िक अगर चाहिए होगा तो। एक सेकेंड। Okay.
To all of the action here today, because we have a lot of matches to get through, whether that's here on the main stage or what we've got going on in the pit. So let's start talking about match number.
ओए क्या हुआ? अच्छा वो ठीक है, मिसक्लिक हो गया था। एक सेकेंड। चले इन लोगों के कॉपीराइटेड सॉन्ग से तो ज़्यादा अच्छा वही है ना, मेरा सॉन्ग चले इंजेस लगा के रखूँगा। नॉन एचडी क्वालिटी रखो, क्यों भाई? बोल रहे फुल एचडी में। PC not handling streaming and viewing IT। हाँ बिटरेट सही है यार, बिटरेट में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। फ्रेम ड्रॉप हो रहे थे, वो पहले हो रहे थे, अब नहीं हो रहे। चल ये लो वापस आ गया, मैं लगाता हूँ, चेंज करता हूँ। I think
Fun day so far with some surprising results, some potential upsets, if you will. We saw you guys mentioned that about that
40-45 FPS आ रही है वीडियो की हमें।
We'll have a little bit of time later on to kind of really deep dive that and see what we've got going on for that matchup. But for now,
बिटरेट सही नहीं है, बिटरेट यार मुझे तो
if you're just joining us, we're preparing for our match between Gallerus and Wolves up here.
बिटरेट मुझे तो सही दिखा रहा है यार भाई,
Should be great. Gallerus and Wolves both being squads that have already won one in our Swiss
और
bracket
60
here
FPS
so
आ रहा है।
far, and they are about to see if they can win another because it's time to get into our summit hardpoint.
Well, here we go. Summit hardpoint is going to be
अच्छा ये वाला चैट बंद कर दूँ, ठीक है ये वाला चैट बंद कर देता हूँ, चैट मोबाइल से देखूँगा चलेगा। एक मिनट इसको बोलने कर देता हूँ। अभी फ्रेम ड्रॉप्स हो रहे थे, फ्रेम ड्रॉप्स हुए हैं, पहले हो रहे थे, अभी तो नहीं हो रहे। अभी तो अच्छा खासा आ रहा है
We'll see later on in the single elimination bracket. For now, though, we're treated to it a little bit earlier.
10,000 का बिट रेट है भाई यार, कम
Which
थोड़ी
we
है
saw
भाई.
Gallerus have success earlier on today, but Ton, the opponent, is a little bit different.
Yeah, it's a little different. I mean, look, there was a lot to kind of pick up towards Tribe to see how they were going to do it. It just didn't quite go well for them. Gallerus looked really, really strong coming out of the gates. We've seen performances from Lucas Jin specifically, but everybody on Gallerus really pulling their weight in that one. They will absolutely have to do the same here up against Wolves as we get into Summit.
थोड़ा कम कर दूं क्या? 720 करूं क्या यार?
We haven't seen them yet on the broadcast, Brody, but going up against Gallerus, we know what
1080 की जगह 720 कर दूं? स्ट्रीम को वो कह रहा है, मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा.
Sometimes can maybe have a tougher time than the subs here on this map, but from Isai is an incredible player. He is widely considered one of the best players in the world, and of course now he's got that fiance buff to go with as well. So Wolves Esports here going to be looking for that kind of slaying power to get control early on of P1.
And I think, you know, you talk about slaying power, you talk about Gallerus as well. So it is really going to be a battle around that. We know how well versed both these two teams are in the art.
720p कर देता हूँ. 720 पे 60 FPS आ रहा है, इसमें आ
Things
जाएगा.
picking up well here though for Wolves Esports. It's a nice little total.
1080 की जगह 720
30 seconds and nearly counting towards P1. We do see teams pick up a decent chunk of time. They're trying to do that. Gallerus eventually find a way through. But we're heading over towards P2 in 20 seconds time, and Wolves Esports will be very happy with that so far.
If you're Gallerus, you'll take the scrap time, but you ideally do want to make sure you break through towards this next
720 पे फिर मजा नहीं आएगा यार.
For the moment though, your gunfight's going up down up top. For the most part in favor of Gallerus while looking for that scrap time. Zai will find a double. Peg also looking for number 3. Wolves haven't quite got the numbers just yet in towards new as Peg finds a couple of kills though. Gear Ton, this might be the moment for Wolves to get control.
Trying to get control, but also obviously trying to get these rotations over towards P3 is going to be super important. Gallerus maybe just a little bit slow into this one, but no surprise to see already the streaks coming in from Lucas Jin. He's starting to find something here now, and eventually they looking to try and find a break. Can they manage to get it? Not quite. Wolves still in the point.
Yeah, big flank player coming through. Though Miko can get red from Peg. That is a big double coming through from Peg. That's going to ascertain the spawns for that next hard point. The money kill here on Summit Hardpoint. If you like for Wolves Esports, it was a big gamble there coming through from Gallerus to make sure they make that spawns will happen, but it does not. So Wolves now in control for this hard point. Wolves still in control of spawns.
23 seconds to try and find a push through. You do get a spawn towards Ice if you are Gallerus, so it's a opportunity to try and find a way through, but Wolves finding those kills through the front door. Spawns though going to be a little bit contested here now. They'll try and find a way through, doesn't win the gunfight, and that could have been a recipe for a disaster for Wolves, but Gallerus couldn't get it going. Wolves will once again be the first ones there.
कर दूं 1080 पे? Are you sure? 720 पे लगा. 720 पे दिख तो रहा है ना, मतलब क्लियर तो है ना. खराब तो नहीं दिख रहा है किसी तरह. 720 पे रखना है.
It was the operator usage, I think, that did make the difference for them. And you look at what Wolves have in the back pocket now. You've got 4 operators. One of them has already come out. Zaya's got a double already with the claw. And now you're just looking for any of these kind of players that are trying to cause some havoc around the back line. They're getting caught off, though, and Zaya's keeping an eye on around the front as well. Gallerus, they're trying to get through, but it is so difficult when you're facing down these operators.
Wolves to come out absolutely swinging here in map number 1 and continue to gain control. Gallerus getting spawns towards the back now, but 30 seconds to go. Can they make them count? Sometimes just as hard to push from the backside as it is from the front, and now they're a little bit split. They don't want to be spawning towards the back when we'll be popping over towards the next hill in 25 seconds. Still the kills are falling the way of Wolves.
720 पे अगर थोड़ा बेटर है अपने को तो
Even to spawn in the backline there, and he was read it again perfectly from Wolves. I mean, every single time the Gallerus have kind of thrown something, Wolves are able to adapt to it so quickly. There is that full 60 from Wolves. Now we focus on the rotation. You are 70, 80 points down here in this game, Ton. You have to win these gunfights.
And the positive for Gallerus here, though, every single operator available to them as we head over towards P4, but can you make it count? Are you, well, maybe just gambling on that being the difference as we head over towards this hill? A full 60 is, of course, doable towards P4. It's still very, very early in this game. Gallerus have more than the ability to bring this one back 3
हाँ
kills
अच्छा
on Nino
वो
in the
अच्छा
blink of an eye. It's a good initial hold.
ये लोग
10
जो
seconds
तब
gone on this hill.
वहाँ लैन पे जो स्ट्रीम कर रहे होंगे ना, उन लोग के पास होंगे 4K और वो वैसे वाले मॉनिटर होंगे, तो बात सही है, ठीक है. और लैन पे जो लोग हैं उनके पास तो हो ही सकता है भाई. प्रॉब्लम वहाँ से प्रॉब्लम.
Looks for the R9, gets a little bit of help from Hen from the side as well. So Gallerus doing well at the moment. Here comes that spawn flip around the back line. Wolves looking for the last 25 seconds. Peg going to invest the equalizers to get it done. Peg will find 3. Peg will make 4 kills happen inside the hard point. And Wolves now just taking time away from Gallerus.
Big investment coming in. Reggie managed to find the kills, and find the breakthrough, but Gallerus are immediately back, and all of a sudden, they've combined so well. For all the 4 kills came through, they matter not. A slight break comes in from Wolves, but Gallerus will fight back. They will get the majority of this time. We're going to be heading into a second rotation. It is going to be about a 50-point game in the favor of Wolves Esports, but Gallerus with a really good hold over towards people will give them hope throughout the second rotation.
Yeah, you can of course use that hard point if you're a Gallerus. But Wolves are called Wolves for a reason, right? These guys are hungry for these wins, and a big win here in map number 1 would be damning to Gallerus. So they're still competitive here in this game. As we get into the next set, though, Wolves are already starting to win some of these opening engagements. All these peak cow positions being watched by Wolves. Luke's going to win one fight up top. Perhaps away in here for Gallerus.
Exchange over towards P1. The thing for Gallerus, you look at the previous rotation of Hills, that really did come down to P2-3. That's where they lost a lot of their time, but gained a lot over towards P4. No investment of the operators over towards P3, possibly in positions to do something, but they decided not to pull the trigger.
To be honest, though, I'm not sure if the operators in that moment would have been the right call. Right? You're already facing down 4 operators on the other side. What good is one operator, 1 or 2 operators actually going to do something absolutely spectacular? I know that's what operators for, but at the end of the day, maybe they are kind of glad they held them back for P4. Regardless, though, here on P1, Wolves have got a wealth of time. We often talk about kind of P1s, the effectiveness of getting a load of time on that hill. Wolves have just done exactly that there on that first hill of this rotation.
Fantastic again from Wolves. P1, when it gets mixy, they are very much in their element, and they manage to find the majority of the kills and the majority of that time. It's now a 90-point game again. Gallerus have been fighting up the back foot through the majority of this game. Foki will eventually find that kill. Took his time about it. Finds the second as well, though. Is this the catalyst that Gallerus maybe need to get going? Can he find any more from Foki? There's 4 in a row. Can they break the spawn? Not quite. Still there for Wolves Esports, but contention over towards P2. Gallerus is still in control.
You have to push through off the back of that 3 piece. You can't just sit tight and find hard point and wait for Wolves to push you, because now you've done nothing
जो
to the
बंदा
spawn.
सही चला सकता है उसके हाथ में तो भाई बहुत खतरनाक है प्रिवेल अच्छा चला था अपना इंडिया से प्रिवेल बहुत अच्छा चला था लोन भी चला जाता है ठीक ठाक
causing all sorts of carnage inside the kill, and now this is problematic for Gallerus. Big kill though from Mihawk, and that might break the spawns.
Yeah, a little bit of a rogue spawn coming in from Mihawk, but he still has some trouble to deal with. 5 seconds to go on the previous hill. He will eventually get wiped out. Wolves Esports, they tidy up where they need to. Gallerus, there was an opportunity there for them to get back into this game. All of a sudden, you're thinking you get some P2, you rotate over towards P3, and maybe we are back into this one. Wolves Esports all of a sudden in a really good position to, well, nearly close this game out. They are going to be around 55 points away from the win, but the investment now...
ये मैच के बाद आता है.
This is not what we've seen the last time around, but the investment the other side coming in from Wolves. The Sparrow is damning, and Wolves Esports will continue to hold over towards the back end of P3. They are 52 points away from the win.
And that might well be one of the moments here at the end of game number 1 that we look to. This might have been the moment the Wolves win game number 1. The investment from Gallerus, they held it back with this hard point. It does not work. Perhaps they can get it done with the guns, though. Trying to push this through. Back spawns here for Wolves, still in effect. But as I say it, Gallerus, they all just get cut down as soon as they even look at the hard point.
They really do not have many more lives remaining in terms of mistakes that they can make. It has to be perfect again here over towards P4. It was nearly last time, but they need to go above and beyond that. Wolves Esports will make their way through the rest of the map as they do soak up that final time. 2 players staying back just to make sure. So this will be a hard break to find initially for Wolves, but the hard point is arguably being done across the rest of the map. You are only 9 seconds away by the time we head over towards P4.
Now Wolves just dominated Gallerus here in this game, much in the same way really that Gallerus won the last time at hardpoint in their first match of the day. Gallerus in control. They got a full set last time around. Opening gunfights also looking pretty good here. King trying to find his way through, infiltrating the top side. Also has help from the rest of the team as well. Wolves, they're on the way. Back spawn still good for Gallerus though. Is it good enough?
चलो भाई ये मैच तो जीत गए.
They did have a break coming through the previous time we were here over towards P4. They are just about holding on this time around as well. Luxin doing what he can. 26 kills to his name, but looking towards the kills for Wolves Esports to be across the board. But Peggy has just been a thorn in the side. He may well be the one to break the straw of the camel's back. They find a way through.
ये TDM में भैया हार्ड पॉइंट 250 रहता है.
20 seconds to go. Gallerus still in control. The close spawns out
here for win 250 रहता है.
They're holding on by their fingertips at this point in time. Wolves just 5 points away from victory. There's not a lot of time left to do it inside this hill, but they're just pushing Gallerus back. They're looking for it regardless. Lucas in Pabstera, and now King. Can he do anything? Absolutely not. So Gallerus will hold for that time. And they've actually got a good look towards the next hill as well, Ton.
They've got a good look, but they need to hold 5 more seconds if you're Wolves Esports. Rotation now coming in. Not able to find the kills on that rotation. It's going to be Wolves inside of the point. Gallerus you
Frame
going to be close
drops
enough to
नहीं
maybe
हो
contest this? Not quick enough. Wolves Esports come out the gate
Frame drops हो
flying
रहे क्या
and find the win on map number 1.
थोड़ा
It
lag
really is kind of ironic, isn't it? The way that
उन
Gallerus
लोग
won
की
their
तरफ से
first
lag हो
map
रहा है
was
मेरे
such a
frame
hard
drop
point
नहीं
earlier
हो
on
रहा है
today. It's almost exactly how Wolves did it right there, right? We often talk about kind of the importance of that rotation towards P3, how much of a money kill that can be, how sticky those back spawns actually are. But I think more than that as well, Wolves knew how important those were and made sure they held back their operators, not once but twice. Both rotations they did it to ensure that that was their hill.
Yeah, and I think that was really the catalyst for them, wasn't it? We seen Pete. Look, I want to say P2 to P3 was really where they were finding the majority of their success, but Gallerus were letting them do it on P1 as well. For all that, Gallerus did find themselves, 140, 150 points. I think 120 of those were on P4 both times around. So I think, you've not got really a lot to write home about if you're Gallerus in that one. That
मैं
will be
कर
a
रहा हूँ यार
disappointing
10
result for
दोबारा
them.
1080 पे कर रहा हूँ मैं
Predicted a 2-0
मेरे को बताना अगर मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा ही मतलब वो
that is a really
lag
good
हो या
performance to
frame
kick
drop
off their
हो या
main
कुछ
stage weekend if you like.
यहाँ से तो भाई
Going up
frame
against some
drops
strong
नहीं हो
opposition.
रहे यहाँ तो मुझे दिख रहा है कि frame drop नहीं हो रहे
Yeah, not all of us can do predictions.
बिटरेट भी ठीक ठाक है मैं करके देखा हूँ 1080 दोबारा क्योंकि थोड़ा और
We're
क्लियर
only
दिखेगा
first match of the day. I really shouldn't be doing this much. Yeah, regardless, Gallerus, I would want to give them some props, right? Because they were doing the right things. They recognised, after the first set, okay, this is very clearly where we're going wrong. I think we saw that on the second attempt towards P3, right? We're like, no operators in towards P2. There's no point of doing this. We're just going to hold them for a break in towards P3. They tried, and I think it was the 3-piece from X-King with the Sparrow. Kind of just ruined their day, right? I think they invested 3 operators, all 3 of those operator uses went down. So that's tough, it happens, but incredible hard point coming out from Wolves.
How often do we talk about the efficiency of those operators? It's just so crucial to try and find wins and hard points specifically. You have to make it count every single time, and boy, did Wolves do that. Yeah, coming in with 34 kills, but it was Peggy that it felt like he was the one just making those small little differences. You would see 2 or 3 come in at the right time from him, especially with that equalizer in hand. Never a bad thing to have in the back pocket. On the other side of things, Lukashin doing what he usually does. He found that positivity, but I mean, look, he's a guy we're expecting 40s and 50s from. If that's the kind of thing they would need if they want to go on and find a win up against Wolves. They need him to be performing at his best, but it was a tough game. Well, Gallerus always, I honestly believe they were behind the entire game there. So it's one of those things when you're fighting from the back foot, you're always fighting from behind the hard point. It's not a position you want to be in.
No, and I think another thing as well from those stats that you guys just show, right? We go back towards their game versus Tribe on Summit Hard Point, and
Christian Thomas, Bars.
You expect Lucasin to perform, right? Lucasin has never not performed in these games. If he does, it's an anomaly.
Christian
But we
Thomas
saw Mihawk
and
turn up
Bars.
in that first match of the day.
Welcome.
He didn't there. He was just shut down.
Welcome to the
The SMG
scene.
presence was definitely neutered.
224 yeah, I think that is
Especially on those hard point breaks, you need SMG pressure, and it just was not there.
That
So
match
Wolves
coming up
started
later.
this series strong, and now time as we get into the second map in this best of 3, the Search
Wallard
and
OG,
Destroy, you're
welcome.
kind of shaking a little bit, right? Because Search and Destroy,
Newbie
I
Max,
think, are pretty good at it.
welcome.
Yeah, fairly decent in fairness. But look, let's see how it goes. We have seen some
I
surprises
see,
throughout
okay.
the tournament already, and that is what we love about
Stupid,
LAN. We love
okay.
about these big tournaments, that these surprises can happen in many different
Yeah.
ways. Would it be a surprise if Gallerus
Yeah,
wanted to win this
shout
session?
faster,
Absolutely it would, but
shout.
both 2 very good teams up on that stage. But I think, if
Okay.
Wolves, for me, in that scenario, they're winning in the way that
PJ
they
solo
did in map
yeah,
number 1.
yeah,
Is,
PJ's
I don't want to say...
PJ's the KRM
I would
god.
argue it's maybe a bit of a statement win coming
I
in up
agree.
against...
PJ's really good with the KRM.
Is a big win to find.
Yeah, I think it's a statement win, just in that map number 1, right? Specifically because of the fact that, you go into a best of 3 against any team from China, right? And your kind of strategy is, look, we're going to try to win the Search and Destroy, but ultimately you kind of need to steal the respawns away, kind of like Elevate were doing the entirety of CDSI, right? I think for these guys to not only win the hard point, but win it so convincingly, I think is a statement coming into the Search and Destroy. I mean, it's just such a massive confidence booster. Not the Wolves need the confidence, let's be honest. But this Search and Destroy, I don't really respect Gallerus. We saw some great snipes coming out from Lucasin, whether it gets a position to do so again here on takeoff. It's not quite fire range. They're a little less so here.
Let's see what they can get going. It was a dominant map number 2 for Gallerus in the Search and Destroy we've seen from them on the main stage to kick off the day. And they need to find something similar here in map number 2, but we go over towards takeoff. It will be Wolves on the defensive side for the first 6 rounds. We'll switch it up after that. And Neon's coming out of the gate almost immediately. Pabs are taken down. Peggy finds another. 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2. Now in the favor of Wolves Esports.
And they know where the last player is as well.
Hold tight.
I was going to say easy, no. Mihawk actually going to pick up that kill, so this is still possible here from Mihawk. Players were separated. They should come together relatively soon. So on the hunt, though, did he just see him? Yes, he did. The pre-aim, now just seen him again. Mio for the slide out, and Zai's going to get him with the movement. Wolves starting that round aggressive and strong.
It's that opening pick that comes through. Big fight back actually from Wolves down the right-hand side of the map. They find a couple of kills and maybe had something going, but not quite able to get there with it. So Wolves will...
कामिल चैट में है क्या? हेलो कामिल भाई अगर चैट में तो मेरे को बता दे भाई ये मतलब वही वाली प्रॉब्लम दोबारा हो रही है क्या?
Control of that area of the map, making sure here that Gallerus are pressing towards A. That's going to be a problem for later on down the line. For now, though, Gallerus, they're focused on this A kit. They've picked up Neon. This is possible.
Where is the opportunity? But where is the potential flank? Peggy now finds himself from behind. Papsra will get taken down. The other side of things, then they try to push through, and Hen gets taken down also. Mihawk finds one back. 2 versus 2. Peggy will find another. This flank has just been so efficient from him, and now it's all down to Lukashin. Can he continue to just hold this one down? The bomb being defused. He's already dead. The retake from Wolves. So effective. It's all about that flank coming in. No, he finds 2. And that just entirely shuts down the attack from the side of Glorious. Wolves find another round.
Yeah, you know what? You know, very often I do see teams there on the defense kind of get into that position, right, that corner building, and just sit there because it's a power position on the map that you take away from the offensive side. I didn't expect him to go for the full flank. That's a very egregious play. But you know what? Props to him. It works out. Gallerus boxed in round number 2. Round number 3, the strategy does not look that different. Taking the exact same spot, but this time he is holding himself back.
That's the opportunity now for Gallerus. Worked out for them. Getting onto the site wasn't the problem. Are they going to be able to do it again, though? Wolves will surely have invested a little bit more over here, but Zai has got taken down, so all of a sudden the numbers are here for Gallerus, but you're probably not expecting this from Peggy. 1 and 2, it's just so easy. Finding route after route. And Wolves are really relying on him to do the business so far in this search and destroy, and boys are doing it. 5 kills to his name, and nearly all of them have been in the back.
Gallerus just don't know how to respond, right? They're going to be constantly concerned about potential flanking player. X-King kind of gives himself away for 3 there. Very wide peek 3. Here comes that flank from Peg. It's read by Mihawk, but it does not matter. Peg's going to win that gunfight all day long. Numbers still favoring Wolves here, and the routes being taken from Peg right now. So frustrating. A second for free. Fokke down for the count, and an extra couple of love taps as well.
There's on the cards. Peg will jump around the corner. He won't be able to find it. Found 4 in the round. And has it actually solidified it for his team. Trying to just play with Pabs right now, who's in a whole lot of trouble. That's a quick 1-2, and that is 3 for Wolves. In a row on the defensive side. Dominant, especially from Peg, who is just the thorn in their side consistently.
It's kind of like Gallerus playing stuck in the mud, right, at pro level at the moment, right? You know, they lose that first blood, and they're just like, well, we're just going to freeze like a rabbit in headlights, and Wolves are just able to play around that so well, and nobody does that better than Peg. We've seen that through the first 3 rounds of Search and Destroy here. Same kind of route being taken, but the adaptation has been made this time around from Gallerus. They've got a player in wait there. I believe that's Lukashin, waiting to take Peg down, but Peg's adapted this route. This is so damn annoying if you're a Gallerus player, because you're not going to know about this. Lukashin isn't prepped for this.
Which way is he going to come from? That's the side of things that Gallerus have to figure out. Right now, Wolves sitting tight. Peg will find another though, and he is just being a right pain right now. Gallerus need to figure out what he's doing, and he will eventually. They take him down, so even in the playing field, and maybe then some towards themselves, because Peg is no longer alive on the map. 4 versus 4. Time is ticking now, a minute to go.
That's that importance of the adaptations coming through from Gallerus. They're learning. Got the numbers. They do have to pick up the bomb if they want to take it somewhere. Neon now looking for something.
Take the dog for a walk, goes back.
Significantly first time. Almost gets a look at a second though.
करेगा भाई.
Mihawk will follow up with
घर के सामने से अगर कोई जा रहा है ना, गाड़ी वगैरह अगर निकल रही है तो ओ ऐसा ही है भाई. चुप थोड़ी बैठेगा.
A 1 versus 4 would have been very different to the 2 versus 3, but Gallerus are
लेके जाना है उसको.
letting that time tick down. Not necessarily trying to make any silly moves. He will go down next King, and eventually King will be left on his own. Gallerus have slowly but surely worked this round out in their favor. I think getting rid of Peg early doors was, well, a big mountain to climb. They eventually get over it, and then starting to walk away with the rest of this round. Really good job. King left on his own. Hold on. He has time. If he peaks at the right time, then all of a sudden you're in a whole lot of trouble. Did the shot go off? Did they get the notification? The bomb will go down anyway, and they will find the round. Gallerus eventually get themselves on the board.
I felt like I was Raven Simone there for a second. I was seeing a vision of the future that that 1 versus 3 was about to go off in front of our very eyes, and I think that would have been wrecking to Gallerus. But no, big round coming out from Gallerus. The adaptations there, they finally stopping Peg before it could be a problem in the early round. Of course, the late round adaptations also pretty good from Gallerus. So they're finally on the board here, Tom. Now, do Wolves change tack ever so slightly? The answer is no. They're still putting Peg in that power position. They've still got all the same kind of players around A.
And I think that is the thing, though, for Gallerus. If they'd been able, I mean, ifs, buts, and maybes, but if they'd been able to get rid of Peg in all of these rounds, they'd be in good spots. But he has been the one causing a ridiculous amount of issue. 8 kills to his name over the 4 rounds.
One of the best
If
mythics.
he can average him to just 1 in this round, that would be a win for Gallerus.
One of the best
So
looking
trying to find a
mythics.
route out, though. They are happy to take their time. We've seen that in the previous round. We're seeing it again here in round number 5.
Gallerus to a standstill. They know that Peg is an aggressive player. They know there's a strong likelihood that he's going to flank. Of course, Wolves, they're a veteran team, though. They've got no real reason to do so. Neon, though, in that same position he's been in previous rounds, will get red and will get shut down.
Neon को कर लिया sniper down.
There he goes. Peg is on the move again. He's going to find the flank. He's going to find a minimum 1 here, though. But before the rest of Wolves have been able to find a lot, Peg eventually finds Lucas in, but now he is, of course, left only with King. 2 versus 4. Positioning from him is solid, but this is going to be an ability for them to get the bomb down here for Gallerus. And they have to invite that pressure towards them. Peg will have to make his move.
You need help here. You need to get together if you're a Peg and King. That's exactly what they've done. Has Peg found the perfect route? I don't know if he's going to check Papzera top scaffold. There's just so many different places to check here. Down towards the side, Peg goes, was checking the left corner, going to get cut down by Fokke. And now it's just Anna King, 1 versus 4. 1 versus 3 in the previous round. Could not get it done. He's about to be overwhelmed by Gallerus, though, and will be shut out. The adaptations from Gallerus, a little late in this search and destroy on their defense, or offense, excuse me, but it is there.
Make the adaptations, Peg giving him that respect that he does deserve after what we have seen in the first 3 rounds, especially. They had to do it. The adaptations have come in. They have worked. So Gallerus, can you find another here? On the attack in round 3-3 after 6 would not necessarily be the end of the world. Fokke will fall, though. It's a first blood. It's looking like a second going to come in here for Wolves as well. Not able to quite find it. And the answer back coming through from Gallerus. And all of a sudden, it's just come out into a firefight. 3 versus 3. Pressure onto the side from both 2 teams. Firefight just ends for maybe a moment. Teams repositioning, but 3 versus 3. Everything to play for.
I think you're happy with this if you're Gallerus. You've still got options. Wolves forced to kind of split themselves across the map because they don't know this is going to be a B hit just yet. It will be, though. Gallerus going to get this bomb down. I'm curious to see what the post plant looks like in this situation. How aggressive do they want to go? Because they do not have control of the lounge here.
Bomb has been planted.
That's for Wolves. And I think for Wolves, the retake is going to happen through that launch center side. Here we go. Big kill to make if you can get it around the back lane. Lucasin is waiting ever so patiently. When he strikes, Wolves will be in trouble.
You can see on the other side of things, Neon is waiting for the rest of his team to try and find that flank. And I'm sure he'll start to make a move as soon as they do. But it is really on all for Lucasin to find it, but he doesn't find anything. Neon King all combine at the same time. And the breakdown happens for Gallerus all at the wrong time, as Wolves will find it 4-2. That's a big round for them to find. It's a very different scoreline to 3-3. Wolves will take the advantage heading in towards the other side. They're now onto the attack. Gallerus on the defense, but 3 kills in the blink of an eye. They find that final round.
We've heard of synchronized swimming. You ever heard of synchronized retaking?
Bomb acquired.
Wolves getting it done there.
Is that the Olympics?
It's in the COD Olympics, I'm pretty sure. We've got our own things. There's a lot of things there. Clutching up is one of the things that we got in there. Regardless, Gallerus hit on the defense, getting aggressive early on in this round, trying to make Wolves unsettled, and they're going to win the open engagements. Fokke is hungry for more kills, and he will dethrone the King. Neon now just waiting to capitalize on that aggression, but that was the perfect time for Gallerus to disease off a little bit.
Oh, good shot coming in from Neon. He is eventually going to get picked up, and then here is Peg all on his own, playing that island. Right now, though, very little information, no bomb, not many hope of a prayer, to be honest with you. We have seen him take over in the search and destroy so far for his team, and now he has been found out. And this push will not find the kill. Big one for Gallerus to get back there. After that previously were in such a good position, they lost it. Coming out with a quick one like that can very much gain some momentum back in your favor.
वो चाइनीज टीम में ये कोई लैटिन अमेरिकन
think the
different
first
team
3 rounds of this
पता
search
नहीं
and
है
destroy were relatively kind of
मैं तो वैसे देख
per
रहा
se,
हूँ
right? Wolves
जो
were
जीत
very
जाए भाई
playing them very easily, but Gallerus I think have got a lot better over the last few rounds. And now for Wolves, the adaptation needs to be there. Gallerus, a little bit different once again. They rely on Foke moving forward here with the R9. If you can pick up even one kill, the information that Wolves will be going towards A is invaluable. And of course that mid-map presence too. There is that opening blood from Foke, king down for the count. What do Wolves do?
Trying to make their move. They've been aggressive through towards that A side again. They find the pick, they get out this time. Last time they gained control of that side of the map. They're happy to give it up towards Wolves this time, but the numbers were there, they are no longer. It's a 4 versus 4 as Pabsra will get taken down by Neon.
Now we'll open things up a little bit here for Wolves. Neon going to find more. He does get traded out though, so now 3 versus 3. Peg looking to be a nuisance here, as he has been so far here in this takeoff search and destroy. Does he do it? No, gets sandwiched between Lucasin, another player there from Gallerus. Now numbers once again here for Gallerus, but that information here for Wolves should be good to get the bomb down on A.
Yeah, they would have found a couple of players over towards there. Now they are checking their corners, they're dotting their I's, crossing their T's. And maybe just taking too long. Here comes the grenades, here comes the utility, here comes the rest of Gallerus. This bomb is probably going to go down and does. But the pressure is going to be there. It's going to be under landing pretty early. Zai will find one. He cannot find another. Lucas will find one. It's now a 1 versus 2.
Just play your life. Your ex-king, play your life perfectly. That's the first kill versus Lucasin. Now the dance around this box. Foke's going to get it done with the R9, a powerful weapon, even more powerful in the hands of Foke. Gallerus, yet another important round on the board.
Lost that round.
They're finding these rounds and making it a game.
Gallerus underdogs हैं
Realistically
जीतने
speaking,
तो
though,
अच्छा रहेगा
I don't want to discredit Wolves in any sense of this game at all, but when Peg hasn't found those routes, when he hasn't found those moments, they haven't found many rounds. He has been a catalyst for everything good that Wolves have been doing, but he hasn't really been it. That's the problem. Gallerus starting to combine together a little bit more. It is still 4-4. These two teams are still evenly matched, but Peg has been shut down, and it's somewhat stunted Wolves' growth.
Just the adaptations from Gallerus. Feels like after the first 3 rounds, they kind of turned their brains on somewhat in this search and destroy. Fair play.
Well, he had what did he have? 8 kills after 3 rounds.
Yeah,
now after 8, he's got 9.
And doing the same thing as well, round after round. So I think for Gallerus to finally kind of take note of that and do something about it, fair play. But now they're in this search and destroy. Wolves here, hanging around the site. They've got the smoke down. Fokkey's able to infiltrate scot-free. Surely not Fokkey. He will get traded out, but the fact that Fokkey gets away with that is insane.
But the problem now for Wolves is that the bomb is down. And they need to retake control of that site. But yes, okay, you can flank. We can do it too. Miho finds one. Doesn't find the second. Peg is there to answer back. Looked like he was dead to rights. He is now. 1 versus 2 for Zai to try and find Gallerus on a hellish tear here. Up against Wolves. What is the information now for Gallerus? Do they know where he is? Do they know this flank is coming? The answer is absolutely yes, but the shot is whipped by Lucasin. That doesn't happen very often. Dead rights from him. The shots into the other player are so good as well. But Zai loses the gunfight. And Gallerus take the lead in the search and destroy for the first time. They're leading the series at any stage for the first time.
And the thing is, Zai had Lucasin very weak, so he wins that gunfight there. He swings.
क्या बोलता है कामल ब्लड स्ट्राइक की स्ट्रीम करूंगा यार मैं ये होने के बाद स्टेज 5 खत्म होने के बाद let's see
Something like that, insane. Gallerus have been doing incredibly well. They've definitely shut up Wolves somewhat. Wolves now, different looks towards B. They should know that Lucasin is located here towards this backside. And just even the shots, even though they don't really connect all that much, that is enough to send Wolves away.
Gallerus won every single defensive round so far. If they can keep this up, they will win it within the regular time. It's been hard for Wolves to really break that line. Gallerus have been aggressive, maybe 1 round. They're finding late flanks as well, and it's really hard to read them. It's hard to distinguish where they could be coming from, and this is maybe something that they don't expect. No, they do. Pazra will find it. Second kill could be absolutely massive as well. Fokkey will turn it on to Peg, and all of a sudden, Wolves are falling apart. Gallerus are doing sensational work here in the search and destroy. This would be defensive round number 4 win in a row. They can clean it up. That kill eventually does fall down. It's down to King in a 1 versus 3. It's not looking likely, and Gallerus could put themselves on that point.
And he's been it before. Not once, not twice, but now 3 times. Here's the third time the charm here in this search and destroy. He's going to be able to get the bomb at the very least here. It's going to give him a little bit more options as to how he wants to play this one. If he can maybe find a pick.
मैं बोल रहा था कि मैं ब्लड स्ट्राइक की स्ट्रीम करूंगा ये जैसे ही खत्म होगा मतलब स्टेज 5 खत्म होने के बाद ब्लड स्ट्राइक जो गेम है ना उसकी स्ट्रीम करूंगा ये बोल रहा था मैं
Trying to make a move, just so crispy. It's 4 in a row from Gallerus on this defensive side. They are reveling in these moments where they just sit tight and wait for Wolves to make their move. Peg had a better round of things there, but Wolves have been leaking rounds time and time again over their attacking side. They really have struggled here, Brody.
Now Gallerus on that point, he would have thunk it. Again, we know that Elevate took the Search and Destroy away from Wolves cdsi. It does not mean they're a bad S&D team by any stretch of the imagination. For Gallerus to do this would have been an insane achievement. Here we go. Henry Cat, aggression off the start of this round. Are they going to anticipate Neon, who is waiting patiently in the corner? No, they don't. Lucasin goes down for the count. Good trade from Pabzera, though. But if you're Wolves, I mean, you've got away from this. I know you don't have the numbers, but at the very least, you can get the bomb down.
Yeah, I think, you know, Lucasin there was so important. It was on the other side of the map to where the pressure was coming from. So they open up a door, but Peg doesn't find it. Forky shuts him down. And all of a sudden, a 4 versus 3 for Gallerus. A 4 versus 2 now. Are they able to get the job done here? This would be 5 rounds in a row to close the Search and Destroy.
I'm somewhat confounded there as to why Peg is pushing so far away from his team. Maybe kind of the advanced guard to try and get some control over A, but still, play with your team. You don't have numbers in this situation. You've made things infinitely worse for X-King and King. Bomb going down. Is the audio cue there for Henry Cat? No, it's not. So Gallerus are going to let this thing go down. It's going to be the reaction from them. X-King has to win this opening fight. Will get some help from his teammate. No, he does not. Now the 1 versus 4 for King. He's been put in so many clutch situations. This would be everything. And he's playing sneaky.
He's playing sneaky, but it's going to be able to find 1, 2, 3. Is it potentially going to be there? Makes it somewhat doable, but the bomb's already defused. The game's already done. And Gallerus will find a Search and Destroy against Wolves in somewhat convincing fashion when Wolves come out swinging in the Search and Destroy again. Peg was dominant, but as soon as they shut him down, Wolves did not have an answer.
That's astonishing. Again, you know, we've got to shout out Wolves because their Search and Destroy over the course of the 2024 season has been immaculate, right? I mean, they're just so good at it. Again, I know that kind of applies to every team from China more or less here at Champs, but still, they're so good at it. Their Search and Destroy is usually pretty deep in strategy, but you're right. I mean, it does feel like early on they were very kind of one note. Peg was just getting aggressive, and albeit there were slightly different looks, right? Sometimes Peg would take an alternate route, sometimes route. Sorry, I'm not American. He would sometimes take an alternate route. Sometimes he would play a little bit slower, but ultimately, kind of the play was the same. And once Gallerus adapted to that, once they changed tact and threw different looks at Wolves, I don't know, it kind of felt like Wolves didn't know how to ride. Almost like they didn't expect this kind of depth of Search and Destroy gameplay from a team not from China.
It felt like there wasn't a plan B.
Yeah.
And that was the problem for Wolves, because what they were doing in the first few rounds was fantastic from them. They found themselves the 4-2 lead heading onto the attack. They didn't win a single attacking round. And that is just not good enough. Gallerus is going to take that one away. A huge Search and Destroy win. I mean, look, fair enough. Really good attempt from King towards the end. But too little, too late. And Gallerus tie the series up and will send us to a Seaside control to close out this series. Anybody's game now?
Just process this for a second, folks.
Seaside control, seriously? भाई Seaside control बहुत ही मतलब बकवास से भी बकवास मैप है Seaside. मुझे बिल्कुल नहीं पसंद देखना. Seaside sounds like suicide actually. मतलब वो भाई उसपे मतलब एक स्पॉन ट्रैप ऐसा है ना भाई, मतलब तुम बस टीम के स्पॉन के पीछे जाके खड़े हो जाओ, बंदे तुम्हारे लिटरली मुंह के सामने स्पॉन होंगे, मारते रहो खड़े रह के बस. इतना बेकार मैप है ना वो.
Pretty disappointing. It wasn't, albeit they won, it wasn't anywhere near as dominant as they were back in Season 4. In Control, they did not lose a single map the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro series during Season 5. So, that gives them some credence here going into this final map that maybe, just maybe, they can get it done.
You've little faith, you know, I'm telling you. Some people don't think I am the COD mobile esports brain, but who am I to argue right now?
You're right, mate. You know, you're pretty brainy. I'll give you that. I don't often compliment you, you know, actually.
I mean, you're just straight up lying on main stage. Okay, fair enough. Look, I mean, well, we expected a good game between these two. Maybe not in the order that we had it. Okay,
well, that's the thing.
You know, if Gallerus had come out and won the hard point, then you're like, okay, well, fair enough, we're going to map number 3. But to win the Search and Destroy is the real sticker here for both these two teams. For everybody else, it kind of puts Gallerus into that realm of, oh god, are these guys really that good? You know, is that the question that a lot of people have been asking? I mean, I think it's, for us watching the Mobile Masters, there's almost a slight sort of, I don't want to say bias, but we've seen a lot from them, so we have those expectations around them. I'm not sure how many others do, but having a look over towards the C stream, other games going on here across in the pit. We've had Beef Mommy over there keeping an eye on what's going on, but it has been crazy. And even from the main stage, I can hear them screaming at each other. So I'm all for that. I love that like base level of getting in and amongst it, in and around with everybody over towards the pit. It is very chaotic over there, to say the least. But LG find themselves now 4-4 here in this game, and I believe this is one of the loser-sided games. Oh, I'm not 100% sure. We'll get it clarified.
This can't be a loser-side game.
No, surely not.
I was going to say, because it would be going on at the same time, right? There's no way this was a loser-side game, especially considering Luminosity install. I can't imagine they would lose their first games. But I know we had like that kind of upset with Vitality. I don't think that these guys would have been upset in their first slot of the day. Regardless, this should be a good one. Shout out to Verdict and Mustachio, by the way, who I believe are casting the C-Stream at this point in time. But yeah, I mean, these games, these are going to be the close ones, right, Stuart? We've kind of had this discussion about them being like a dark horse roster. They are.
हाँ भाई, ये भी बात है भाई. 4 स्ट्रीम चल रही है, अपन स्ट्रीम ए देख रहे हैं, इसके अलावा ए, बी, सी और डी स्ट्रीम भी चल रही है भाई साथ साथ में. वहाँ पे अलग अलग टीम्स खेल रही है. अपन लोग ए स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं, स्ट्रीम ए.
So definitely, I think a team to be feared, and for LG, I think they're going to have their hands full in that best of 3.
You keep an eye on that game over on the C stream. We've got B and D going on as well. All the games are being streamed. You do not want to miss any of it. And you don't have to, because it's all online. Lovely. If you're joining us here over towards the A stream, we have a hell of game number 3 coming up between two Titans, two of, I don't want to say two of the favorites necessarily, but two of the contenders at least, meeting here already in the second round of Swiss, and it has set us up very, very nicely as we head in towards a seaside control. Not something a lot of you at home on the English side of things maybe see too much, but we're going to see it here plenty this weekend as we head in towards it. Keep an eye on those spawn traps. It is so influential on both sides of things. And it's about the teams who can find that pressure in the middle of the map and make it count.
Yeah, and you know, the interesting thing here about Seaside Control in COD Mobile comparatively to what it was in Black Ops 4, for those of you guys who follow CWL side, is that the control points are slightly different, right? The control point was in Church back in Black Ops 4. Here it's in the winery towards A side. So it's a little bit more favorable towards the offensive side, but it is game number 3 focusing Wolves Esports and Gallerus. Gallerus have been underrated here in this tournament. There's time for them to prove why they're not.
Opening salvo goes Wolves' way. And could that be a nail in the coffin? Not if Gallerus find the kills on the other side of things. You just want to ease that pressure every single time they've been able to do so. Wolves opening break was slightly beneficial towards them, and now it is about just trying to pick them apart of your Gallerus. The attacking side to kick things off is not an easy beast to try and deal with. But pressure over towards B, that's where they're going to really try and get this round going for themselves. Wolves just still holding up top.
Gunfight's being won by Gallerus as well here, and you kind of start to juggle that question, right? Do you actually want to invest resources into defending B? I would be kind of cautious about losing A. Already you're starting to see Meatloaf on the minimap get control of Winery. Big 1v1 over there, which will go the way of X-King, but towards that potential spawn trap now, Gallerus starting to win some of the gunfight. Peg is there. He's been a nuisance. You've got to deal with him before he can cause any kind of havoc, and Peg will find one before being shut down.
Although I expect the second, though, Zai is going to be here, can find one. May well find something off the respawn as well. They're going to be in and around him. He's able to find another. But that maybe just disrupted what Gallerus were doing so well over towards B. They do get a hold of that now. The pressure coming over towards A. Very much within touching distance. Next couple of gunfights are going to be crucial. No spawn traps going on now, but the gunfights are being won far too easily by Hen. He's going to be able to push through. Finds a third. It's Forky who picks it up. But the pressure's starting to come in through now from the side of Gallerus. But how on earth are you finding three there? If you're X-King, break it wide open. There's the fourth. Back to your spawn you go.
Yeah, just R9 things, by the way, or rather X-King things. Pretty good with it. You can see Wolves Esports off the back of that heroic play from X-King will clear out the point. Send Gallerus back to square one. They're going to attempt to try and go the exact same route that they did previously. Big double coming through from Peg on the mini-map as well. Gallerus now looking for a way back through. It's just so difficult when you're kind of just buying heads down what is ultimately a very small lane. Close quarters engagement here would favour Wolves, especially with that R9 facing you down.
Feels like the next couple of gunfights are going to be so crucial if you lose them. If you're Gallerus, all of a sudden you are in a really tough spot. But Lucas will find two. Peg now starting to make a move to maybe potentially find a flank or at least some spawn kills, but a couple of kills going to go through from either side. It's all about these wipes. If we can potentially find them, it feels like Wolves are the ones getting the better of things. But Gallerus have made some inroad, and they've made more than that. Mihawk finds two, Pazzo will find one, and all of a sudden the floodgates are starting to open. Sai will find two before going down with the War Machine. But an opportunity now for Gallerus, 9v8, 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, they've got through for a look at the very least. As you said, 30 seconds on the board here. Henry Cat going to get that Sparrow out. Is it going to be good enough? Potential flanking play. It will be a little bit late from Pabzera. Never mind. On the other side, there's a bit of a better Sparrow. It's X-King. Doesn't matter if it's with the R9 or the Sparrow. He is going to find these 3Ks, these 4Ks. It wipes out Gallerus. And now they are reliant on some kind of value from this flank from Pabzera, especially as the rest of them are going down. Pabzera will pick up one of those kills, but there's the shutdown coming through. Can anybody through the front line get through from Gallerus? No is the answer. I would say what a round from Wolves, but I want to say what a round from X-King.
Found those moments when he needed to. And the thing that's just the difference maker, isn't it? Made sure they invested those moments very well in terms of the operators. We seen that come out, and of course we've seen the R9 as well from X-King when he picked up 4. And that was the moment where it looked like Gallerus were maybe able to find it. But all things considered, not terrible attacking round from Gallerus whatsoever. Can they have an effective defensive side here as well? They've given up B pretty much immediately and will be investing nearly everything over towards the A side. See the pressure coming in here, though. When you do give up this side of the map, it has allowed some routes to be developed by Wolves, and they found kills from it. Spawn trap potentially on the cards yet. Really good routes and start to the round from Wolves Esports. They really have pegged Gallerus back already.
Dead aggressive, ready for it. Couple of kills with the equalizers. How much more damage can Peg do? We'll get cut short before any more can be done. But that's okay. You've given some kind of map control for Wolves, and if he didn't do enough, Zai is now doing more. Neon, investment of the claw. They want the spawn trap.
Oh, I mean, they've got them just right where they want them now. The spawn trap is there. The operators are out, and this round may well be done. There has only been one kill on the side of Gallerus, making 2 as they eventually start to try and get something going, but King is starting to line them up 4 in a row from him. It's just far too easy for Wolves Esports. They run through the grab B, they get a hold of the spawn trap, and they say, yeah, we'll just have the round on top of it. That was far too easy. Gallerus fumbling that one massively. Wolves do everything right.
You know, I'm starting to feel that difference between Eastern and Western teams here on Seaside controlled, and Wolves just looking better at the moment, frankly. And look at the streaks now they've got across the board. 300 killer drones, 3 Predator missiles ready to go. That is dangerous for Gallerus. Big investment early on, though, coming through. 2 operators from Gallerus. Doesn't really equate to all that much, because there's one of the many Predator missiles you've got. Never mind, there's 2. There's a hell of a lot of score streaks coming out now from Wolves. They want early map control. They want this done now.
I mean, they're winning every single gunfight in the middle of the map. They absolutely need to have Gallerus put their phones down at this stage, because they have just not been able to And this is the problem, though. When you have a terrible round like that, it just gives the team such an arsenal to be able to deal with you, to be able to put you back into that spawn trap. I don't even know if we'll see this next 45 seconds. Gallerus have been dealt with.
Yeah, I don't know if Gallerus want to see this next 45 seconds, to be honest with you. This one, I mean, look, you can never count anybody out right. 0-4 होंगे तो eliminate होंगे. But Gallerus, I don't think I'm going to be singing at all here. 7 lives down, 27 seconds on the clock. Gallerus, they've got themselves on towards B at the very least. They're pushing through here. I think just trying to go on some space through a slow capture.
I mean, Gallerus, Okay, you got those 10 lives remaining now as it's starting to whittle down, now down to 11, and we were starting to give them
नंबर
hope,
वन
and
पे
that
कौन
might
चल
have
रहा है
just
अभी कुछ ऐसा सीन है
rolled in front of our very eyes. Leadership will
सबसे
find
बढ़िया टीम
something.
अभी एक एक ही मैचेस हुए हैं सबके, मतलब एक एक दो दो ही मैचेस हुए हैं, तो अभी अर्ली स्टेज ही है.
Have been insane here on the control. Round number 1 was super close between these two teams, but after that they have just ran
वो
away.
है
Gallerus
LG
with
है
one
मेरे
final
ख्याल
option.
से.
They have found a
LG
breakout
अच्छे
over
उसमें
towards this
चल
B
रही है
side, but 7
फिलहाल.
lives remaining. They cannot make many mistakes.
This would be miraculous if Gallerus could get it
LG
done. They are going to get the
लगेगा
extra 60 seconds. Whether or not they got the
Luminous,
perfect transition, that was a different
Luminous
story
is
entirely. You're investing coming out from Pabzera. You need more than the one kill though. And
7-0
with that,
अभी
Gallerus
उनको
down
वो
to the final
हो रहा
5 lives here. Henry, can he get anything done here with the Sparrow on the flank?
ट्राइब है ट्राइब
ट्राइब है, हाँ ट्राइब है और ट्राइब हार गई है. ट्राइब भी पहला मैच हार गई है.
इससे
यही वाली जो टीम है ना ग्लोरियस, अभी जो हार रही है इन लोग से, मतलब चाइनीज टीम से जो हार रही है, ग्लोरियस ही इन्हीं ने हराया. ट्राइब को पहला ही मैच था.
ट्राइब में कौन खेल रहा है?
ट्राइब में वेग है, बैंड है
Wolves have dominated this game in map
और
number 3.
रिबेलो है.
Series between these two, Brody, but this one is done.
You know, there's always that morsel of nerves.
वॉशी है और वो पांचवा बंदा कौन है?
13, easy peasy lemon squeezy.
चार तो
It's
मालूम.
done. Gallerus done in game number 3. A dominant end to that series for
Chance,
Wolves.
right.
And you know, it was a weird series all the way through, right? We expected a close hard point. We expected the search and destroy to go Wolves' favor.
अब वो लोग नहीं है ना, टेक्टोनिक और वो नहीं है ना इधर. टेक्टोनिक अपने इसमें है वाइटलिटी में.
I wonder if it's a case of wanting to try it at the Swiss stage to give it a go
इंडियंस
against
में
these
इंडियन
Eastern
वाइटलिटी
teams,
अपनी
but
इंडियंस में
at the same time,
हाँ
that was ugly, and we may well not see it from
टेक्टोनिक
Gallerus
इंडिया
anymore.
टेक्टोनिक इंडिया से खेल रहा है. सोलो भी जो था, सोलो मालूम है तेरे को?
I think, you know, for Wolves, just showing
सोलो भी वाइटलिटी में.
result from them, they will take the win.
I mean, that's gotta feel
और
good too,
एक
because we had quite a few moments
यूरोपियन
there
टीम
where,
थी, यूरोप की नंबर 1 टीम
you guys
किंग्स,
kind of
उसका एक बंदा था मार्बल,
what they could potentially do.
वो भी है वाइटलिटी.
So now that we've gotten a chance to see Wolves face off against Gallerus,
तो इंडियन बंदे
feel a
हैं
little
कि
bit
नहीं
better about that,
वाइटलिटी
Brody?
इंडियन है ना आपका, जोकोज है, जोकोज है और दूसरा सैम्स खेलता है.
No, you did, but then you changed it to a 2.
No, see, it wasn't, but it wasn't on the graph.
Put it out there.
लेकिन
It wasn't on
हार
the
गई
graphic.
वाइटलिटी तो
Production
अपना
didn't
पहला मैच
change it, and you know, so therefore I think
देखते हैं क्या
I'll
हुआ
favor 2-1.
देखते
I mean, like, it was such a weird
हैं.
series.
ग्रुप
I
में
think
आता हूँ
for both
देखने.
these two teams.
हाँ
I
ठीक
think
है.
Gallerus will be feeling a lot better about it. That's for sure.
That's one of those moments, though, when I think them finding the Search and Destroy was definitely a positive for them, though. I think realistically speaking, that control felt like maybe a bit of a litmus test to sort of see where we're at with it when it does come down to these big regions. But now for them, that's just an automatic bad shot.
Yeah, I will say though, you know, taking risks in Swiss is nice. If you think you're going to qualify for bracket play, that's fine. But you do have to be careful because when we do get down to bracket play, it's single eliminations. You can't really afford to go into bracket play with a low seed. You can't mess about in Swiss stage, throwing out kind of looks at teams like this. Again, we're kind of being presumptive that that's what they were doing with the veto process. Maybe they did just feel comfortable with their prep on seaside control, but still, they've got to be cautious with that.
Definitely a good shout there to pay attention to that Swiss bracket, but we've got our winners, which means we also have F. standing by with yet another interview.
We're hanging out here. It's me and my friend Anzai right here, and of course we have May to help
Wait,
the conversation on through. Wolves, you guys won the World Championship last year. Coming in this year, does that make it a little tougher?
安仔作为去年的冠军队，今年回来参加同样的比赛，这个有没有给你们带来特别大的压力？
压力还是比较大的吧，毕竟想要卫冕嘛，然后就是也要做出就是更多的努力。
Okay, one more time to say again.
你刚才说啥？
就是我说，因为我们压力是很大，然后我们想卫冕，然后就要做出更多的努力。
Okay. Do we need to repeat from the
No,
beginning?
no, no.
Okay. Of course, since we got the championship last year, we want to win again this year. So they definitely got a lot of pressures.
Certainly makes sense. With that all said, you guys are the #1 team. Is there a specific team you're excited to take on?
在这次比赛中，有哪一个队是你们特别想去挑战的？
我们最想挑战的是 Elevator， 因为我觉得他们的热控独一档。
他们什么？
热控，就热点控制独一档。 式，
模式
热点模式跟控制模式，就是游戏里的那两个模式。
就是那个 hand point
hard point 跟那个
control
对，
是怎么样？
模式。
他就怎么样？你觉得他们的独一档就是特别是吧？
特别厉害。
Okay, so Elevator definitely was the team they want to challenge because they are hard points and the control are very unique.
Excellent. Thank you so much. It's real loud here at
Makes sense, bro.
DreamHack, so tons of people in the audience. And of course, we've got other games going on for sure. We got Beef Mommy hanging out. She's going to update us on some other stuff. But first, let me take this out. All you, B Mommy.
Man, the East is looking real good, but of course, the West is still kicking and fighting. And speaking of the East, one of our last matches actually ended over here at the D stream. We have Elevate versus Q9, where we saw such a great showing from both of these teams, ended in a control matchup. But Wolves already said it, they're actually looking at Elevate because they were the cdsi champs, and this was essentially a rematch of what we saw there, and it's still Elevate coming up on top. But of course, still a lot more matches lined up for us today. Again, East doing really good. The West needs to go and step up. But for now, let's take a quick short break.
इसको बंद करना पड़ेगा मेरे को या म्यूजिक को बंद करना पड़ेगा मेरे को चलो मेरे से 5 मिनट का ब्रेक है मैं खाने वाने का देख के आता हूँ गाइस देखो 5 मिनट का ब्रेक है
You in my sight, I keep all the words you said to me. I get you on your knees. Rewrite all the things you said that I should be. I'll get you, now you beg me please. Hey, now I stay away. You were never meant to save me.
चलो ना ब्रेक आ गया 3 मिनट का ब्रेक है फटाफट से खाना ले लो अरे मैट्रिक्स
You in my sight, I keep all the words you said to me. I get you on your knees. Rewrite all the things you said that I should be. I'll get you, now you beg me please. Hey, now I stay away. You were never meant to save me.
Championship. We are getting into even more matches here on the main stage. Teams are starting to get those double wins. We're starting to see some teams getting knocked down. We just finished a match between Gallerus and Wolves, and it was Wolves who got their second win in that Swiss portion of the bracket. Gallerus getting their first loss as a result of that, and now we're moving forward to match number 4. This is going to be a good one. We actually kind of hinted at one of the teams earlier, said that we would hopefully get a chance to talk about them moving forward throughout the day. We knew it was going to happen. Now we get to do exactly that, because match number 4 here today is going to be Vitality versus Ancient Gaming. I'm excited to talk about them a little bit. Vitality was a team everybody had their eyes on. Didn't start off so hot in the Swiss bracket.
Yeah, it's surprised to see them actually go on to lose to Form Magic, losing it a 2-1 game, losing the Search and Destroy and the Control. So to see them down here is a massive surprise to us. You know, these guys are very, very well versed players. They know what it's like to perform on an international stage, and to come out with a loss pretty much immediately against, in fairness, not one of the strongest teams here. That's a big disappointment for Vitality. They'll only bounce back very, very quick.
They kind of need to be honest with you. Vitality already kind of bouncing back somewhat from CDSI. They didn't have their full roster at that event. Viper was playing as a substitute. So for them here, I mean, they're trying to live up to the super team moniker. I know they didn't want that themselves, but still, that is what they're trying to do right now. So taking that loss in round number 1, not great.
Got some Vitality love here in the stands as well. Everybody watching, this is a really nice flag for Team Vitality as we take a look at our players getting themselves set up and ready to go here in match number 4. Hopefully had a little bit of time between their last performance and now up here on the main stage so they can get a little bit of a mental reset going and kind of see if we can get what we're looking for out of this potential super team as we get a chance to look at how that even happened here, Brody. Where these teams were moving around, the individual players, I mean.
Yeah, it is important to know, right? These guys really did take some of the most promising players, if not some of the best players from the teams in the West. I mean, everyone knows what Tectonic is capable of, right? For him to make a move that seismic is insane. And then, of course, you pick up both Solo. Yeah, you know what? Actually, that wasn't actually intentional, but thanks, guys. Solo also a pretty good player on rejects. And then, of course, I actually want to give a shout out to Marvel, because he's in a region I think that's relatively kind of unloved. Europe sometimes gets a lot of stick. Marvel is, in my opinion, one of the best snipers in the world. So for him to be picked up by Vitality, I think that's a massive thing.
He's someone that we've spoken to quite a lot during the normal season, got to do interviews with Marvel and kind of get to know him a little bit more. That's why all of these moves were so important storyline-wise, because they were all players that we recognized from massive squads themselves.
Yeah, but a huge move for him specifically, I want to say. You know, for the region, we touch on that ourselves. I mean, again, it's hard to shout for them for the most part at these tournaments. It is difficult, but for him to make that move, for all these guys to make that move to that region, that's a huge step for them to make. Not just in terms of the actual team, but like logistically, like to go and make that move, to move to that kind of region in that area. Yeah. That's massive for a European player. All these players who kind of put together as this like kind of Frankenstein team, like super team, that was a big moment for them to all kind of commit to under Vitality. Has it worked out yet? Not 100%. Well, definitely hasn't worked out so far today, because I mean they lost already. But for them now to try and make that bounce back, it's so important to do so. So much commitment has been made to these players and to this team. They need to answer back with some results to back that up, to be fair.
And they'll be able to potentially do that against Ancient Gaming, the team across the way who they will be facing off here for match number 4. Team that we wouldn't typically be familiar with. So let's talk about Ancient Gaming a little bit for everyone.
Yeah, this is a really weird one. So unfortunately, there's a lot of players here. I say a lot. There's 4 of the 5 players from the original roster that Ancient qualified for champs with that aren't actually here. Flynn is the only one from the roster that placed second in the Latin America Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 that is here at champs. For the rest of the team, then they had to draft in coaches, subs, and a lot of players from the former Bossa Nova roster, the Amigos team that placed 4th in the Snapdragon Pro Series. These guys are pretty good players on the whole, right? They're experienced players on the whole. Are they successful players? For the most part, the answer is no. You're looking at players that placed top 14 last year. You're looking at players that in their region, 4th place at best. This is going to be really difficult, I think, for Ancient Gaming to take them down. One thing I will say is if Vitality can lose to 4 Magic Petrini, there is all the hope in the world they could also lose to yet another Latin American team.
mean, we talk about the era of everyone all the time, but the other big factor working against them is just the experience. Like you were saying, we've got a lot of newer players on Ancient Gaming, but then when you look at the names on Team Vitality, even if they had a rough first game in the Swiss stage, they should more than be able to bounce back.
You would think so. You're sitting at 0-1. Both these teams have lost, obviously, just to explain the Swiss side of things. So I think they're realistically coming into this and sort of thinking to themselves, right, okay, let's just put that one to the back of our minds. We have to kind of forget about that. You can't rest on that previous game at all. And Vitality should have the experience to not have to do that. For the other side on Ancient, I mean, it was a tough game in the game. They were expected to lose up against X-Rock, so they did go on to obviously lose. They cannot take anything away from that, and they will know that they were probably expected to be here, but not going up against Vitality. So I think both teams' mindsets will be ever so slightly different. I think the pressure will very much not be on Ancient. For Vitality, it's how you deal with that pressure. They have been here time and time again. They know what it kind of takes to win these tournaments.
Absolutely.
Are they going to have that ability to just bounce back quickly, though? Can they forget about that? You would think they can, but let's find out.
And we'll find out exactly what they chose for the maps here as well. We'll pick those up so we can start talking about what we're going to be seeing out of these teams. We have been seeing a little bit of repeats when it comes to regional choices in their map picks, but we start things off yet again with a Summit Hardpoint.
Yeah, you know what's funny actually? We've been gassing up Hacienda Hardpoint as like the go-to map for everybody this entire season. Apparently everyone loves Summit now, and for good reason. If you're Ancient, because this is a huge, kind of map pick for them. I think they're 3-0 in it in the Snapdragon Pro Series regular season, albeit, you know, does that really count because it's not the same Ancient roster? For Vitality though, they'll be happy with the Seaside Control. That's a very strong control map for them. It is their strongest control map they could have gotten. So if they do have to go to 3, which given what happened earlier on today, they might, they'll be happy that it's there.
Yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, Vitality should just feel so good about this matchup full stop. I think it's not necessary for the maps for them. It's going to be an opportunity to get some more reps underneath their belt. We don't want to talk about that too much to Swiss, but it is realistic for them in this situation. They wouldn't have expected to be here, but I hopefully are on something comfortable for them, and I feel that is the case. So, yeah, let's see how it goes for them.
All right, well, you know, we've got the information here. We've got those picks coming through for the maps. We've talked about the teams a little bit. This is the vibe that I'm getting is that you guys think it might be a little bit one-sided here, obviously due to the potential powerhouse that is Vitality if they're able to kind of do a reset and get themselves together here. So let's start talking about those picks, those predictions here for this next match. I'm going to you first here, Brody. Talk me through it.
100% hit rate, you know, so far today. So I feel
Wait,
pretty...
are you actually?
Well, yeah, because
he's only been
I
LPL
predicted
once.
one and I've, you know, won one, so...
Bye, yaar.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
The stats check out. Come on now.
We'll double check that.
Yeah. Regardless, I mean, come on. I think we're both going to say this is going to be a 2-0. I think to say anything else would be a little bit wild. And I'm not trying to kind of smack talk Ancient. Ultimately, they deserve to be here. But I think just the circumstances they've been kind of definitely thrown into the fire, right? The fact of the matter is, this is not the Ancient team that should be playing here at the event. Granted, these guys are still really damn good at Call of Duty Mobile. They are going up against a team that was built to win championships. This has to be a 2-0 in my mind.
Yeah, I would fully agree with Brody on that one. I'd be very surprised if this does go to 3. I'd be even more surprised if Ancient go on to win it. I think realistically for Vitality, though, it is about that sort of mentality. Are they going to be able to have that bounce back? That's the only question mark around things. You know, are they down on themselves? Are they able to put it at the back of their minds? I'd imagine they should be fine, and based on that, 2-0 should be the case.
All right, well, we're giving our players just a few more minutes to make sure that they are set up and ready to go here. But you guys talked about it when we got a chance to see that graphic. Quite a few different storylines and personalities that had to come together to form the potential powerhouse of a squad that is Team Vitality. We did get a chance to catch up with them before the event and see what they had to say about it. So let's check it out.
Right, Infinity here at DreamHack Atlanta for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2024, and I am here with Team Vitality, the super team for this event and for this year of Call of Duty Mobile Esports. Starting question, of course, you guys built right off the back of Season 4. You guys came together as a super team. Kind of walk me through very quickly here, kind of how this super team came together.
I feel like this wasn't more of like a super team, but more of like Vitality's interest in going international, because it's possible this could have never happened, and we just happened to get a good select of guys to join Jokers and Sams in India. So
you guys, you came to the Indian region, right? For you guys kind of pack-punched your team, as it were, right? You got a massive upgrade. What has it been like for you? Obviously, you know, you're now the best team in India. I mean, for you guys, of course, as kind of making that big change, and for you guys coming to India and immediately being the #1 team.
I think it meant a lot to like Sams and Jokos, making sure they're #1 for the first time in India.
But all of our goals were always set to champs. So we knew that winning regionals obviously was very important, but you don't want to be the best in your country, you want to be the best in the world. So just really focus on that.
When you told me on the call that we're getting these guys, I was really excited because I know these guys are really experienced. So I knew this team was going to be fire. First, I didn't believe him. I was like, really? I thought he was just lying to us. But when I actually spoke to these guys, I was so excited.
All right, well, look, there's a massive field of competition here at Champs, arguably more competitive than there has been in any other Champs in history. Is there any particular team that you guys would like to face? I know you're probably all going to have different answers here because you've all come from different regions. I mean, all individually then, is there any team that you guys want to face? This is the team that you want to take down.
For me, as a personal level, animers, they're French.
Yeah.
They're all French, so gotta show them who's Papa. After I think, I don't know, one of the West. Because in the East, everybody's so lovely.
Yeah, everyone's really nice in the East. Like, it's hard to hate any of the teams.
Obviously, you guys play well at CDSI, but what's kind of the thing that you guys have been focusing on ahead of Champs? Obviously, the things that you guys have been looking at, this is where we need to improve to make sure we are going to be
Okay, guys.
Yeah, I think overall polish, because we are a new team and a new roster, so it's like a lot of the stuff that you develop with time, we have to work on, just like certain mistakes or like you said, in games are very important. It's something that you kind of just learn naturally with time. So we really wanted to get a lot of VOD done, to look at why things happen and see how we could change them. And so I think around all of our game modes is very minor stuff, like just polish.
Great job being able to chat with the squad there, Brody. What was it like being able to hang out with them for a little bit?
Oh, they're really awesome, actually. Vitality, again, it's kind of a nice mix of players from various regions, right? All kind of different levels of experience, right? You're chatting with one of the most talented players in the world in Tectonic, and obviously, you know, the guys that brought it together in Samson Joko. So just a really wonderful team. All fun guys. I'm sure all the teams here are really fun, though.
I mean, it seems like the interviews that we've gotten to see so far that not only are they willing to kind of talk about just obviously Call of Duty Mobile and the tournament in general, but you get to see a little bit more of their personalities as well, which is always one of my favorite things about this event.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you want to see. You want to see more personalities coming from players, and there is plenty on that Vitality roster.
All right, well, we've got those flyovers coming in, which means it's time for match number 4 to get underway. Let's see who takes this one home.
Well, I mean, look, we have our expectations, don't we, Brody? We realistically do think Vitality should be feeling very confident heading into this one, but you also would have probably put your money on them winning their first round. So there's everything to kind of play for between these two teams. If you're Ancient, you're coming into this, and maybe are you fighting a wounded lion, or is it a case of, okay, why the hell are we playing these guys at 0-1?
I mean, I don't want to fight a lion full stop, mate. It doesn't matter if the lion's wounded or not. I'm not going anywhere near that thing. I certainly wouldn't be going near Vitality at the moment. Ancient Gaming, though, again, these players, don't underestimate them, even though this is a very last-minute thing for them. They are still talented players. They still know how to play Call of Duty Mobile. They know it well enough to take down a roster like Vitality. We've seen a fair amount of Summit Hardpoint here today, Ton. Let's have one more.
Honestly, give me a Hacienda at this point. That's kind of my vibe on it, but here we are. Summit it's one of those very well-versed maps, so it does feel as if the teams who are just that little bit better will win it. And I know that sounds a bit silly, like in terms of the analytic point, but you know, it does come down to those rotations. You have to have your fundamentals right in this hard point. It's not just a case of outslaying somebody and getting the job done. But Vitality are doing a really good job at that. 28-0 now. Ancient Games eventually getting themselves on the ball, but Vitality, fantastic start to kick off round number 1.
All right, Vitality. Good start from them. They're already starting to slay out as well here. 3 kills coming between Tectonic and Marvel. Slaying looking pretty good for the most part. And Ancient, I think, just look kind of disjointed at the moment on this attempted offense towards P1. That is a lot of time. We've had that conversation right about kind of getting time away from P1 here. For Vitality to walk away with 43 seconds. Any more time than this, it's a damn start for the game for Ancient.
Towards P2, and that healthy lead is definitely going to help them out. That was a cruise missile invested for, well, 1 kill. Sand, and eventually it will get taken down. Vitality will find their way through, though, once again. Ancient Gaming really been fighting the sword here. And you do feel for them at this moment in time. Coming in against, again, one of the COD squads of Call of Duty Mobile. As a team who have literally formed together over the past couple of weeks. That is a tough ask, absolutely, but not expecting to see them this early in the day. Either way, Vitality really getting the job done so far. 35 seconds remaining here over towards P2. Ancient came in not with anything but 6 points to talk about so far.
Both Samson and Jokers have invested better missiles early on and towards this hard point. Now you're starting to look for a potential spawn flip here. Keep an eye on Solo, who's looking to do that. I don't think he quite is aware of where these players in the backline actually are. The fact that Solo has played his life, to be fair play to him. Finally will get shut down though. Big kills to make for Ancient, and now we talk about this hill. This is the money hill here on this map. If Ancient Gaming can hold this one, they'll be right back in the conversation.
All that time, the Vitality have and that lead that they do have could well be Scuphead by the time we get over towards P4, because P3 hold could come through. One player spawning out is not necessarily going to be ideal, but I don't think you're going to be expecting if you're Vitality. Never mind, you are. They shut that down now, trying to come in through the front door. Vinix very, very weak. Is the cover going to be there? Not quite. Spawns are for Ancient Gaming, but they've lost control already.
Already lost control of the hill itself. You're fighting this one from the front if you're Team Vitality. Solo now trying to play patiently. Here comes an early investment from Jokos with the Sparrow. Solo just making it look so easy. Doesn't actually pick up that second gunfight. Doesn't matter though, Jokos does. And there is that spawn flip here from Vitality. They're actually following up with more investment ton. Vitality want to ascertain full control of P3.
Maybe want to try and flip them. They've actually managed to as well. 29 seconds. Keep them over towards the backside. This is an absolute bonus. Tectonic. The direct impact with the War Machine is just child's play right now for Vitality. 15 points is all that Ancient Gaming have to talk about at this moment in time. Sam's invested so much investment, and I wonder if that's really they just feel so confident in their ability to be able to do that, establish that lead. They're heading over towards P4 with that rotation again. They could add further fuel to the fire here, but Ancient Gaming are going to pick up that little bit of scrap time, and it is absolutely needed.
Ancient 100 points down or so as we get into this next hard point. Once again, they have lost this rotation, struggling to keep up at the moment, and it's not really a surprise to see why. Vitality constantly pushing out of the hard point over and over again, making sure they've got control of all these cut-offs. Now Solo looking to push the issue somewhat with the R9 through the other side of the smoke. One way's hard here in Call of Duty Mobile, but you'd think they would be. The way their Solo is playing through it, able to pick up a kill so damn easily, and the players that do get through, they're dealt with as well.
Just making light work so far. 30 seconds on the board here for Ancient Gaming Vitality. Just putting them to the sword. It's far too easy for Tectonic. Nobody shooting bullets back to, and he finds 3 kills. Investment coming through already. Vitality are looking to, well, nearly break the 200-point mark by the time we get over towards P1. They're not going to be quite able to do that, but Ancient Gaming have not offered up too much of a challenge so far. Just went up against X-Rock, you're coming in against Team Vitality, but that is the nature of the beast when it comes down to Call of Duty Mobile Champs, right? Yeah. I mean, you're coming in against the best teams on the planet. This is going to happen.
I mean, yeah, it's not exactly like you're going to be facing the casters on the desk, are you? You know, you're playing the teams that have gotten themselves to champs. There is no easy matches here for Ancient Gaming. Every opponent is going to be difficult. Certainly, though, that's the case with Team Vitality at the moment. I think just the fundamentals are making a difference at the moment. The way that Vitality are playing around all of these hard points, it's very clear that they're doing so as a team that has been working together for, what, now 6 or 7 months. Ancient, on the other hand, of course, this is a very last-minute squad, and I think that's showing in the gameplay at the moment. They're here on P1. They are keeping Vitality away from the time. I don't know if that's because Vitality are just looking for kills, though, at this point.
Ancient trying to find a way through. 48 points to their name, though. Honestly, after the first couple of hills, I should say, that's more than I thought they'd have at this stage. They've done well to find a way back through, but Vitality are just making this look so easy. Fantastic performance across the board from them. They're nearly 50 away from the win. P2 going to be coming up in around 15 seconds. Ancient Game definitely giving us more of a fight between these two over the last couple of hills, but Vitality above and beyond. Just been doing everything correctly. Making sure they find their rotations. The slaying game is very much being in their favor as well. Tectonic doing one he usually does, 26 kills to his name after rotation a little bit. Doing God's work right now. Vitality find themselves 35 points away from the win.
That's 27 kills, by the way, with a scoreline like this. So that's a lot of kills. It might not see it like at the end of the game, but still, when the scoreline is this, that is a hell of a lot of kills. But regardless, Vitality now just 30 seconds away from victory. They'll invest what they can. No real need to hold them. Just get this game over with and get yourselves into the firing range, search and destroy. One more wave of gunfight. You have to feel we'll get it done. Ancient looking to try and knock at the door, trying to do something here, but is it futile?
15 seconds away. It's felt like every single time Vitality have had their operator available, it has been brought in, and that is going to be the case for Sams now. Finds one with a purifier and looking to just add further fuel to the actual fire. Vitality now find themselves only a mere 5 seconds away. Nobody nearly close enough from Ancient Gaming. Vitality come out swinging 250 to 54. One-sided as you're likely to see here this weekend. Vitality looking for the bounce back. That's the start of it.
Yep, that's what you need if you're Vitality. And, you know, if I'm honest again, this is no disrespect to the players from Ancient Gaming, given the circumstances that they're playing under. But for Vitality, I don't know if you'll be using this too much as a kind of momentum booster moving forward, because you almost feel like if you didn't thrash them, you would be disappointed in yourselves, right? Given just kind of what roster you are. But still, that's business as usual there for Vitality. And you kind of mentioned it, right? We both kind of talked about it a little bit. The fact of the matter is, you can see they weren't even really playing as they would against a high-level team. They were using their operators just almost as soon as they got them. A good example, actually, at the start of the game, right? We went to P3, that money heal that we always talk about here. On Summit Hardpoint, they get their operators, they get 3 in a row. 30 seconds left on the hardpoint, by the way, so they could well just give up that time and rotate. Just get them out, just use them, because at that point, I mean, why not? You are going to have a lot more chances in this hardpoint to win out. You're finding it more often as well, right? I mean because of how well you're playing, how much you're dominating the game, you might as well get in because you're going to get it back again so fast. And that's the snowball effect, isn't it? Necessarily that Vitality were able to find that really good play coming in from them. We'll get the job done, but yeah, that would have been expected. Ancient always going to struggle in that game, and now coming into the search and destroy. And this is maybe where our questions start to lie with Vitality just a little bit in this series, just in the sense of what they did lose in the previous. They won their hardpoint pretty dominantly, like they just did there. Maybe not quite as badly as that, but at the same time, search and destroy and control with the games they lost in the previous series. They'd be wanting to put those demons to bed. And I am surprised about that. You know, again, no disrespect for Magic Petrini, the team that they lost to, quite clearly they had been putting the work in. But for Vitality, a team that I know, again, they've got a comprehensive staff behind the scenes, they've got a coach and analyst that both know what they're doing. For the search and destroy to go awry in the way that it very clearly did, I think is a testament to either just how well for Magic Petrini were playing in that series, or Vitality perhaps making some mistakes. I don't see them making those same mistakes here against Ancient, though. Fire and search and destroy is going to be the battlefield for the next map, and it's something that these guys have played over and over and over again. These guys know what they're doing. They've been playing this for years now. If they mess this up, I'd be surprised.
Tectonic talking to his team then, letting them know what he liked about that one, which would have been a lot. Look unfazed though, don't they? I think it's a good opportunity for both these two teams though to get themselves on the main stage, get accustomed to that feeling. It's a little bit different. You're in that venue, you got people watching over you with all the lights. I get nervous, you know. Everybody gets nervous.
Yeah, I mean, I beat you the other day actually on COD Mobile. You know, they asked for players, and
if you want to go down this route, okay. I was using the players configuration because obviously the phone.
Oh, here we go.
I didn't actually know where one of them put the shoot button at all. I was tapping everywhere on the screen.
You couldn't see the shoot button.
No, you can't see it. What do you mean? I had to go into the configuration.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Fair enough. Well, you're just bad, but you know, I did beat you, and that's the main thing.
I like to point out one of my teammates had one. It was 1 in 20. So
you're throwing them under the bus, huh?
100%.
That's
100% throwing them under the bus.
I would be as well. Regardless, though, yeah, it is definitely daunting. I think being up on the main stage is a very different experience. I think, you know, even in a match like this, you kind of want to lock in a little bit, if only to get yourselves in the mood for later on matches, right? You're going to be on the main stage again. You want to make sure that you're ready for those. You're in the right mindset, because, you know, you get on the main stage again later on to face X-Rock or somebody like that. Yeah. You want to make sure you're locked in.
Yeah, it's about having that familiarity. But both these two teams, I think, you know, Vitality have been at this kind of environment plenty of times. They know exactly what to expect. So for them to find that 1-0 lead, now heading into the search and destroy, they will feel the utmost amount of confidence, I would imagine, looking to advance on into the Swiss to the 1-1. I mean, teams are going to start whittling down. Nobody would have obviously left yet.
There they are.
Callie and the guys supporting. Loves it. Look at them. Passionate, as ever.
Yeah, they're the ones that, of course, will be responsible for bouncing back Team Vitality here. They'll know what they're doing, and making sure these guys are successful later on in the tournament. It has to be said, though, you know, we talked about kind of the Swiss format, right, and the importance of winning as many matches as you possibly can. It's a relatively forgiving format in terms of qualification, right? I mean, You've got a ton of chances to qualify. You're going to have a lot of matches to play. So, you know, losing that first match in terms of qualification is not the end of the world, but I've mentioned it kind of very briefly. We were talking about kind of throwing different looks in terms of maps out for Gallerus. For Vitality to lose that first match is going to be frustrating from a seeding perspective, because now it means that you are likely to face a more difficult team if/when you make bracket play tomorrow. And, you know, again, the more difficult teams here at Call of Duty Mobile, you want to avoid them if you can.
Oh, no, you absolutely want to try and avoid as many of those good teams early. But just to reiterate for you guys at home, the Swiss stage of how it is working. Win 3 before you lose 3. It's as simple as that. And, well, for the series, it's a little bit different. You're going to win 2 before you lose 2. And let's not just try and complicate it, though, Chris. We'll just talk about it when we get into the game. Just confusing everybody at home as per usual. But Fire Range Search and Destroy is not necessarily a confusing one whatsoever. You guys have played this one for some time. I professionally played this map.
Did you?
I did, yeah.
How old are you?
Listen, I'm old enough, all right? That's all I'll say. Into this one, though. Vitality on the attacking side, 6 rounds. Ancient on the defense. Solo will find the first one as the push of the caravan comes through. They find the second as well. Phoenix was able to find one back. But immediately, the numbers are up and against. Gaming nearly finds the spray transfer. Not quite able to get that. Would have been the 1 versus 3 coming in for Chaotic, but not going to be able to find it. 1-0. You didn't even get an opportunity to say anything there, Brody.
That's
The round was over.
Standard COD Mobile fair and casting.
Yeah, well.
Jokos actually almost got took out there. If he would have got taken down by Chaotic, that would have been a plausible 1 versus 3 scenario, but alas, it was not. Team Vitality starting strong here, and I imagine we're going to see a lot of aggression out of Team Vitality in this section straight again. Kind of the same thing as Hardpoint. Why not just throw everything at Ancient, get the search and destroy over and done with. Big kills coming through early on, though. Trade from Chaotic should slow things up somewhat, and not with technically on site are in favour of Ancient, because there's one player being a sneaky little bee, but
So maybe a little bit overzealous with that push, but this one from Tectonic is almost going to be devastating. King, what can he do? Absolutely nothing, because he's had his head taken off his shoulders. Chaotic once again left all on his own, is able to find another. He is playing that player on the island, so to speak, putting himself into these positions. This will be a 1 versus 4 if you can find it. Still has 3 more Vitality players to deal with, and the bomb to defuse. Cheeky little shoulder is now thrown, and all of a sudden they know exactly where he's coming from. Chaotic going to go through the front door, is not going to be able to find it. Sounds with another Vitality too good.
Yeah. Standard look there from Team Vitality. Only 1 player on defense on B site. Very quickly overwhelmed. Vitality with site control and a little bit of spice coming through from that flank from Tectonic. Easy wins for Vitality. Now back towards A here in this round. Ancient putting a few more bodies on B this time. That means this defense on A is going to be somewhat weaker. Major already out the play. Now it's going to be Solo on the hunt for more, and Solo is successful in his hunt.
Gets the job done. And now just trying to watch the flank as Ancient Gaming start to try and grasp at the straws of the search and destroy. It's a hell of a grenade actually to find Sams. And gets it through the window. Makes this again doable, but not if he's dead as well. Chaotic again left all on his own. Feeling very lonely in these clutchable situations. Now 3 rounds in a row from Vitality, where Chaotic's been the final kill they've had to find. And this is just looking like another day at the office for Vitality. Find themselves in this situation down into the 0 and 1 section of the Swiss. And looking to bounce back very, very quickly, everybody.
Oh, Vitality. Are they going to be aggressive this time around? This is a different look actually from Ancient. I like this. Just kind of throw yourselves at Vitality in a bit of a difficult way. Major, though, wasn't expecting Solo. You never quite expect Solo to pick up 3 like that. Vitality now off the back of Solo's antics are going to be getting tight control, and he might be getting Plin as well.
Knows exactly where he is in Plin. Just in the worst possible situation. Vitality are running away with this one. Looking very casual on the main stage at the moment. Everybody putting up the numbers where they need to. And Ancient really do have no answer right now. Wonder if the attack is maybe going to be their route to success, but they'll be grasping at straws. Big attack from Vitality, though, coming down towards this B side. It's a mid-take for Ancient, which they are able to adapt to here. They are going to be able to transition quite quickly. Vitality will have company very, very quickly.
Yeah, I like this from Ancient. Different looks being thrown after this round and the last. But Vitality have already read it, unfortunately. I think the element of surprise has fallen away from you. So now you have to do the most difficult thing of all. Face down Vitality. Face to face. And you're probably not going to win those fights. Good trade coming through from Vinix, though. So Tectonic out of the round here, but the siege has to be fast and furious. Are you ready for Solo? There's 1, there's 2. Solo, easy pickings. Number 3, Chaotic will get tagged, but no kill. He's alive, but for how long?
Left now in a 1v3, chaotic. Just not much you can do here. Vitality looking so solid in these post-plant situations. They're finding their way onto the side very, very easily. And I think for Ancient, they're trying to throw different looks at it. They're trying to throw something slightly off key to try and get Vitality caught off guard, but they've got so much time to then set up, and they are not going to let anything fall to the wayside. Ancient Gaming are finding it very, very difficult to keep up the pace of Vitality right now. 2 minutes on this round. And Vitality are looking for the attacking round. Great shot coming in from Plin, though. And that feels like the first blood that we've seen from Ancient Gaming, but that's it back immediately.
Yeah, that's the thing with Vitality, is when they want to put it on, they will.
It's okay.
They've got snipers to answer back. Ancient bomb now down as well. Ancient with absolutely zero control. Good snipe coming through from King on towards Marvel.
Here we go.
It's going to bring the sniper pressure down to just Jokos. Phoenix, potential flanking play. Can he find anything? These Senate are great as well. Tech down for the count. These last two players are isolated.
So they're going to have to lock this one down. He does have a little bit of support, which is now starting to come through in the middle of the map. The spray transfer, is it going to be there? Oh, the lineup for him. Is the third going to be there? How is Solo able to do it? Oh my goodness, you can't let that happen if you're Ancient. You put yourself into the spot where it's looking promising for what feels like the first time in the last 20 minutes, and this one is all about over. Solo finds 3, Vitality find their 6th, looking for the perfect search and destroy.
Ancient being a one-way ticket to the LG experience here. Team Vitality just one round away from getting this one done and dusted. Ancient shaking in their wellies, just chilling inside wood at the moment. Nothing they can do.
Vitality set up, waiting for the push to come through from Ancient Gaming, but again, you are right. They are playing passive. They are looking to try and find a picket. You know what? Fair play to Vitality. They haven't actually given them a sniff here. They have given them the respect in these rounds, and that is maybe why we see it as a 6-0. They played it confidently.
मुझे ये देखना है कि भाई इस बार लुमिनोसिटी गेमिंग एलजी के लिए कौन खेल रहा है, क्या पता नहीं है, मतलब कोई आइडिया नहीं उससे के रोस्टर का.
Starting to come in as Marvel will find another. This round is dissipating for Ancient Gaming ever so fast. They're all towards the side. They're all going to be dead very, very shortly as well, and that is done so quickly. Vitality bounced back after their initial loss. A 2-0 win here against Ancient Gaming. That one is over before it even bloody started.
Yeah, just insane. Vitality, I mean, look, it was a mismatch ultimately. Ancient, I think we're just kind of in all sorts of trouble there through that series. The Summit Hardpoint didn't look even remotely close in the search and destroy. I mean, again, they got LG'd, so it is what it is. But Vitality, I think, you know, fair play, you kind of mentioned it, they were giving them the respect they deserved multiple times. They were playing well enough. They were still having to throw looks at Ancient to get...
Nice one, bro. अब कॉपीराइट म्यूजिक इसलिए मैं बंद कर रहा हूँ जरा, मेरे को नहीं लगता है कॉपीराइट. इट्स ऑल गुड. अभी इंटरव्यू लेंगे, पता नहीं किसका लगे, और इंटरव्यू वाले टाइम पे मैं किसी का साउंड चालू कर दूंगा. जब तक तो मैंने बंद करा हुआ भाई. लेकिन क्या है, चले कॉपीराइट म्यूजिक चलाते हैं, फिर मेरे को दिक्कत आ जाएगी. उससे अच्छा मेरी आवाज़ सुन लो यार तुम लोग. जब तक है कि नहीं, चलो भाई. 1-1 हो गए वो लोग इसके, लेकिन अच्छा है. गॉडलाइक किसके अगेंस्ट जा रही है? गॉडलाइक एलिवेट के अगेंस्ट तो खेल चुकी है, एलिवेट ने हरा दिया. गॉडलाइक का मैच है इसके बाद वापस. गॉडलाइक का देखना पड़ेगा किसके अगेंस्ट जा रही है. गॉडलाइक को भी जीतना चाहिए यार एक. ठीक है भाई, लेट्स सी. इंटरेस्टिंग.
अनलिमिटेड टाइम चलेगा ये
है?
कितना समय चलेगा?
अभी मैचेस हैं यार, एक और है, टाइम तो लगेगा, देखते हैं. चलो भाई, थोड़ा सा इंटरव्यू चालू हो रहा है भाई.
That's right. That's right. That's right. It's me. I'm standing up here with Jokos, and I mean, we just got to call it how it is. That you guys did it. real big stuff. I hate this question, but like, how do you feel? Wait, you're expected to be this good. So did you feel like you had to do this well?
I mean, we just went with the flow. I think this win was really important for us to recover from the last loss. And yeah, we were chilling.
So let me lead into it. Like I said, you're expected to, because this is a super team, right? Talk me through a little bit how you guys created the team and how you've really garnered this synergy.
I mean, yeah, it took us a time. It's not been a long time we are together. It's only been 5-6 months. But yeah, we are improving day by day. It started like, it was really like, I wasn't expecting to be in this part of this team. But here I am. I'm really lucky, I think.
And the biggest part for me is how much fun y'all are having out there. Like I see you guys, different regions, different backgrounds, and you guys are laughing, you're killing it, and you're having a good time. Tell me a little bit about what the vibe is like in those comms and what y'all team means.
Yeah, like I said, the vibe right now was really chill. We were having fun, cracking jokes and all because, like I said, it was really important for us to recover from the loss. We can't be sad after that first loss, and we knew we needed this.
You guys got big expectations. You ready to fill them?
Yes, I am.
Well, good luck, man. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
All right, great stuff coming out from Jokos and the rest of the team. B-Mommy's somewhere, and she's going to catch us up with the rest of the SWATs.
You can definitely say the vitality is hot to go. HOTTOGO. We can definitely feel the energy in this arena. DreamHack is looking crazy. And if you can't hear it, the cheering behind me only means one thing. It means that some teams are very much happy and some teams, of course, are pretty disappointed. If you are on the stream right now, we are live in our B stream, Godlike versus Supreme. I think they just finished their hard point and now trying to go in for their search and destroy. And that's Mod6 and Hillmania going to be casting for you guys. And for our C stream, we have Verdict and AJ going for exclusive and Animus. And we already saw that Animus got that hard point in Apocalypse. It was a little bit close, but now doing their search and destroy. You can see over here, this is the exclusive boys going up against Animus behind this wall. And not just that, also behind me on the left side, you have Diabolos versus Tribe going in for their search and destroy as well. Tribe being one up from their hardpoint matchup. So I think when it comes to the scoreline, there's still a possibility for a 2-0 here. But again, there's still a lot of things that you can actually say, especially we still have one more stream. That is stream D. Hitman, Aishim, going to be casting that as well. Diabolos and Tribe. Don't forget to watch those streams as well. But for now, as we're going to be waiting for our main stream later on, we will take a quick short break and for the next set of rounds.
Hi guys, we're Team Vitality at DreamHack Atlanta, and you're watching Call of Duty Champs.
Stream B लगाने का try करता हूँ.
Series is brought to you by
Hold on guys.
Snap.
Godlike को देख लो
Map
guys.
works
Godlike
on
को देख
search
लो
and
guys.
destroys. It is a bit of a
Godlike is
sniper's
playing.
paradise. The long linear lanes, like I mentioned in one of our previous matchups, and both of these teams knowing that last game starting out so close, we see the hesitation here. We see the caution. The first, we've got Neutrino going down now. The sniper on Godlike going down may free up, may give Supreme Team that feeling of a little bit more freedom of movement. So we're going to see what happens as they try and push in here. But I mean, this is a slow developing, very deliberate search and destroy. Learn, getting a chance there, getting them down to one shot, but not finishing the kill. And you know, this is a situation where these guys, oh, the pistol kill from Rihan. Absolutely brilliant. Could have pulled the sniper out, but he just had so much time to line that shot up unseen and is able to get the pistol kill. Got him down to a 2v2 situation. Godlike trying to close this last kill out.
I think they get it. Oh, the train slows them a little bit. Shisui, he knows that they're behind, but it's now changed on the outcome of this with the snipe shot. Doesn't matter if it's just straight to the chest, just that close he was to the opponent. Gets the kill, gets the defusal, gets the round, ladies and gentlemen. Godlike in here taking the upper hand, but not in an easy way. I gotta say that there was more than a few seconds where Supreme Team could have changed that outcome, meaning that we are still with an opportunity for us to see success on their end. We'll have to wait and see. Learning here, trying to defend with the Odin, has to be cautious about those potential snipe shots in here. Prevail with the shotgun, gonna get one through the smoke. He can defend himself. Patiently waiting for the next one. Trunks begins the push, but gets executed. Double kill for Rihan now. Prevail, gotta be cautious, buddy. That shotgun is not gonna work that well when you are at that distance. In here, Abyssum gonna miss the first shot. The snipe fight unfolds. The shot's gonna be landing, but not a kill just yet. 120 seconds left. And the opportunity for the side of Supreme Team to get around if they play it smart enough.
Yeah, we see Prevail in there with the R9. That shotgun, he is praying for an aggressive push into mid. He's just waiting for two players to come through that door. And it looked like we were going to see some aggression in mid early on. We've backed off a little bit now, and unless the Supreme Team really does get aggressive, wow, that was a little bit of a crazy lineup there, as I think Abiz and Blur stared each other in the face and neither got off a shot. But we see that the more aggressive the game is, the more the shotgun player is going to come into play. And right now, Rihan with the snipe to keep this thing even. This is staying close here, and Supreme Team is letting us know that they are not ready to go out in a 2-0 loss. They're getting it done with the sniper. We're going to see if Blur can help lead this team into a win on Search and Destroy against Godlike.
And I gotta say that Rihan is putting in a lot of work, a lot of weight into that round success. And as soon as I say that, he's actually gonna get executed by Learn, which is bad news for Supreme. But Shagabu, there you go, first blood for her this game. At a distance, Prevail are fighting off against Blur. Oh, manages to push with a shotgun, gets a kill, but the range frag immediately happens in there. Neutrino gets a kill, but executed by Shisui. 2v1 of Ism, the only one alive with a sniper in hand. 35 seconds on the clock, has already been spotted. Lands the first shot, insane aim versus Shisui now. 30 seconds left. Chagabu also holding a sniper right now, has to be cautious. Trying to go for the defusal, and I don't think Chagabu notices. Chagabu, she's not going to be aware of what's going on. I do gotta blame it, if I'm being honest with you, Mod, on the bomb placement. I feel like that was just not the right spot for it to be at. It was clear that Chagabu had no clue.
Bro, Chagabu का real name Chelsea है और लड़की है ये.
But that's another point for Godlike.
Yeah, you also got to pay attention to the fact that that shot by Abiz had been hit by 3 bullets before he got that sniper shot off. He was in the hit flinch, actively getting shot, and got that sniper shot off, and that's a huge factor in disrupting that bomb plant and bomb defense. Hero move there to finalize that round, and we see Trunks with the aggressive push. We've got Godlike dropping players for Supreme Team all around. All of a sudden, we're in a 5v1 situation in this 4th round of Search and Destroy. Gil, this is shaping up to be a absolute burner into the end here, with these teams really evenly matched up, and it coming down to just the micro tactics and decisions on who wins each round. This is an exciting one.
It absolutely is. So far, 2-1 lead, a minute left. Blur with a sniper. Oh, gets the first one. Blur with a sniper, gets the second. Trying to make it happen. Insane job done here at the beginning of the round in favor of Supreme Team. Trying to even those numbers out. Let's be reminded that was a 1v5. All of a sudden, a 1v3. Hard, yes. Difficult, of course, but more manageable than a 1v5. Less than 40 seconds left. He does not have control over the bomb, which adds even more difficulty to this situation. He's trying to, you know, play some sort of mind games to try to surprise the opponents. What he has no clue is that there's someone behind him. Does not notice just yet. The train is going to walk by quite soon. Bomb has been taken. That's why the team of Godlike gonna hear. Train is walking by. He's taking that opportunity to plant the bomb, but they know he's there. Go for that push. Trunks takes that kill. Tried his best, you know. It was a 1v5. What can you do but to try? He did, and but not gonna be his way.
Yeah, Blur was out in the open for a while there. I was waiting for them to catch him any moment. He's trying to move aggressively and get it done, but that is a tough situation to find yourself. Those wallbang views are absolutely crazy because we can see, and everyone at home can see where the other players are, but the intuition of these players as they try for those wallbangs, players going down everywhere right now. Abiz and Neutrino, the only ones left up for Godlike. Chagaboo locking down the middle. Chagaboo goes down to Abiz, and now we've got a situation where Abiz is all that is left from Godlike. 2v1. Supreme Team trying to claw this back with the bomb chance. Abiz going to be able to get it done with the sniper rifle. He's got good angles. He's got excellent movement, but he's playing against two players. He drops Rihan. It's just him and the bomb and one player left. Taking shots from Shisui. Shisui able to get it done and hold off Abiz at the very end there. Claw back around, and we are at a 3-2 situation. Supreme Team not ready to give this one up yet.
No, not ready yet, but my goodness, Godlike almost making it happen there at the end. It was a 1v2 for, I think there was a Viz, and well, nearly getting it through, but not gonna happen. Blur once again with a great start of a round gets the kill onto Trunks, and ladies and gentlemen, they, the way that Mod6 said it, Supreme Team are just not ready yet. They want to try to make this go further. They want to take us to game number 3. Prevail here. Pushing with the shotgun. There it is. Takes the kill. Turns around. Tries to go for the kill. Rihan going to say no to it. Rihan, he knows that there's a sniper up close. Begins to shoot at him. Not going to connect just yet. They're going to have to reposition now. Aviz with the kill onto Cyrax. Going to make it 2-for-2 trade. 3 versus 3 still alive. Bomb is going to be retaken by Rihan. Opportunity to plan on Bravo. It's gonna unfold in here. Shisui with the opportunity to take a kill here. I don't think Avism has noticed. Goes for the kill and takes it. Great job down here by Shisui. Chagaboo still with the single digit, but the opportunity to have huge value for the squad just has to be cautious. Nade is gonna be thrown. A lot of damage, but not a kill there. Unfortunate situation for Godlike has learned. Bites the dust. There's the kill by Neutrino. 1v2 now. Neutrino still alive. Opportunity with the sniper shots. Let's see if he can make it happen. Begins to push. Has to be cautious. Less than 30 seconds left. Time is going to consume his actions. He's got to do something. He has to do it right now. Connects the shot. Goes for the second. Has no clue where they're at. Chagaboo gets baited in there. Gets executed. The bomb is going to be defused. Neutrino going to make it happen. What's a 1v3? Makes it look easy even. Great job done. As we are going to be flipping spawns, Mod. The advantage continues to be in favor of the Indian team.
I mean, Neutrino absolutely putting on a clinic on how to handle the end of a search and destroy round with the bomb planted as a solo player. He gets the kill. He knows he's down 2-1, needs to get a kill to even it up. Gets that kill, fakes the defuse to bait out Chagaboo and finishes the hit marker sniper shot. Really, really well done by Neutrino at the end there. Every time Prevail, though, gets a kill with that shotgun, especially in situations where he's able to kill Blur the sniper. That is a momentum-shifting moment for this Godlike team, and those shotgun kills are absolutely depressing, but we see Zyrax finally taking out Prevail with his, I believe, a shotgun of his own there, but these teams going down quick. We're in a 2-3 situation with Supreme Team up, actually 2-2 now, nice and even, trying to claw back this, keep it within one round. Supreme Team hanging in here against Godlike. Abiz misses the shot, not a common occurrence for Abiz with that sniper, but Trunks able to continue to extend here, and we are into this round chaotic. Players running all over the place, doing everything they can to get that 1-kill advantage and potentially close out this 7th round in this search and destroy.
Gonna be close now. 2 versus 2. Abyss and Trunks versus Cyrax and Rihan. We flip spawn, so now is the offensive job for Godlike. in here. Abyssum taking a lot of damage. Throws a nade. Not gonna connect that well as he had the technician in place. Abyssum with the kill. Abyssum looking for the double. That's gonna be the opportunity, but no, Cyrex gets the kill, turns around and takes the double with the sniper. Cyrex, nasty shots. Gonna land in there. Insane execution at the very end for the Mexican player. That's gonna be a point going in favor of Supreme Team, but I still gotta point out the fact that unfortunately enough, Chagaboo is continuously struggling in these rounds.
Yeah, this has been a tough round, and the Fennec, I mean, having a Fennec on the team is such an advantage because of what that SMG can do, but this is a sniper favorable map, and it is a tough gun to play when snipers are being effective and you're running with the SMG. Shisui with kills there. Abiz, the only one left alive all of a sudden, and Abiz goes down to Zyrax, very quickly winning that round on the side of Supreme Team, making a bit of a statement that they're here to stay, and we are all tied up 4 rounds to 4 rounds, and this is the tightest search and destroy match we've seen so far, with Supreme Team really fighting tooth and claw to keep their place here in this tournament, keep their place in. But Godlike, in a similar situation, has something to prove that that first loss is not indicative of what they're here to do in this tournament. Prevail again with these shotgun kills, absolutely getting the value out of that shotgun on this map, something I don't think a lot of people could be able to do. Rihan taking down Learn there, and we have a 4-4 situation here in a 4-4 round tied up. These teams are all tied up and trying to eke out any possible advantage. But, I mean, Gil, a shotgun on this map and actually getting utility out of it, that's not something you see particularly often on Search and Destroy.
With the angles that he's going for, that's absolutely right. Problem is now, the problem for Supreme Team is how they're losing members. Chagaboo finally gets another kill, but his allies are all down. A 1v3, while 2 people are already on your face. Really difficult to play against, gets taken down. Once again, the advantage goes in favor of Godlike. I do gotta say, I think Prevail's shotgun definitely works well whenever you're pushing or B, or you're defending Alpha, which is exactly what I feel the side of Godlike are trying to do in here. Either rush B or try to step back over on Alpha. Right now they are gonna be rushing B, and that's not the right call seemingly by the hands of a Supreme Team as they're defending with all force in there. Cyrex finds the first blood there on to Learn. That is gonna cause a lot of harm, a lot of damage to the strategy that the side of Godlike were going after in here. 30 seconds have passed and only a single casualty, at least for the time being. I like the way that Supreme Team are playing as defenders, and it's definitely working their way. It's not being as easy as Godlike intended it to be.
Yeah, and I like what you bring up about the utility of the shotgun here. That shotgun, exactly, it's a niche weapon for this map. There's 2 places on this map that are particularly useful in Search and Destroy to have a shotgun, but if your shotgun player's running all over the map, he's going to get killed by a sniper. And so Prevail really being very, very careful with his decision-making and putting himself in positions to be successful with that shotgun, and able to take down Blur a couple of times already. And like I said, when you take a sniper down with a shotgun on this map, it's a big shift. And we see Blur, though, dangerous with that sniper. Chagaboo getting another kill, and 2 here. Chagaboo's best round so far, and that's what they needed. All tied up again, 5-5. It seems like Chagaboo might have found her groove a little bit with that Fennec.
Yeah, absolutely is. Like you said, a few kills on this round are definitely having a huge impact for Chagaboo, for Supreme Team. 5-4 each, ladies and gentlemen. He has come to the point where each of these teams need a 2-round differential in order for them to take the map going their way. This time around, going all the way towards Bravo, through the wall. Rihan, I have no clue how that kill happened. I was looking at the minimap, but it did. Right now, they lose control over the bomb. Is going to be retaken. Rihan and Blur with a couple extra kills. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time so far this map, we could see an advantage going the way of Supreme Team if they manage to close this one up. Prevail with the shotgun, going to take that kill onto Rihan. He knew that there was a sniper all the way back and goes for that kill. Now, they know that Prevail is in here. They know that they don't have control over the bomb, which is even more good news for the North American team. Now Garena has to make it happen. No, Cyrex with a kill onto Trunks. Prevail, the only one alive with a shotgun in hand, is going to be quite difficult. That's why he's running with those gloves, trying to make it as quickly as possible. But this is going to be a 1v4. And look at the minimap. They are perfectly balance. Only one for the callouts, while the other 3 are so close together that even if you kill one, in the rare case you kill 2, they're gonna be the third to take that kill. But Chagavu once again having an impact in this match, gonna take that kill in that round. And ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be map point in favor of Supreme Team.
Yeah, Shagabu says, hey guys, I'm not going to sit out the rest of this one. I'm going to show up and win the game for us. She's had a couple of absolutely clutch kills in the past couple of rounds and has her team up 6-5. Showing up to play here. She's in the mix in the middle. Rihan with the sniper. Supreme Team getting so much early round utility out of their sniper rifles, but we see Shagabu go down to learn in this one. Even up 4-4. Godlike now down to 2 players to the 4 of Supreme Team. It can happen that fast. Trunks goes down to Rihan. Pistol. Rihan getting it done this round. And it's back and forth. Blur with a wallbang shot to learn to finish this one out. We have 3 players up. They just needed to fuse. And closing that one out in style as Supreme Team. This is getting a little bit crazy. Clawing it back. Down the whole matchup so far. And now we see Supreme Team 7-5.
I gotta bring in a round of applause for the side of Supreme Team. We talked about this team, how you cannot sleep on anybody if they come to this point. It was not easy whatsoever. They struggled like crazy on this game, but they managed to stay with cold veins. They managed to cool themselves down, and they managed to rebrand themselves as the victorious side of the story. Incredible way to end map number 2 as we begin to see at the KD department. I gotta say that it's actually slightly in favor of, I mean, obviously, but in favor of Supreme Team. You know, you have Shisui 11-6. You also got players like Blur 12-7, you know, showing that they were doing a great job. And I gotta point out even more so on the side of Shisui, because he was always rushing in and still managing to have such an impact was definitely huge. Chagabu struggled for the most part, but once she found her groove, he did as much as it was necessary to actually bring that map. Mud, we're 1 even on each side. We're moving on to a game of control. I said in the past that I was hoping for us to go to a 3rd one, but this one definitely is a surprise and a good one for me at least.
Yeah, and that's, you know, we're talking about earlier that resilience you have to have even when you're down, you know, and Supreme Team spent that entire matchup, you know, down a round, getting back to even, down a round or 2 again, right? And to have the patience to wait until you have the opportunities to show that resilience and still be going for wins when you're down, that's what creates the opportunities that we just saw, creates the opportunity for them to, I mean, I was almost stunned into silence at the end of that. I was expecting us to go into extra rounds, and then all of a sudden, Supreme Team just closes out the last 2, finishes that round, finishes that game, and we're all tied up. And Gilmania and I about to go into our first Game 3 of the day. It is almost 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern time here in the arena, and we're seeing our first Game 3 today. So we've seen a lot of one-sided matches up to this point, but Supreme Team not willing to go out quietly and bring us to a Game 3. Gil, what do we think about Control here? This is going to be our first time watching it.
It is. I mean, it took a minute for us to get here, but we finally are. My thoughts, I want to say that there definitely is still, once again, some wiggle room, some opportunities for the side of Supreme Team, but they gotta be keeping their sharpest eyes and sharpest fingers, you know. They gotta be as quickly as possible, because we know how deadly Godlike are, ladies and gentlemen. For all of you Godlike fans out there, it is definitely going to be a difficult one for Supreme Team. Godlike have the opportunity still to close it up in a 2-1 fashion, but they still gotta be cautious. This is still Supreme Team. So let's get straight into business, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get straight into the action. This is gonna be game number 3 between Godlike and Supreme Team.
Yeah, and you know, it's really going to come down to the fact that so many of these games so far, these teams have played obviously far more hardpoint and search and destroy than they have control, and so they're having to adjust here. And it looks like Godlike is up by 3 kills, 4 kills, and so it's all about which team can adjust their tactics, remember their control games, right? They've warmed up, they've practiced on control, but we haven't seen many of these teams play a control game in this series so far, and so it all comes down to the ability to adjust. We see Godlike staying slightly ahead here, but Supreme Team looking to claw it back, now within 1, and this is very, very even so far in this match, with Godlike really starting to close out point A and already having made progress on point B. This may come down to a game that isn't kills, that's all about the objective here in control.
Absolutely, the way that they immediately go for the objectives is absolutely insane. Look at Prevail already trying to distract opponents. Yes, they want to go for the objective, but they want to make sure that they're safe while doing so. Trying to Neutrino, getting a few kills. Prevail with a perfect opportunity there to get a kill onto Shisui. Will begin to push, gets that kill like it's nothing. They continue to go after Bravo. That's going to be the second tick. Only one more is needed, and there's still 22 and 18 lives left. There's so many more to come. A double kill for Prevail will allow them to secure the objective so damn quickly. I don't even understand how they managed to pull that off, but they do. Godlike secure in a matter of just like a minute and a half that first round.
That might be the fastest control round we've ever seen in tournament competition. That was, I thought I saw it coming early, but no way did I predict what I have predicted. There will be 40 lives left on the board when that round ended. And I don't know if you heard it in the background here, but when Godlike closed that round out that early, the crowd behind me went absolutely crazy in support of this team. Godlike with a ton of support here in the Georgia World Congress Center at the Snapdragon Series, and a ton of support in the building. Godlike, even coming from across the world. This team has fans everywhere as we see Prevail come in here and control this situation with that shotgun. Supreme Team also being pretty quick on this objective, but interestingly different. Only working B, whereas what we saw from Godlike at the beginning of the last round was working both of those objectives, which could have thrown Supreme Team for a loop there. So we're going to see Neutrino with high utility out of this operator so far. A second kill. He's looking to line up a third and gets taken down by Shisui before he's able to do that. Gil, this is shaping up to be different tactics on these objectives between these two teams, and I like that Godlike tactic a little bit better, pressuring both objectives early, confusing the team, and then having an opportunity to close it out quick. I think it's a brilliant tactic that they've got going on for control.
Yeah, very different scenario for both of these teams, but 20 for each. There's still plenty of lives left. Chagabu gonna be executed by Avism. Their defense continues by the hands of Godlike, doing a tremendous job in here. Now even pushing further for more. Look at Prevail with the shotgun on the minimap, looking for that. Gonna get one, gonna go for two, doing a lot of damage onto Blur, but not finding that kill. Will secure a bit of a window. Let's see if they can take it. Avism also going to be taken down that time by Chagabu. Shisui still pushing forward. Learned with the opportunity to do a lot of damage here with the Sparrow. Going to get one, going to get two, going to go for three. Chagabu says note that your utilities are still in favor of Godlike, and that's exactly what Chagabu knows. That's why she's taking out that Sparrow, patiently waiting for someone to walk by. Rihan also with the Annihilator going to take a double. Prevail killing himself somehow. I don't know what happened, but the side of Supreme Team taking this small opportunity to do a lot of harm. Already 2 ticks. They are trying to prevent them from getting inside. 10 lives left. Doing a great job. They can get inside. Prevail gets the kill, but not the opportunity to break through. Once again, we're gonna have the objectives being the deciding factor on this game of control, and Mod is just insane how different yet working strategies these both teams have.
Yeah, absolutely. Interestingly, with using a different strategy, both teams able to get a round in on offense where they're able to close the round out based on objective with a ton of kills left on the board. Really interesting to see how this is playing out as Prevail really locking down this hard point with the shotgun and giving some trouble to the Supreme Team momentum early. But Chagabu pulls out a big one with the Fennec, and we're down to, even lives right now. But again, Godlike making solid progress. Looks like they've switched to the single objective strategy as Rihan with the melee gloves out, maybe trying to troll a little bit there, but that was a little bit of a crazy interaction as we get down into the low 20s for both teams in these kills, and Godlike slowly but surely making progress on that A objective. Slower progress on the objective than their first round, and there we see it. There is Godlike with their strategy of working both objectives, making progress on both objectives, which forces Supreme Team to be going back and forth between the objectives to defend. It strains the team, it spreads them out, and gives Godlike the opportunity to get some 2v1 situations. This tactic is something that's new that I haven't seen used too often on Control, but it's absolutely working for them, although Shagabu trying to ruin this tactic and trying to play spoiler here. Back and forth, over and over, even kills, but look at this progress, Gil. Look at the progress on these objectives from Godlike.
Yeah, and I mean, that's going to be the biggest issue, right? The second you bring in like a 10-second advantage inside of the hill for the side of Godlike, they're going to take it. And that is just how brutal that strategy is. Right now, they have the kill advantage, they have the objective advantage, they are finally getting inside of Alpha, and they are going to be taking that last take, from up above. There was the usage of the 100 kill of the Pred missile. Not gonna connect, but doesn't matter. Objective taken. Prevail with a shotgun, taking that kill onto Blur and still looking for more blood. This man, his taste for blood is unmatched. In there, Neutrino gonna be executed, but still, look at that. They're pretty much spawn trapping the opponent. Shisui finally gonna take him down, but the lives, there's only 5 left in favor of Supreme Team. A nade kill, an AR kill now for Avisam at a distance. Cyrax trying to defend himself. This is a 2v9, and so little that can be done. Cyrax has a shotgun, and inside of the objective could cause a lot of harm. His last ally has been taken down. Chagabu biting the dust by the hands of Neutrino. 1v8, ladies and gentlemen, has the opportunity to at least bring in the opportunity to maybe get the operator for the next round. I would say that that could be a huge value taking for him the second he hears them walk by. There's 45 seconds left, and Godlike are taking it one step at a time. They do not want to give even more of a even slight advantage, whatever that might be, in favor of the opponents here. Cyrax picks from the ground that Odin that's going to allow him to have more of a long distance sort of fights in here. That is going to be super, super important, but there's Learn, there's the kill, there's the round, and the advantage once again. 2-1 lead in favor of Godlike.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Godlike's tactic of splitting between the two objectives is really causing some disorganization on the side of Supreme Team. That, you know, when you have both of these objectives where you've got, 2 ticks into the objective on both of them, that puts the defending team under so much pressure because they don't have time to react. Godlike experiencing a player death. I don't know what happened there. Maybe an operator fired too close or something, but those, you can't take those accidental self-kills in a game like this where, you know, you've got a limited number of lives. It seems like they're doing okay with it still. 3 kills up, and Supreme Team really trying to work on objective A, but Godlike walking back that second tick, not able to lock in that second tick is a big setback here as we start to see the life differential start to extend. Godlike now 25-19. Gil, it looks like they're starting to get a little momentum and get ahead here.
Yes, right now, well, 25-19, so less than 50 seconds left. No more than a single tick has been taken over on Alpha, which is not great for the side of Supreme Team. They're finally getting inside. There's the usage of the shotgun for Prevail. Gets the kill, gets taken down. Now Neutrino has the opportunity to use the War Machine. He's barely walking by, a little bit late to the party, but still making sure that the enemies are not feeling safe to actually get inside here. Only 13 lives left, and ladies and gentlemen, this could be the beginning of the end. The last nail in the coffin in here. Avisa with a shotgun, gonna take 1, gonna go for 2, taking it to the face. Double kill there for Avisa. Now looking for the triple, trying to make it happen. There's Cyrax. They're back and forward, gets the kill somehow. Unmatched in this fight, manages to also reload as well. 15 seconds left. The Supreme Team cannot get into the kill. That's a quadra and nearly a quintuadra kill in favor of Avisa, but doesn't matter too much. What had to be done is done, and ladies and gentlemen, Supreme Team tried their hardest, but their hardest is just not going to be enough. Time is up. And ladies and gentlemen, the side of India, Godlike, have secured their first match victory into the Snapdragon Pro Series World Championship mod. I gotta say that this is going to be really, really important for them, as it was just not an easy one for the Brooks.
Yeah, it's a tough one when you know they have a tactic that is seemingly working, right? They're doing well and they're able to get a objective win on one of those rounds, but just unable to keep up. You see the kill death here, and you there, but so despite the tactics, Godlike able to implement a better tactic with the double objective push, as well as win out on those gunfights, and that is what made the difference for them here. As this looks like it may be one of the last matches ending in this round as this starts to shake out and we get into round 3. Some of these teams are distinguishing themselves at the top, like we said, with Stalwart, X-Rock, Wolves, and Elevate. But yeah, we're going to be going off to a short break here before our next match with the next round starting, and we will see you back here very shortly. Gilmania and I will be here with you all day, so stick around.
Because the other two Chinese teams have really stepped up their game, figured out how to shut down the presence of those sniper rifles. We kind of talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the day, where you just get forward, you get more aggressive, you just don't allow those scopes to lock down lands on you because you just beat them to the punch. That can be part of the problem, but I say all of that to say that Wolves desperately need a second map to be a good search option for them, because right now they don't really have one outside of Tunisia, where they're the worst Chinese team at Tunisia as well.
So easy to veto against them, especially
it really is
when you just take a look at the very simplistic data leading into this map set, but only time will tell. And
let's see.
Who the heck
Let's
even
see
knows what those scrim VODs would even look like with the scrim data. There's so much that happened back behind closed doors. But it is Call of Duty Mobile at the end of the day. Maybe they're just hot in search and destroy. We'll have to find out here.
Smoke early getting a placed here for X-Rock, who's okay already. Catching timings as Peg will drop. A couple of straight shots were also sent over towards the Wolves spawn. So that's going to keep Sunyo's presence very avidly attentive towards this mid-cross, as the bomb is, well, at the moment, just kind of stuck in spawn right now. Wolves is trying to find some sort of an angle to get out.
You almost feel like a couple kills do need to come through over by the A-bomb site. I mean, you're so late to try to push inside of control. The nade will hit. You're kind of have to respect that if you are king. And yeah, they're just going to go all the way back to the stadium and just try to re-wrap, cause a little bit of ruckus, but that bomb is moving north.
Pixel peek from Sunyo again, connects, no problems there, and then is just out of it. Just do not let yourself be traded. Help is nearby, and this round's over. There's just no way you crack this code 3v5. You just don't.
Takeoff can truly be that simplistic.
Yeah.
Just comes down and winning those opening sniper duels. You go down one number, you have to go back, retrieve the bomb. You lose so much space just around control in the center of the map. Still have time to work with here. Never really want to count on anybody as they continue to encroach forward.
Yeah, this needs someone to peek.
Yep.
And it's not going to happen. I mean, this is just as comfortable as it gets. Nice little slide shell, but the trade will surely be in, as a kill on the other side of the map will allow now a 4v1 situation to come through. And, you know, I think that's just kind of a lesson learned in some ways outside of the first pick, which is just, again, smoke coverage on one side, get the aggressive angle, find the shot, it hits, lands, great news. But you just have to double slide shell if you're on offense here. You just have to play the trade game. You cannot figure that, oh, we're going to win this map or this round flawlessly.
Yeah.
They're going to have to make sacrifices to gain some space on the map.
Oh, yeah. Gonna have to try to fly the fodder, for sure. But I think it's just one of those things that for Takeoff, for as long as we've been seeing it in Call of Duty Mobile, it has been very, very known that you will always end up seeing a player on that northmost building. So what have you learned from the previous round if you are Wolves? Well, they won't get first blood within the 15 seconds, so we are learning.
We are learning.
Yeah.
Don't get picked. The thing about this is, again, now you're without mid-map. So what's going to be the solution for this for Wolves? I would say you should spend some nades if you're looking at anything. And the trophy systems are getting active over towards A. Trophy deleted, double stuns come through. Chuan has stayed relatively unaffected by this. Good support from Ma as well over the top. And yeah, we just got to be using our utility to do something. And Wolves, unfortunately, even after the connections with the flashes, are just going to be held back over through missile.
And Chuan working his way inside of the middle of launch. And I mean, that's just not a fun surprise when you just walk inside what is supposed to be your base and there's someone lurking with an LMG. Mob will be traded. But this would be a Herculean turnaround, and just as soon as I start willing it into existence, the rest all crumble. But you're not wrong. I mean, it again can be as simple as using your stuns, your nades, to not only just gain information, but like you need to move forward faster. It is quite literally the snipers coming through for X-Rock that has been so damning for Wolves just to try to get any map presence.
And I think the thing is, if you're going to flood utility to delete trophy systems, you need to know you have a flash and a grenade set to still land, and then you have to follow up behind that.
Yeah.
As now all of a sudden you got Chuan getting aggressive through A. Seen initially, it actually baits Wolves right into the waiting arms of Sunyo. On the other side, a little off though. King able to at least trade things back, but look at the aggression from X-Rock. Oh, goodness. Unreal stuff. You can hop this immediately. Neon's got to make a heroic play to get them off in the first place. The hit marker, unfortunately, that's enough for X-Rock to go up quickly 3-0.
Well, that is just the personification of how the past 3 rounds have went.
I'll say.
Yeesh. You think they're confident now? Just starting running, working pinches, just the fast execution on the information that X-Rock are getting is kind of just the faster way of how the first 40 seconds are working in these rounds so far. Wolves are trying to mix things up, trying to lay their timings, trying to mix up some of their nades to get more space, but it's just X-Rock again, working these first bloods, and then working the rest of the map.
And the thing about it is it's the same defensive setup every single round for the most part. It's a smoke through mid, trophy system littered over towards A, and then you've got Sunyo on one side, and Ma on the other, where you just hold down these outer lanes, you push people into the SMGs or shotguns, and if you're Wolves, again, you have to throw nades, get rid of these trophies, and then double slide shell something.
How much do you want to bet that Wolves are ever going to expect that someone's lurking outside the building? Sunyo. I mean, that is now the 4th round that Peg has been first-blooded. King will find that trade, but I mean, this map presence just feels a little bit too late, and now the cross is being launched.
But this is the right idea. Yes. Like, you have to spend something to gain something. So yeah, you're in a 3v3. The numbers don't really benefit you, but look how much more map they have to play with.
Yeah.
This is exactly what we're talking about. Wolves need to be doing more of this. And they may actually catch a little bit of isolation here. It just comes down to, will they go too far forward to try to peek onto Sunyo, who has committed and seen that there's contact in the backside of B, and that should force this rotation for the X-Rock defense to go topside ladders.
Any late utility possible. Frag grenade ready on the backside of Chuan, but laying towards the spray. Bomb's still going to get planted, though, and Ma will take down one. So numbers starting to subside. X-Rock will be taking the site.
Sai, though, from the backside, able to at least trade things out. Good help from King on the other. So now it's just down to where has Ma gone to. 15 seconds to play. First shot goes a bit awry. Second opportunity not going to be there. And okay, there we go. We got ourselves at least a round of search that we can talk more about, because that's exactly what we need to see. You have to spend your lives to get map control, and Wolves finally able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, it is takeoff, search, and destroy. If you get that first blood, you cannot expect for the second challenge to come your way. You are on attack. You need to use that information that you immediately get from your dead teammate to be able to swing numbers quickly in your favor and deny map space. And, well, I mean, they're trying to do it this time around, trying to get themselves over towards the A-bomb site. Those nades aren't really going to show anything. And for the next 30 seconds, you feel like the Wolves are kind of trapped on this side of the map, maybe just trying to work a pick. Depending on the utility, can find a late kill.
Sunyo up top. Yeah, just playing the jump peek. Also has good look over towards the window. Dangerous angles for Wolves to consider. The stack is through. Here come the nades. Have to delete this trophy. And honestly, the nades on the outside just aren't good enough. Not hitting the trophy whatsoever. The smoke gets placed. They're trying to work their way over to it, but no one even tosses a stun towards Chuan, and he just lets the MG go first.
All it is just information coming through from he's just watching everybody move their way closer towards the window, and Chuan will walk away with 4 in a single round. Now up to 10 eliminations through 5 rounds. It is looking easy for X-Rock, just how they lose a round, immediate adapt around it.
Yeah, this Wolves team doesn't look prepared for this map. It's just,
I agree.
It's as easy as that. Nade through mid, smoke to follow up. Stun over the top. Looks like there's going to be a contest here from Wolves. But once again, we're getting value out of some of these early utility pieces, but we're not pushing up towards it, and the help has arrived. Chuan now swapping over into the Fennec. And with that elimination, he's going to try to clear up the top side where P2 would be, and he's out. It's in and out so quickly. No chance for a trade anywhere, and Wolves are likely going to see this half end 5-1.
Everything is covered. I mean, the second that Zai got any sort of information on one, they're chasing ghosts at this point. Chuan will end up taking down another 3 in the round, up to 13 kills through 6 rounds. I mean, if you want to talk about a statement of a half, I think we just got it.
Yeah, 100%. And now I'm just curious to see how X-Rock want to do something on the offensive side here. Again, I just strongly believe that in a setup that looks like that, where you've got trophy systems kind of on the 50-yard line, plus you've got follow-up headies being held, you just have to delete the trophies and then throw your smoke, your stun, force a fight on the site under your terms. And we'll see if that's going to be the case here, as Wolves are actually just getting aggressive to the middle of the map. Again, they don't have that same kind of defensive smoke set up. That's enough for a free first blood, and that's going to now be a 5v4 from here on out.
Suns aren't going to reveal anything. No. When do you get activated if you are Neon, who is currently inside of the lounge, but it's just straight gunfights all over the place. Zai's by his lonesome, gets double chowed. The Bob's played him.
Yeah, GG. Well, opportunity, a couple of shots on the backside of this, but they don't have any idea on where Chuan is. And he is lurking. He'll be the first one to make a move. That's enough to guide the first blood. And now Neon has to somehow deal with that trade and also figure out where Sunyo is. And, well, he's guessed correctly. Sunyo. Oh! Are you kidding? He should have been dead to rights. Oh, my goodness. A 180 World Stars, send it to Reddit.
Oh my. Destroy the objective. I was ready to go along. I was like, down to a 1v1. No, nuh-uh.
Oh my God.
So if you didn't regain from that, how would you ever regain from a series like this? 6-1, first blood already struck, but is traded.
Wow. That was unbelievable. Oh, God. This is your number 1 versus your number 4 ranked squad at the moment, and we've got Peg on a goose egg. Absolute donut. Welcome to the agency. And, oh, boy. Wow. Wolves need to get some aloe on this burn. This is unreal.
It's bad. It's bad. It's even worse than your dad joke. It's bad, man. Like, what are you supposed to say? What is seeding? Nothing matters except how you play on the weekend. And X-Rock were more than prepared, not only for the map set for the series, but realistically for a very long day of Call of Duty Mobile. There wasn't a single time that they did not skip a beat. The closest that this entire series ever felt was about maybe 15 seconds in the hard point. What else do you want me to say? Because, I mean, this X-Rock team is just on a different level.
That is what we call taking care of business.
Yeah.
Don't drop a map. They do a lot of it in very dominant form, and with that, they will take the 2-0 Swiss bracket phase, meaning that they have qualified into tomorrow as what will likely be the number 1 seed, or at least a top 2 seed, depending on how things are going between Q9 and Elevate on the other stream.
It's just going to be absurd sliding into the single elimination bracket if they are the number 1 or number 2 at this point in time. I just really hope that I am not going to be number 8 or number 7, because that means you are probably going to be looking at these very cold individuals who just came for business, and business was ado here in Atlanta. Wonderfully played for X-Rock. I'm excited to see how far they can go.
Also, I need to beg your pardon, Elevate's playing Stalwart. They played Q9 in the previous matchup, so that is a inter-region battle for the other team to make it out of the groups, or groups out of the Swiss phase 3-0. History would suggest that Elevate should be fine, but Stalwart looked pretty good, so something to kind of keep our eye on the other stream. But, I mean, this is, again, it's one of those situations, and I kind of like, I don't want to like harp on this too much. We see this a lot in COD Mobile, where it's just like everyone's so concerned about playing perfect, of like, we can't go 2-for-1 trades. We need to find a free kill. We need to just get your 1v1 win, and then you keep your life. Like, on maps like Takeoff, you have to hit with multiple members and be okay with some dropping. It's just the map is so difficult to rotate around. You have to be willing to sacrifice players to get good map control.
Either way, phenomenal performance there out of the number 1 seed heading into this weekend's event, proving why they are at the top right now with that decisive performance, also giving them the 3-0 so far in their Swiss bracket performance, so they will be feeling very, very good about that. But we can hear directly from them with F-Dot standing by with Nono on the stage.
That's right, we're hanging out here with Nono, and of course I do have Brian to help facilitate the conversation. So, you guys coming out of the Chinese region, playing against another Chinese squad, is this more friendly or more aggressive since you're from the same region?
如果对手也是从中国来的，对你来说是超好玩，或是还是有很多的压力？ 如果是比美国的队或别国家的队？
首先我觉得中国战队的不管是秦九还是我们刚刚对阵的狼队都是非常强的，我觉得他们每一支都比美国的战队厉害。
So he said that, you know, especially from China, they're just all really impressive. So, you know, it's always a challenge to, you know, be able to face off against them.
Well, that brings us perfectly to my next question, because you guys exploded. Last year, your team did not even make it to this stage, and today, you're the #1 seed out of your region. What changed? How'd you guys do it?
所以你们去年根本不在这个冠军比赛，所以但是今年你是从中国的第一，你怎么到这边是有什么方法？有什么特别，或者有什么运气吗？你觉得呢？
我觉得我们今年拿到这个亚特兰大世界锦标赛，更多的是我们5个人齐心协力吧。
So they said it's just a lot of things just added up over time, and it's a mixture of luck, and you know it added up, and the pieces just fit together nicely as time passed, and then you know over time competing so much and facing such strong opponents, it was just meant to be.
Seems like fate. Day by day, bit by bit, and you don't want to tell us the exact secret, I get it. That said, congratulations on the win, good luck and everything else. Beef Mommy is hanging out, catching us up with all our sister streams. Check it out.
China versus China, Garena versus Garena. Right behind me, it's like CDSI all over again. And it's gonna get hot because we got Stalwart Esports right here on my left, and we got Elevate on the right. They're playing Summit right now. If you want to hop on the stream real quick, that is the C stream with Musashio AJ, and of course Verdict gonna be hot on the mic. So not only that, we're also gonna be waiting for Diavolos versus Exclusive. That is 0-2 teams, including Ancient and Supreme team on the D stream. If you guys weren't here leading up to this moment, let me just give you a little bit of a catch up. Our 0-1 teams a while ago had an intense matchup, especially for the likes of Godlike. They were almost in the loss when it comes to Supreme team, and almost giving that loss, especially in Control. 3-1 is going to be their scoreline, but of course Godlike did put through in that Control matchup. Definitely something important. And I think for them to get that win, especially seeing Vitality also winning on that main stage, it means India is still very much up and running in terms of this competition. But yeah, still a lot of things going. Again, your 0-2 and 2-0 teams are coming up right now. See you in the next one.
我们是来自中国的 S-Rock 战队，这次 DreamHack 的比赛，我们将会赢下冠军。
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
was a very swift and decisive 2-0 on behalf of X-Rock, the first of our squads to get those 3 wins in their Swiss bracket. And obviously you see that takeover there on the stage. Huge thank you to Monster Energy for being one of our partners here for this event. Now we start talking about match number 6. I can't believe we're at match number 6 already. 2 new squads up here on the main stage that we haven't even gotten a chance to highlight yet, so I'm very excited about that. And I am talking, of course, about Animus.
In their most recent matchup, going up against a Luminosity team that I still think are not as convincing as the name suggests based on last year.
Okay, all right. Well, speaking of Luminosity, let's highlight them a little bit, okay? Because they are on the flip side of this matchup here, that other half of the coin. Talk to me about them.
I mean, Luminosity, at the end of the day, not obviously the same team that we had this previous year, but regardless of all that, still carry a certain amount of momentum. At the end of the day, they are the #1 North American team, and with that comes a certain lot of respect. That means that they've gone against your tribes. That means they've gone against your, what is formerly known as the status quo. And I think that when you take all that, and granted, albeit within the region, it is still very respectable. I love watching S-Thug play throughout the entirety of the map. He is a wrench into the system for every single respawn and every single moment.
I was going to say, it's not even just that. I really like him in combination with Jez of why the team has been so good at Surge.
Yeah.
They have really, I think, upgraded this team where they faltered last year, which is obviously kind of most reflected off of that meltdown, both on the map and just in the server when they're playing up against Godlike. But the thing is, I think that those two guys together have been one of the main reasons why this LG team was flawless in their region at Search and Destroy, and that's going to be a key to having a long run here this weekend.
Every single win is important here for both these squads, as well as everyone's still battling their way through our Swiss bracket. So we'll have to see what these teams can bring to the table here in our 6th match of the day. We've gotten to hear a little bit about our squads. Let's take a look at the choices they've made when it comes to their map picks here for this best of 3, because we will be kicking things off slightly different this time around, which you think you might be excited about. We'll be starting off with that standoff hard point, all right? And then we'll be moving into a firing range, S&D, and then an arsenal control.
Yeah, standoff for the hard point is, I think, kind of a neutral playing field. There hasn't really been a lot of results to look at across North America on the map overall, but it is not an unfamiliar map towards the region. They played it a lot last year. And then on top of that, the Search and Destroy firing range is great news for Luminosity.
Absolutely.
That has been one of their best, I think, inside the region. So tall ask, I think, for Animus to come out and take down LG here, but it has to start with a convincing performance on map #1.
Yeah, I would say it's a long time familiarity when it comes down to the standoff hard point of the firing range, Search and Destroy. So as Alan Hurd already previously pointed out, even playing field so far, if this does go to Arsenal, it just always goes in the way of slaying. So it is kind of a toss-up in that regard, I suppose.
Now, I didn't get to hear you guys talk about this, so I actually don't know your answers for this for once, but I want to get your predictions on how this is going to play out. Alan, I'll start with you.
2-0 LG. As much as I would love to see Animus put up a fight, and I think the maps could be close, I still think Luminosity is the clear-cut better team.
We gone against each other many different times today. I gifted him at least one back, so we are even, but this we actually agree on. LG is going to 2-0 here.
We're only doing this because the EU guys are in the back and the NA guys are on the desk now. It's just the way it is.
That's fair. That's fair. A little Regency bias. I'm okay with that. I'm all right with that. But the game should be going. If I'm hearing that match #6 is ready to go, we'll have to see if your region does you proud, because they are about to get underway. So let's see how it goes.
Love it. It's one of those things I'm going to go immediately counteract myself. I really want to see this Animus team play well.
Me too.
I really
want to see Europe as a region play well. I remember the first night I got here and I said what's up to the entirety of the European region. I was like, I just want to see you guys do well. I want to see European team make it in the single elimination bracket, but fairy tales only exist in stories, man. And honestly speaking, they haven't really given me much to go off of.
It's facts. It's just one of those things like, I'm going rogue on the desk. Like, LG is so much better than Animus. But really, I want to see him play well.
I hold Jeff compared to Alan talking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's Al versus Alan here. Here we go. Jumping on into the action. Stand-up hard point. Nades littering P1. Cartels. Another player to kind of keep your eye on here for this LG squad. It definitely feels like a player that often goes kind of untalked about or under the radar. But many a times, he can be, I think, the X factor for this squad. And he's already started off pretty nicely. A couple of kills, and LG find themselves in the hard point early.
Yep. Early doors, of course, here when it comes down to standoff, we will be looking towards pretty crucial moments, especially around that P3 timing. When everybody starts getting certain operators online, how do you use those? It's always been a big consideration for North America's shortcomings in recent worlds, so it's a great start to see for Luminosity as they've already soaked up 22 plus seconds.
Really good patience here on the rebreak as well from LG. Waiting for help, making sure the pitch is solid before everyone hits at the same time. So convincing opening here for LG and Cartels in particular. Oh, brother. Already off to a 6 with the Pred missile to go. And the kills just don't stop coming. I want to see Animus shoot back, bro. They're just getting rinsed right now. On rotation as well, Pred missile will make sure LG get there first.
Oh, there were a couple kills that did come through for Animus, but what map presence were they able to get from that? They do at least force one to spawn all the way out. Cartels is not necessarily a part of this attempt, but to be fair, neither is Shark, so these nades need to be on point. The hard point might be contested, but here come the kills now in Animus' favor.
Yep. Need to deal with Raptor on the backside, though. He's done well to catch one. Cartels following up with the SMG shotgun combination is formidable. 43-3. And Animus just cannot find a way to get themselves set up. Cartels nearly at the Purify already. He finds a kill here. He very well just pop it, but Animus from the high ground able to work their way back through. The shotgun is deadly, though. So you're bringing boxing gloves to a shooting ring. Not looking good. Animus able to at least find a way to break things open, so a chance for some score with still 18 seconds to fight.
This is not a good look so far. I mean, Animus were able to break back in, but if you're LG, do you even care? I mean, apparently they do, because they are out. Cartels, they break back inside for the old time here on P2. And the rotation, to be fair, for Animus, you have 2 players around Grandma's. 1 player was lurking around the courtyard area, but since has been sent back towards the respawn, now lacking in numbers, being isolated, but still Animus finding a handful of kills.
And Shark for 2, making his way through Cafe. Shut down on the rotation into Grandma's house as the spawns look like they will be locked for LG, just mostly so. Second set of eliminations starting to come through. Cartels in trouble from behind. Has the Purifier out. Would love to find use for this and does well to catch one, but once again, a bit surprised as now all of a sudden everything else gets thrown into the mix and LG will stabilize with just now nades on the way in for Animus.
On the backside, Rav has the equalizer inside of the bedroom, just soaking up the time. He's got his feet up. Grandma's downstairs baking cookies, and Animus are just simply not finding any sort of entrance whatsoever. The war machine gets invested, comes up absolutely empty. Narks is at least able to go on a 3 spree, but you still got to be worried about the players inside of the bedroom. By that point, Animus are able to contest the time, inevitably lose the gunfight. Took so long, and they are still down by 80 points.
And Raph just 1v3 up top in Grandma's house.
With the equalizer ran out as well. Vibing.
Yikes, man. It's tough, man. Tough scene. So Animus need to find a way to regain. We're going to have a 50-50 battle for new, so prime time to check in with the Animus comms with an Animus listening.
J'ai mon clos, les gars. Je smoke, on va l'air, Encore clos. Prenez, les gars, faut l'air. Les gars, back. Allez, back. Tip spawn. Il est solo, tip spawn.
On commence à pitch. Je vois personne, essayez de lurker.
Derrière le bar.
De market, essayez de lurker, les gars, Il faut un lurk.
Non, Hunter.
Les gars, allez. Je vais aller broken, t'as marqué, je crois.
T'as marqué. Faut l'air.
La push, Boxis, il a un HP, les gars.
Boxis, les gars. Je lurk, j'arrive.
Boxis, il est low. Boxis.
T'as marqué.
T'as marqué, t'es farm.
Les gars, faut calmer, go new.
On va aller new, faut le pitch quand même, on est en retard, faut le pitch. J'arrive, Shark.
One shot, side.
Encore, allez, go new. Allez, les gars.
T'as Grandma, mais putain.
T'as Grandma. je vais purger. J'arrive là.
That's a set of hills. Proper's face is melted.
I'm just as deflated as this comm sound. I mean, wow. It's just tough to watch. I mean, 14 points through an entire set of hard points. Like, to say LG is having a good time would probably be putting it lightly. You have a combined 48 kills in between both Jez and Raph. I mean, what do you want me to, like, congrats. Like, Cartels has slowed down considerably since the start. But Animus just simply cannot hang with the presence, with the pace, and everything else, other buzzwords that you can throw in for LG. They are just doing everything right.
It just sounds like, again, I don't speak French, but,
no, me neither.
You know, kind of listening in to hear multiple voices at the same time, I feel like everyone's calming where players are, but no one's taking the quarterback position and saying, guys, we need to go here, or we're hitting now. It just feels like here's two players doing one thing, here's two players doing another. It just doesn't feel concentrated, which is so strange because this Animus team last year, they didn't qualify through, but they looked so damn good. We talked about Sainz being an up-and-coming breakout player, and he's only got 8 kills.
You even go back and you rewatch the Grand Finals versus Exclusive, albeit online. You can just tell how structured Animus did look in that moment, but everybody does have a plan until they are either slapped in the face or are down by 120-plus points at the end of a set of hard points. And you know, that's just Animus currently, but they are starting to claw their way back. Good amount of kills coming through. Saze does have at least a War Machine available and is getting more damage to speak of, but you deal with a handful from the front. The pinch comes through. The operators get popped. Luminosity come kicking the door down.
Yeah, and I will say, like, even in that moment, like, Sainz gets a good read that the spawn's flipped.
Yeah.
But there's no one else there to help watch the other angles, so he's got to spam out everything with the War Machine. It just feels like it's just in pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be over 200 points for LG. Purifier equalizers both being spent to lock down this scrap time. Cartels trying to push out, but at least get some damage done. Animus a chance to contest a little while longer, but it's a mere footnote in what has largely been a story written by LG.
It's a pretty big footnote. So like size 13, extra wide footnote. 200 to 44. Got a claw that it's at least found further value for Jez, but it's more of a haha to the 34 kills he's already accrued for himself so far. The Predator missile will reveal further information. You look at the rotation over towards Grandma's. Hey, wouldn't you know, we got a Pred missile plus the rotation. That's LG.
Yep. Pred missile does not connect, though. Doesn't matter. They know exactly where the player contested would have come through, and that's enough for Jez to pop off the kill team. LG looking very complete. Just as kind of a history, I mean, they were coming off of a loss to Stalwart where they got blown out on a summit, 74 to 250. So you start to wonder, what is going on with LG? But apparently the answer is not much, just hanging out.
Never Floyd. I think it's all just like a further learning experience coming through. I mean, we knew that the North Americans were definitely going to struggle when it goes up against the Eastern teams, but versus Europe, this is what we simply call in the biz as a confidence booster.
Yep. I mean, Guathil is out trying to get Purifier something to connect with. Narc's good hit marker, doesn't finish off the final shot needed, but has the Fennec to do the job. 14 seconds scrap time looking decent, but on rotation again, it's LG who's here first with a perfect setup. Trophy system to keep Cartel safe. Solo challenge. I mean, do we really think that LG isn't here already? Animus just look like they're all playing for themselves, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Hardly looks competitive at all. I mean, if we can reach 100 points, great. Might be a little bit more respect, but I guarantee you that Animus are probably and respectfully already thinking about that map number 2 and potentially what that firing range might bring, because the standoff hard point in this matchup, it just simply is not it. And it has nothing to do shorter than just the overwhelming and oppressive presence that Luminosity brought straight out of the gates.
Yeah, 100%. Nice moment here from Animus. Little pitch setup.
Yeah.
Pulling the focus from LG's setup, and that's enough for that to be a clean feed. Why are we not doing that earlier? I mean, that was as perfect as it gets.
Yeah.
Nice little trade back here. LG trying to force something through box side. Animus still very comfortable inside the hill, still spawning close towards Hay as well, and the Pred missile will make sure there is no further hit. So, all right, it's a day late and $1 short, but it's good. Finally, we're starting to see something. Animus is like, okay, like this is the team that we expected to see based on the results online.
Multiple hard points late and many different points short, but. Yeah, and again, it's moments like that. Like, you can see the structure for this team. It's not that they don't know how to play fundamental Call of Duty Mobile. It's just simply the fact of how quick Luminosity were manipulating it that just never allowed Animus to mentally fortify themselves for what we just saw right there. So, 55 seconds back towards the center of the map we go. Only 9 required now for LG.
And they have to set up another break attempt, and they need to do it quickly. Equalizers, Purifiers, War Machines all being spent as as LG know that this is likely the final moment of this map. Raph just waiting for the proper time to jump to the hard point with the equalizer. He's actually going to go back over towards Hotel. Slide through, good for the first. Long range shot for the second, also going to be there. But the follow from Animus is just as good as the initial from LG. But again, the time just runs out on the map. So, hey, good break on P4 to finish. Decent contest through P1 there, but the first 7 hard points were anything but good.
There's nothing short of what they should look at that if you are Animus and say, look, we simply should be confident. Like, it's not that they are that different. The scoreline will suggest otherwise, but it's just how quickly and how consistently LG were fundamentally playing standoff hardpoint that exclusive simply couldn't, or I'm sorry, not exclusive, Animus just simply could not get their feet underneath them.
Yeah.
They just immediately slipped on the proverbial banana peel and then just simply could not get back up. So the hard point goes the way of LG. You got to start thinking about that search and destroy. Again, best of threes can be so brutal from the time spent in between start to end.
Yep. Well, we'll talk more about that here in a moment. I will say, though, for LG, looking like the clear-cut best chance for North America to find their way back on top of the throne.
Agreed.
That's encouraging, I think, to see them play as cleanly as they had. I think the other part about it is this dynamic. There are 3 layers to how they play with, Raph on a shotgun. You've got, obviously, the FedEx and SMGs, but S-Thug running the Type 19, really laying down the law from up high.
Yep.
It does feel really solid to see him and Jez play as well as they do together. Because, again, at one point, we're talking about, like, Jez is he's an animal. He can just run around and do whatever he wants. But seeing him show some maturity, some patience, and playing alongside S-Thug is, I think, really encouraging to the dynamicism that this LG squad has in Respawn.
For me, when you go back and you look at LG even through North America in the previous season of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and even what we just got in this small sample size here, is the amount of setup. It is still very selfless, but they are not scared of playing selfish. Like, they can go out and get all the useless kills, but it's mostly setting themselves up for a team narrative that they are ready to play around the objective at any moment's notice. Double positive out of Raph. Casual stuff. 40 and 20. 2 minutes of OBJ time.
Dude, everyone's got over a minute plus except for Jez, who's close.
Yeah.
That's, again, a really encouraging stat line to look at the sharing of the objective time across the board. Okay, that's about as good as it gets from LG. And now you go to firing range. And I will say, to kind of flip the script back over, this is a map that I think Shark has played that no one else does what he does. In terms of, on the defensive side, you throw a smoke deep, throw a stun deep, Shark's going to push through it, get wood control. He could be a tough player to lock down. Now, I've been saying that for the last 3 years, so hopefully teams have learned that by now. But still, I think, when you look at this map overall, the statistics favor LG, but Shark literally can take over on this map.
He absolutely can. And it's just about forcing those timings, and I think that Shark, just as a player historically, especially for the European region, has been able to at least adopt not only just what all of the East end up doing, but what a lot of North Americans also make a name for themselves, and that's being able to dictate the pace on the round. And a lot of that is all just centered around your utility. I mean, we're going to sound like a broken record at the end of these best of threes, brother. Just talking more and more about the utility and the usage and how you can find value with that. Every single stun, every single nade, even the ones that are saved in a post-plant scenario could be the end-all, be-all for a round, let alone a map.
Yeah, 100%. It's just really fun, I think, to kind of reflect back mentally on watching Firing and Search and Destroy 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And how far it's come, and even just the last year.
That's why it's so refreshing. It was obviously a joke, talking about we should keep counting the amount of map 2 firing ranges earlier, but it's so refreshing because the meta on it always changes. You see players learning how to adapt through different scenarios.
100%. I think that's a lot of credit, again, to the fact that, the last year in particular, this map was a staple as we got into the playoff bracket, and our Chinese teams really showed how good you can play this map if you have everything set and ready to go.
Totally.
Definitely changes the identity of what Search and Destroy looks like in the overarching global scene. So let's see how much of that has affected these 2 squads on stage, especially for Animus. Because I say, if you win this map, you get to an Arsenal. Not a bad control map for them. In fact, it's a very good control map for them. They're 5-0 on it.
That's why I said it's a toss-up.
Yeah,
I mean, you can use the star comparison for what our data may suggest, and yeah, it is 5-0 against other European teams, but it's still reps on the map, and it's still the understanding of how to take control of that map. It just mostly comes down to a potential opportunity for Animus, should they get to that map number 3, to be able to showcase what it looks like when they are under that pressure, regaining something that we did get to see very late in that map number 1, but I would be here for it as well. Again, just not as a biased caster by any stretch of the imagination, but I would love to see Europe do well. I would love to be able to see them answer the call, but this is a very tall ask nonetheless.
Yeah, 100% the case. Okay, so Fire Engage coming up still. As we had mentioned, for LG, their search and destroy has been very good. Did not drop a single search map inside of their region for stage 4. Trying to carry that on here. And to be fair, like that status quo squad, I think really surprised us, mostly off of their respawn gameplay, especially against Tribe. And I think Tribe was still trying to figure out search with their newer roster. I think that's kind of why you start to see Hippo get back involved. They need a little bit of help, you know, kind of the coaching side to get them all tuned up, ready to go for the global event. But still, to go flawless in your region and search is very impressive and also very difficult to do.
Yeah. It's always something that you could definitely write home about, especially going into a global championship where historically versus the other Eastern teams, North America typically doesn't do well on search and destroy. But you know, even for all that intents and purposes, even LG, like I was saying, do have things in common when it comes down to Animus. Both of them got O2'd by Stalwart, so I think that's definitely something to say about these two. Potential preparation for what is going to be a very real wake-up call. You are 1-1. You lose this series, your backs are truly against the wall, and the single elimination bracket becomes that much further away. You win this, you get that much closer.
Yep. Again, 3 is the magic number. Whether it be 3 wins or 3 losses, you'll see yourself either moving on tomorrow or moving back to the airport.
Well, that's brutal when you say it like that.
Yep. It's not far away. quick Uber ride away.
It sure is.
Let's get into it. Firing right, search and destroy. We've got Tribe. Luminosity starting on the offensive side. And they will have a quick intention towards B, just overwhelming the solo player and solo trophy of Narcs. Gets naded out of the picture, and a trophy of their own will be placed as LG will go for a quick plant.
I love an immediate turnaround of us just talking about the expensive utility. Just how quick nades came over the top, and just how quickly LG just swarmed all the B bomb side, and the bomb got planted.
Well, this is different. Shark's going to be using an LMG. Not trying to run an SMG in this opening round. Gothilla around the backside of jungle. Throwing some shots out. It's enough for Shark to find one, but there's just no entry back in here. Machine pistol, tickle it, all you want. Not going to work out for a kill. And with that, LG off to the races with their first round.
So, albeit some time in between map number 1 and map number 2, it appears that LG are still keeping up the same pace.
Yes.
We need to start reacting here on defense if you're Animus. These stuns and nades need to be timely. Ceremonious over the top, 1 all the way to the jungle. We'll at least get a lot of information for Rasmo to get first.
Dude, just watch number 5 in blue. Look at Shark. This guy is hunting. However, he's not shooting. Only gets 1, but that's the play I'm talking about. Smoke deep towards the front window at Wood. Nade to follow, stun to follow. Shark rushing through it. Little god nade over the top of trailer also lands, but LG will commit to get this plant off.
2v4 spam shots coming through from Rasmo. Just lurking inside of American. He's about to get pushed, actually. Directly below him. The timing just not going to be favorable at all. So that's like, we'll take down Rasmo. Still have numbers if you are Animus, and they're going to try to wrap this all the way through
I love it. I absolutely love it. The problem is it's being watched, kind of, by Gothilla, and he's good for it. Okay, that's the bomb now down. And it leaves Jez by himself, 1v3. Scope and a Fennec to play with. Gothilla has now rejoined his teammates over through mid. Narcs up top. Likely be the first one to find this. And, well, there's the extra tags, and it'll be Gothilla who will find the final bullet. But, yeah, keep your eye. Every single break off here on defense, watch number 5 in blue. See what Shark does. He's hard to keep an eye on. But if this is the same setup, it's a smoke, it's a nade, it's a stun, and Shark has the opportunity to either play over through trailer or front wood. So there's the smoke, there's the nade. The flash is not there this time. That smoke's a little short. Careful here. He's going to have to try to find his way to wood.
Oh, but he still gets great timing on a Jez who was almost expecting for Shark to be on the opposite side of the trailer. And now you're forced to take a look at Shark. Cartel's up top. Wood has helped, though. Nice assistance from Gothilla, but Shark will still die.
I said this over the last 2 years. Anytime you see a smoke at mid with Animus on a defense, you have to stun it. You just have to. You cannot allow Shark to freely push through like that. It's been the same play for 685 days.
Is that actual?
No.
Okay.
Close.
I believed you.
Thank you.
Convincing.
You're welcome.
Numbers still here, and Animus just have to keep holding his ankles. I mean, Rasmo's in the perfect position. Even if he dies, doesn't even matter. Still hits the shot. The smoke comes through. And why wouldn't you push it with a machine pistol? 1v4.
Yeah.
King's got a sniper rifle. Good luck. Have fun.
He is in trouble. A good first shot. Decent idea of where everyone else is coming from. And, well, hello? Watched a couple of the shots from Says go right past his nose, but didn't make much of a difference. But yeah, there it is again. Animus right through the middle of the map has Shark just dominating and keeping LG uncomfortable. Gotta stun this smoke. You have to stun this smoke. Stun it.
Smoke. Nade. A little deeper this time. Doesn't have immediate assistance is the biggest problem for Sharks. They're actually elected to go inside a wood.
Yeah, just playing back, waiting for him. But the problem would have been the fact that Shark has an SFG, so you get into close quarters like that, and he usually holds an advantage in the 1v1. Not the case this time, as LG just essentially bait Shark in, and that's enough for first blood to get tallied.
That's a big first blood to have for yourself. It means the conductor of the pace of the past few rounds is now gone. What does LG do with this information? They start to take more and more trailer away. This is the biggest problem about how Shark, which is on an island by himself, but Rasmo's still nearby, finds that kill.
Well, and that's the other part about it is, like, the setup doesn't change if Shark drops or not. He just goes rogue.
Yeah.
Everyone else plays the same setup around him. The problem is, as they did lose the focus through mid-map and the flanker, now the retake has to solely come from the front, and uh-oh, that flash doesn't actually get through. Not what you want to see. Doesn't affect this backside of trailer, and that's enough for Raf and Jez to clean things up, no worries.
I think it's also a big moment in that 1v1 versus Shark to not allow him to get away with highway robbery. Just any sort of adjustment you can make to a 1v1 gunfight, standing on top of a table, jumping off of it as well. It could throw off the micro adjustments on an SMG player. A little bit more cheeky in creativity coming out from LG in that previous round. This time, it's straight back to be much like the first.
Yep, Narcs this time stays alive through the opening Semtex and nades that get tossed. And that's enough for this defense to hold strong. Okay. I was going to say, the other thing that we often have seen when teams are able to deny Shark that early play is that Shark sometimes will overheat a round or two, get caught, and then he says, all right, well, I'm just going to go prone in front of your wood window. My sniper's going to watch over me on one side, I can watch the cross, and they still have mid-map completely dominated. So that is something to kind of keep an eye on if Shark does decide to kind of play forward. No, this time it's just the MG42 spamming through mid. And this will be a very passive setup, with the only exception being Saves, who gets deep into trailer this time behind that smoke.
And Shark is actually electing to play very far back this time.
MG in his hand.
You can see just the chaos that it has ensued for the rest of LG to try to meticulously move through the map. They still are able to pick up first blood. Get inside a trailer as well. Rasmus a lot to do, big kill to have.
Yeah, and he's got to stay safe back here. The problem is he could not get deep enough over towards American. So that's going to lead towards LG, clearing out the A side of the map and getting a plant off nade over the top. Really well placed, but a trophy system denies it. So now the post-plant setup, largely just on top of the bomb. All three members inside a trailer. I think a lot of this is because they know that Narcs and Shark are still alive, and they know that Shark has an MG. So this has to be down to how do you break this open, and oh goodness.
Oh no.
Peaks just peaks. Trade is decent though, and now it has to be down to the retake from the front.
Shark hoping for some good timing. Nobody really baiting. Nobody trying to give up any sort of inch. He's going to have to peek with the MG. Finds the first, will be traded. Time's running low, though, and Raph has a shotgun. Narc's able to find the kill. Does he get there in time?
Yep.
Sure does. And that is just many different lessons on why you probably just don't want to be triple stacking inside a trailer for one, but let alone Shark. If he's alive, you feel like anything's possible.
That's very, very true. So a 4-2 half. A lot of it just decided based on what Rasmo was able to hit and what Shark was able to take away. Now, here's the thing about how Shark plays this map on offense. It doesn't necessarily change. They still love to throw this opening smoke through mid, try to keep the defense focused off the conditioning they established on the offensive side. But this time, it's going to be first blood tallied through mid, and that's enough for a 5v4 to carry on from here.
Got to be expecting that Shark is getting wildly aggressive, but until you know for certain that he only has an MG, you're never too safe, you'd fear. Got numbers still looking for a little bit more. Trailer control is going to be important should this AXQ come through.
Yeah, this is actually just a 2-2 split up for LG, electing to just give away the middle of the map. It's going to put a lot of stress on this defense towards B in particular, as there's no angle, even remotely being watched through mid. I mean, you have Raph kind of checking it every now and again, but he doesn't really have a chance to see all of Wood. And that's why. That's because he has to really peek widely, and that's enough for Razmo to punish. And now we got ourselves a 5v3. Good numbers here for Animus.
Oh, S-Thug looking for the timing. Yeah. Premature shots means that you just got to look at that door, and the moment that Kings tries to act, he gets gunned. So Cartels, MG, got more than enough bullets. Can you find the timing for a 1v5? Odds not in your favor.
No. MG go Burr, though.
It do.
Tell you what.
Most certainly do.
Okay.
A couple more rounds away now, and Animus are just waltzing through.
What do you want to do with this R9, Raph? Trailer?
Yeah.
Trailer.
Yeah.
No. Okay. So a lot of utilities spent to get Raph deep with the R9. That's your sole defense at A right now, though. At least that should be the indication. You also got a player in Cartels holding tight on the entryway to B. A little crossfire setup with King. So some cheekiness here in terms of LG being very unpredictable in this opening defensive setup.
Jez is also the bait. He has now joined Raph as far as that A defense is concerned, but they've come up with no information, maybe apart from a couple different audio cues. A lot of lurking happening over inside of the jungle for Animus. They're thinking big.
Does Kings have an angle to hit some sort of an opening snipe? Gets a hit marker. Follow up. That one will land. Cartels trying to take care of the damage that had been dealt. Tries to play in towards Closet. Backs up, and he runs right into a double stack. So now Kings, how much can he still hold? Backside car. Help is on the way. Nades over the top, trying to slow down Animus from actually getting into the site, but they're actually not committing. And this little finesse of time, this killing of the noise, is going to create so much doubt, but Raph has never left. He's able to shut down one over towards A, and now he's got himself an Odin to play with as well.
And the late P coming through from Phillip with the Type 19, right weapon for the job, but I mean, Raph just plays it perfectly, finds the kill, gets inside a trailer. Now he can just lurk. It will be peeked again by Jez, but so isolated are the three remaining players of Animus.
This is an important angle for S-Thug. He can now lock down B. It frees up Kings to rotate the scope over towards A, which is still a bit, I would say, well, dicey, to say the least. Quithilla avoids the nade. Has to step out into the open. Good prediction towards backside American, but has to also be the one to commit for the plant. The toesies aren't going to happen. Doesn't make a difference. LG right there waiting as soon as they got the intel.
All right, one round at a time for Luminosity. Getting themselves closer, diminishing the lead now just by 2. And realistically, it's just slowing down the pace. I mean, Animus kind of did play into that pace itself by trying to roll over towards B and maybe trying to get a bait over towards A, but Luminosity, poised as ever, setting themselves up with a pretty standard defense.
Yeah.
Trying to get the information and the lay of the land where Animus are lurking.
Raph, do you want to take the shotty into Wood? I don't know if I would. And he will back
he
off.
will not.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the thing about like running 2 rounds in a row with Raph with the shotgun is it's going to be a fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you type situation if he plays that backside of trailer again. So he's got to take a different angle. And wouldn't you know it, Shark says, you want to play aggressively? Well, okay. Aspect says, sure, sounds good.
Said, you want to play a game? And he said, we're already playing a game. $1 million prize pool. Big first blood half of themselves. Again, the trade is very important for 2 different reasons. You lose the aggression if you are Animus. You lose a scope out of Jez. And maybe some other position that you once held for yourself. And lack of information to come through as well. Luminosity are assuming that it's going to be a B push. And albeit the bomb is still lurking on this side.
What are we doing?
Push it.
Trade is good. I was about to say that here's the issue for Animus is the mind games that have been established is they can't go A without telegraphing it because they have to throw nades to clear out that corner that Raph was in before.
Correct.
So you take this intention towards B, you see an aggressive setup, not only to get 1, but also know that S-Thug is here, and you're going to say, okay, they're going to keep 2 players towards B, let's take our 3v, possibly 1 on the A site, and they're going to see it's wide open. So now Razmo from the Observer Tower at mid. Focus on the rotation as they do not catch wind of this flank whatsoever, but Cartels is just going to give it away.
Okay, that's not good. 30 seconds, still bomb detonates, and they're all about to be rushing through the dummies.
Yeah, now they know there's 2 players here, just 2 different weapons coming out. First shots are good, trigger disappointed in the corner from Says, and that's enough for Animus to get to 6. I just don't know why we're pre-firing when we're coming on a 3-man flank right there.
There's no, the answer? there's no reason whatsoever. That is either a desk pop or a very unfortunate and nervy mistake, and could end up being the costly one here for Luminosity. The lead is now by 3 and
Holy
only
nades.
1.
That's a lot of nades. Trophy systems were enforced though. Spam from the LG not going to work out as Animus will come away 2 for 1. It's Cartels at mid-trailer still in a good spot, but keep your eye on number 2. Rasmo's gotten deep through 10. Catches Jez out completely off guard, and now it's just a 4v2 situation. Animus, huge advantage as they're re-wrap back to beat.
Might as well. All the other information would assume that it is vacated. Cartels will take down Rasmo, and the push continues for the team in blue. B-side acquired. How do you retake this 2v3 if you are Kings and Cartels?
With a lot of hope.
Mm-hmm.
Shark into play. Topside useless. Kings trying to clear things from the middle with the scope. No peeks yet. Gets a chance, but that's Narcs on the other side, and he will not miss. So now it's just down to Cartels. Picks up a scope of his own for a shot lands. Keep in mind, he does have a Fennec, I believe, in his back pocket. So it should be enough for him to try to clear out some of these close corners, but look at this re-wrap coming out of Says saying, I know you're coming through mid. I know you got to clear out the backside tires. Now looking good for Cartels. Saves a couple of shots, now something to be dealt with. The Shark in the corner never peaked, and it's an Animus 7-3. And map number 2 giving us the control we all wanted.
I felt like even after the half being at 4-2, it was truly Animus's to lose. It's like your timing, like the biggest question mark and the ultimate mind game. It starts with an S, and it ends in a K. It's Shark of natural course. It's just the way, as you were painting out Bob Ross style up here, just the different styles of the nades, it makes you question almost everything. We saw at least some adaptations coming through on trying to stop it late offensively, but then the rest of the teams, the snipers, Rasmo specifically inside of American, became a problem, and then that was a continuation once the sides inevitably swapped. The only time where you really did feel like that there was any sort of dominance coming through from LG on the defense was when Raph pulled out the shotgun and he got inside a corner, but then the following round, to your point, you almost feel like that he can't find this a similar value without getting too egregious with his positioning.
Yep.
That it was just easy days from there on out for Animus just to continue to play their game.
It's just like, this is like a search and destroy 101. If ever you see an aggressive smoke thrown at you, you have to throw a stun into it.
Yeah.
It's not to necessarily get the status effects on the player pushing. It's just to know there's a player pushing. It's an information game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, I mean, again, it's something that we've seen Shark do for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And it just still, either whether about neglect or just ignorance, just keeps getting ignored. And the thing about it is, if he keeps throwing the same smoke and you stun him, or you just throw a stun that doesn't land or it does, that gives you the information of, oh, Shark's in there, so now we know we can play passive and try to bait him into an isolated moment, or he's not in that smoke, so we know he's playing an LMG deeper into sight. Like, it's just, that's so clear cut. It gives you so much early intention if you just throw one piece of utility.
I mean, we also talk about it in respawns when it's, say, you pop a Sparrow, I respond with an equalizer. Should I
like we've got our pretty clear-cut top 4 at this moment in time.
I don't like
maybe
to count chickens before they hatch, but you're not.
Yeah. I said the only other thing would be like maybe Stalwart is showing us something, but we'll take a look into some of our other streams as we're still getting ready for the Arsenal here. This is our C stream, and we find ourselves on Tunisia between Stalwart and Elevate.
On the market as I say his name. FDX.
And we'll let the
have
casters
to take yellow on that one. Skirt finding
take
PJ,
you away for this
but
one.
that's all over. It's a equalizer, courtesy of Stalwart. Let's go to overtime, baby.
What a better way to end this one. I beg we see a game 3 here, AJ, but we've seen this matchup so many times.
All right, so 6-6 the count here as we jump into an overtime situation between these two Garena squads. Again, very well rehearsed versus one another. Just comes down to, again, who can find this edge. Elevate would love to be able to, again, just rue the day that they are even looked at as slightly vulnerable. Again, this is another qualification match. Both these teams at 2-0.
Yeah. Stalwart needing the search and destroy just to extend it to a map number 3. Elevate were able to take that map 1. And a lot of eyes on what this Elevate team is going to do here. The consistency in between cdsi and their lower bracket run is everything that everybody wants to be in a tournament formats. Though, first blood, much like how we saw earlier from Elevate, still very good.
And that's just one of those moments where, like, you allow Susano to get that far forward. He's got such an easy exit back, so it's free. And now Kendi's trying to do the same thing on the other side of the map. Now, Stalwart's going to be aware that this is a possibility. Just comes down to will they actually catch the angle, because Kendi is hugging this wall, but up and over should be a freebie, and it is. So an early trade back. Now all of a sudden the defense has to worry about, hey, we haven't seen anything at B. Could this be an A hit?
Played stun through mid, not going to connect with anything whatsoever. And still just struggling to find some information. And Stalwart trying to maneuver their way just outside of the winery. They got a player in a position to maybe try to work a little bit of bait, but the bomb is late. On this rotation, 28 seconds remain.
FDX trying to clear things out from the front. And they will find the opening. Okay, PJ drops, only taking one with him. Defense quickly on the rotation over with 15 seconds to play with. This has to be a commit for the bomb plant. EG's playing forward. Yeah, he's going to get a little bit caught here, or is he? He finds Yopi on the mantle. Decent response for Susano, but the bomb does get planted. So we go 2v2. Klo over the top. That's clean. Almost able to snap onto the second, but Klo gets caught on the reload. That's enough for Elevate to take the edge of the OT.
The massive momentum going in towards the defense, which is how good the sniping from Susano has been on this Friday afternoon. And you are now one round away for Elevate, being only the second team to make it towards the championship bracket. Again, we saw X-Rock 2-0 Wolves unceremoniously not too long ago. You'd expect Elevate to make it towards the single elimination bracket as to take down one of their fellow region teams along the way.
Yeah, lots of nades being thrown from Elevate immediately into the A side. There is a deep smoke here. Susano also helping open up the site with the late stun. PJ in the corner trying to clear things out. Bottom side winery. Decent trades coming out in Oscard. Is not quite able to lock down the shots at range. Elevate with the numbers. And well, it's his last chance saloon here. 1v4 situation. Everyone knows where the last member is, and no worries there. Elevate clean through the overtime. Win it 8-6, and they will 2-0 their regional counterparts and make their way into tomorrow's bracket as one of the top 2 seeds.
We'll say this much. I mean, that, albeit an unfortunate loss for Stalwart, you're still going to be feeling pretty darn good about yourself, just keeping that search and destroy as close as they did. I'm not too sure what the scoreline was in their map number 1, but regardless, playing Elevate that close, especially off of recency, you got to be feeling pretty darn good about that. It's only their first loss, so still plenty more COD left to be played.
Absolutely the case. And I will say, I think just kind of like we weren't really sure what the expectations were going to look like for Stalwart. They've done well to this point.
Yeah, they have.
Obviously, they're 2-0. It's easy to say, but
and they do with both the teams that we have on our main stage.
Yeah, so there's definitely some things to keep in mind as they will drop to the 2-1 bracket. They're going to have nothing but qualification games the rest of the way, whether they do it in the next round or the one afterwards. So some freedom, some buffer after the hot start. But the bracket only gets more difficult as teams continue to eliminate each other.
That's how things go sometimes.
That's how brackets work, yeah.
It's quite literally the point of a bracket, yeah.
Correct, yeah. The worst teams get eliminated, better teams move on. It's, yeah.
You're so good at that.
I don't know, whoever cooked up the first bracket, genius.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's like making the first beef Wellington, but for like brackets. It's amazing. I'm hungry. Sorry, I'm hungry.
Fair. Okay. Here we go. On to the Control at Arsenal in our feature matchup. Unanimous and LG. Again, both teams have really enjoyed playing this map, and they both have found flawless success inside their regions. But the opening in towards A for LG, good. Even better that they get some top window control here. Follow from Rasmo, fighting back. That's not bad. As he finds two with the machine pistol. Just when he thought LG was going to get a free first tick, it's immediately responded by Animus' defense.
A lot of people have heard me talk about Control, but it might be a broken record to some, but it is so true on Arsenal. So break-off dependent, but it honestly, a round could end as it starts, but nice trades to at least come through. Still trying to jostle for position, maybe over towards this B control zone. Cartels 1v1 inside of the lounge has to favor the reload, but still holding the space is very difficult to try to come back from. You want the statue, but cannot hold no longer.
This is interesting. Raph is just kind of hanging out at mid, making sure the pitch stays safe. Curious, to say the least. And that's going to be enough for Animus to just respond to the play over towards the opposite zone, clear it out, and hold the 2-life edge. There's the bait and switch. Doesn't even need to be needed as now Raph is able to find the first for free. Narc's now trying to play his life backside of the tower. Staying in the zone for some contest. And he's got help here. So again, LG, what do we got? Trying to fight pillar to pillar. Flash on one side. Odin just trying to lock down the corner, and now here's the best chance. Damage going to be tallied. First shots are good, and the follow-up is better. So now the clock will stop at 31 seconds with LG on the A zone.
13 points up against 14 again. Still very, very much so anybody's round, but Kings just gives it up at the utmost wrong time. Still, clock being stalled out. 2 players strong around the A control zone. Reinforcements on the way.
Yep. Second tick looking good. Spam through the door for Jazz, not going to land. Flank on the way from Animus. This is taking a lot of time, and they may just be chalking this. Try to get into the spawn a little bit, deal some more damage to the life count. Problem is, now you've got all of a sudden the ability just to flood through main lobby. Good crossfire setup for Animus. Enough to deal damage, slow down the play just a touch, but Raph is going to get around the back. Hunter Killer Drone now moving through, and we have a battle of spawn traps coming up.
Yeah, this is basically a base race when it comes down to control on Arsenal, but the biggest issue is that if more kills start to come through, what are you supposed to do if you're 1 and 3 in blue? You almost have to give it up, come down the stairs, and that's exactly what the call will at least be for Says. Will come help out his former teammates, but you still got 3 more Luminosity players in your spawn, 2 Animus players in the opposite spawn, and so far as the numbers go, Animus are coming out on top.
Well, this is Arsenal, friends.
What?
Yep. Spawn die! Spawn die!
You're running out of lives.
Here's the thing.
You're running out of lives.
There's no more spawns left now all of a sudden for LG. And now we got ourselves a 3v3. Dude,
wait.
What? What is this?
We base race and we flip the map. The Predator missile gets called in as well. It's just information. It doesn't even find a kill.
Oh, man. It's a round of search.
Sparrows?
Sparrows are through. Oh, my goodness. This is control.
No. No, we have lost control. We have lost control. Rasmus Hunter Killer Drone's going to take down Cartels. And I love this call coming out from LG. Don't chase the kill. Rasmo thinks he can win this 1v2 with the claw.
Oh, he sees the player inside the fence. Does he get the snap? Almost. But wow. I mean, that's control for you on this map. You just take away all the respawns, then you play whatever's left. It's a 3v2, 3v3.
but it's a hell of a call coming through for LG. I mean, whether they got the information or not, just to push all the way through the lobby side like you were talking about, I don't think that Animus knew that was going to be a thought, a process for LG to try to do, but brilliant as it may be, coming down to a final 1v1 and 5 segments to boot for Luminosity.
This is my first time actually casting Arsenal Control in this game. Wow.
You remember when the biggest problem that you and I had to worry about was the head glitch on the statue?
Just wow.
We've come so far.
Yeah, well, have we?
No, but we've gone places.
Animus now have the offense. Oh, mercy me. Down 2 lives early, and you've got LG starting to push up through trophy side. Now, you have also got Shark through on the opposite through elevator, but he's being chased by Cartels who's seen him. Shots are coming out. Spawn Trap trying to get a firm for both sides, and Shark will only find one before falling. So damage has been mitigated. Now LG control the map with only 35 seconds to the clock.
You just can't help but giggle just watching the mini-map when it comes down to Arsenal Control. I mean, LG, they won the break-off. They saw one player, Shark, trying to work the spawn. I was like, hey, get out of my house. Get off my lawn. And and they're trying to do the same exact thing on the opposite side. A little bit more passive is LG in their setup, not trying to cut off away from the map until they get another clean 3-4 dead. Rasmo will at least find a trade, but a very good defensive opening for LG here.
Raph, a little bit of a slide and dance with Shark, who had the gloves out. Wins it. Long-range shots from Jez also decent, but has to help out onto the zone. Raph, a little bit of trouble in towards double doors. Rasmo still getting the work done. Holy smokes, Rasmo is off to the races. Does eventually see his teammates fall, and with so, he will also drop. So now 19 plays 12, and LG looking comfortable. Just a second they have to kill off the clock.
At this point, you're just hoping to salvage anything if you are Animus. I mean, the fact that you almost got that first segment is saying a lot, but I mean, LG in the response, continuation of what we were talking about, going back towards that standoff. You give these guys any sort of area to control, they know quite well how to take that space and then make you to have more and more less space. So one more round away for Luminosity to increase their entire lead on the day, get themselves close towards that.
Yeah, and I love this. You have red missiles, you have operators go to B. This is something we saw back in 2019 for Black Ops 4. You got streaks, take them to the outside point. It gives you so much freedom, so much control. And now Animus need to make a really tough choice because you can't just play for spawn traps here. You got to get your defense going. And the second tick of progress is pretty much already gone. Kings somehow loses that battle with an Annihilator. Saze takes him out of the picture, and that's enough for Animus to regain control at B and deplete the second tick of progress.
You got one player inside of your spawn, though. It's Jez. Pulls out the claw and almost loses his life. Just barely holds on, and now the spawn trap is in. Full spawn protection, able to at least get yourself moving if you are Rasmus, but you still die. Jez is still alive in that spawn, by the way. Finds two more, and it's still going, by the way. And now you got to start wondering if you are safe. Do you try to do the same? It might be too late. Jez even calls in a pred missile, will lose his life, but once the dust is settled, it's 22v19.
Yep, and that's can just pop the doors, use the spare to clean out the lobby. Not landing yet. Lots of shots already spent. In fact, the whole thing is gone. War Machine from D. Also not coming up here. Eventually Rasmo drops, but the focus from the front is still less than convincing right now for LG. There's a pinch on the way, does get shut down. So a chance to jump on, get the second tick of progress worked on, especially now that there are 4 members still surviving for LG's offense.
And still working up that second segment. You have to contest if you are Animus while also fighting eliminations along the way, and they are doing everything possible to try to do that, plus some extra. The kills come through, the segment gets depleted. Animus are not done yet.
Not yet. Couple of operators at the ready as well. Saves for the War Machine. Rasmo has his available on top of it. Nades cooked up by Raph, all towards lobby side. That will not land. Trophy systems in place to keep the defense safe, but Cartel sneaks through the vent. Trophy down for the offense now for LG. Trades on the point. Here comes the claw. Last thing standing for Rasmo. And may have been enough. He gets a couple eliminations, but Cartel's one of the last ones surviving for LG. Finds a double. Now joining him as another member, and that's going to be the second tick done with the third on the way.
Nobody's hitting around. They're all just kind of trying to rush up through the stairs, hoping that the nades find the value to get them the space up the stairs.
Well, the opening shutdown is decent. Has Thug off the reload, trying to hold on to these long-range headies. Tough battles over towards the top of the staircase. 11v6. And is still chewing back into this. Finds the kills they need, but it's an 8v5 with a minute 13 on the clock.
Plenty of time left to try to hold on if you are Animus. The problem is you have to play flawless, and you want to hold on to that maybe for another round, but desperation might ensue.
Yeah.
You're being flanked. Cartel's looking to work a pinch.
Yeah, tough decision that has to come through here for Catholic, is knowing that there are no more respawns. If something looks very dicey, you may just have to make a gut check call to see another round. Cartel's around the back, has not found anybody yet. S-Thug has been damaged by Rasmo. That's enough to at least allow the initial trade to come through. More now from the front. 40 seconds on the clock. 7v3 should be clear shooting for LG from here on out, especially as they cleared off the zone. There's the clock on the pause. Not sure where Shark is, but they find him, and it all rests with one. Says backside staircase, can't get away, and LG will take a 3-0 in the control and get themselves a second win in the Swiss bracket.
Yeah, big momentum swing coming in for LG.
Okay.
Food to eat, why they sleeping, why they snoozed on me? I was seizing opportunity, now they don't know what to do with me. I keep going hard like I'm in puberty, rebellion's in my blood, there ain't no ruling me. Coming for the top, this is a mutiny. Don't know what to do with me. Coming for the top, this is a mutiny.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship here at DreamHack Atlanta. We've had a fantastic day of performances here so far on day one of our competition, moving our way through the Swiss bracket. And I know you're expecting match number 7 on the main stage, but we have a little bit of an extra treat, okay, for all of you here, both live in the arena and at home that have been following along with us here all day, because we're waiting on a couple of our teams to finish in the pit before we can get our squads up on the main stage, which means we get to go check out a pit match instead and follow along with some really big storylines that we've been talking about all day, because we're going to be watching Gallerus and Godlike fight for a spot in the bracket in this upcoming match. Let's take a look, though, at the Swiss bracket. We've had a lot happening here today to try and keep up with whether you guys have been watching the main stage or our B, C, or D streams, where all of our matches have been happening. And so lots of teams have made their way through already.
Yeah, it's getting a bit mixy, isn't it? But for a lot of these teams, again, the same kind of applies. Win 3 before you lose 3. Some of these teams, though, are actually already eliminated. We've already had some teams that already lose 3 games. So tough scenes for them, but they will still go home with some prize money. But yeah, we have some really interesting games, right?
Yeah, I think it's Diablos have already been eliminated. They lost, I believe, 0-2 to Exclusive. I believe that has been confirmed. I think we looked at that. And the other one is Ancient Gaming, which obviously, as we saw earlier on, is not really a surprise again. Shout out to those guys, but unfortunately, they will go down to Supreme Gaming. So we have our first eliminations. On the other side, though, we have our first teams through to bracket play. And surprise, surprise, it's X-Rock and Elevate after their respective 2-0 victories over Wolves Esports and Stalwarts Esports. Both incredible matches, by the way. The fact that we got the matchups between the 2 best Chinese teams, arguably, of course, Q9 also in that conversation, and the 2 best Garena teams, brilliant. Absolutely love that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just day one. We've already had some potential foreshadowing and who we're going to see later on in the competition. So now we get to see what's going to happen with this next team claiming a spot in the bracket. Like you said, Gallerus versus Godlike. Let's jump into it.
Straight into it as well. I mean, this one is a super important game for both these 2 teams. These teams are ones that want to advance to that bracket play. You lose this game, you have no more opportunities to lose, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, your lifelines are kind of slowly already depleting here in the Swiss stage, and this is a massive matchup for both of these 2 teams. Again, Gallerus, you know, trying to prove to people that, hey, they should not be an underrated team. For Godlike, I mean, much really in the same spot, right, Tuck, for the most part? I mean, Godlike are a team that obviously made that miracle run last year, and I think since then, I think people underestimate them.
Yeah, I think both teams are kind of in that bracket of they could threaten to win it. Do we think they will? I'm not 100% sure. That's kind of where we got both these 2
Don't
teams
say that's
right
a Godlike fans, mate.
No, well, okay. I might be getting some sweet stuff. Some people might be saying some things in the chat, but I've too long on the tooth these days for that, Brody. I don't care. So here we are into this game. Godlike into the lead. A nice start for them over towards P1, but P2 coming up very, very shortly. You can see Gallerus already on their way over. Godlike do have somebody pushing over towards this back side, though, so keep an eye on that to clear that one out. Tonight's rotation coming through. The side of Godlike in the end. Gallerus have some work to do here, buddy.
Yeah, that is a big pick against the Beast. That means the backbones horns will be good for Gallerus here, but what won't be good is Trunks coming through the front of the hardpoint, picking up not just 2, but 3 kills. Godlike, just as quickly as they lose control of the hardpoint, they regain it. And that's going to send spawns a little bit buck wild there. Gallerus spawning out all across the map. Now spec fights going on for these spawns. It is going to be Gallerus that will ascertain them, but sometimes getting up that driveway is actually kind of difficult, especially as they're going to be operators very soon to get for Godlike.
some of those spawns coming through towards the backside there. Both the teams having a battle with it. But Godlike ultimately the ones who are coming out on top. Still 30 seconds to play for here over towards the garage, and it is most of the kills going over towards Godlike. Make it now 3 coming through for Learn. Really big plays coming in for Godlike. It's been such a good start for them. P1, they got a good amount of time. P2, the majority. Even in amongst the chaos, they've done extremely well to find themselves in this position. Rotation over towards Fences in just a second, which is definitely a little mixier than what we get over towards the garage. Let's see if any team can really get some sort of control. But for Gallerus, that's 4 points on the board after 2 hills.
Yeah, and a reminder again, they did just get the rotation on towards P2 and pretty much lost it straight away, right? So just because they're over here on Fences does not mean that they will get control, and it's also worth saying that Fences, just on the whole, is a really mixy hard point. To get a wealth of time on it is pretty rare. This, of course, is the hard point where we're going to start to see some of the investment coming through from the operators as well. Neutrino, the player that Godlike didn't expect to be playing for the roster. Of course, Skull Guy, unfortunately, not able to attend here at Champs once again. He's going to bring out the War Machine, but it's not going to amount to all that much. Claw instead for a Bees is good for the kill against Lucasin, and there's the follow-up from Neutrino. So Godlike, again, on the offensive against Gallerus, they're not getting much time from this hill.
Yeah, just seem to really be pushing the issue as much as they can. Haven't really seen too much from Gallerus. Just to be honest, in Hardpoint, I think even in their game previously, yeah, okay, we've seen them up against Tribe, but they made mincemeat of them. But other than that, when they have come up against the elite teams, it has been a bit of a struggle. But saying that, there is still plenty of Call of Duty still to be played, and they will get a little bit of control over towards that scrap time. 7 seconds remaining. They're going to pick that up for their most significant points of the game. They only had 4 by the time they got here. They're leaving with 39.
Yeah, something in it, you know, Gallerus, what, quadrupled, octupled, is octupled a word? I don't know. It will make it a word, wherever it is. Whatever 8 times is, someone tweet me. That's what Gallerus have done. They've certainly expanded their scoreline here. Godlike, though, be careful. They've already got control of Nu. Good investment of the Predator missile coming through from Fokke. That's going to give Gallerus a chance here, but you need to see some heroics from Henry Cat. That is going to be close. Operators now invested from Gallerus as well. Fokke, what damage can they do? Trunks on the other side with the Purifier. There's the equalizers from Prevail too. It's Annihilator now as well. It's Operators galore here.
Everybody investing. It felt like it was Godlike getting the better of it, but Lucasin's just pulled 3 out of his back pocket. And manages to find one to help him along the way, and 25 seconds to play for still here over towards the rock hard point. Gallerus were there. Godlike very quickly get rid of them though. For all the investment for both 2 teams, it felt like Gallerus were the ones coming out on top, but Godlike are the ones in control. 13 seconds to play for, the end of the first rotation incoming. If you're a Godlike fan, you're liking what you're seeing. Really good rotation out of them, which really just started at P1, P2, chipped away since then. Really, really good start to this hard point.
You could say you Godlike what you're seeing, you know?
All right, it's too easy that you probably shouldn't have done it.
Godlike feeling pretty good about themselves at the moment. 30 points to the good over Gallerus. You'll be very happy with the way the start of the hard point, I think, especially has gone thus far. Gallerus, really, the only good look they've had is that Fences hard point, which, to be fair, they did get a lot of time out, more than teams usually do. But you have to be careful. You don't find yourselves too deeply out of this game this quick. Godlike already amounting a lot of time on P1. Gallerus trying to desperately fight back through. Mihawk with a double up top. Of course, he was a player at the start of the day that had a phenomenal start on that Summit hardpoint. So if he can heat things up for Gallerus here, they'll be right back in this game.
Trying to get something going. I think the thing is, when you see a scoreline like this, you sometimes count the other team out far too early. We know that. I mean, we've casted many hardpoint games over, not just this season, but over the past, 10, 30 years with myself. So, I mean, that makes me feel old. But how many times you see teams come back, a full 60 gets this Gallerus team immediately back into this game. They're finding some good time at P1. The scrap time is there. The rotation is not. But if they can find a break, find a full 60, we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, and that's never been more true than here on Hacienda, right? Hacienda kind of lends itself to these comebacks, if you will. All it takes is one good break, as you said, and then the follow-up hardpoint control, and you are right back in the conversation. Hell, I mean, Elevate showed us that at CDSI. So Gallerus still in a chance. Never count them out, especially with how good of a team they are. But right now, Godlike are leading this conversation, and they're also leading hardpoint control as well. Backspawn still looking pretty good. Infiltration from Fokke with the R9. Not a lot of effectiveness with it, though. Gallerus are going to hit this front over and over again. They're going to run right into the operators of Godlike. On the other side, though, Mihawk with the claw. How much damage can you do? A second kill for Mihawk. Any more on the platter? It's good at the very least to get Gallerus in.
Yeah, there's the break with about 30 seconds remaining here on Garage. 80 seconds has now been broken. If they can pick up this decent amount of time here on the scrap, which is looking like it's going to pretty much be given to them by Godlike as the rotation over towards Fences starts to come through. Gallerus are closing that gap. Henifest and the Sparrow for the the transition over towards the next hill. He is going to fall, though, so I wasn't too sure if that was remaining from the garage hill, but either way, a questionable investment if that was the case. But a bit of a split spawn here. Things are about to get very, very mixy when things do pop in 3 seconds over towards fences.
I gotta say here very quickly that Godlike, I really like the way that they played that off the back of that. They didn't invest too much in towards scrap time. They were trying to cut Gallerus off on the rotation for the middle of the map. So great map awareness coming out of Godlike. But now as we get towards the next hill, here we go. Godlike looking to hold on towards this hard point. Gallerus, though, they're starting to get the kills here, Tom.
Yeah, they were slow into this game, but they very much have went toe-to-toe with Godlike over the last 4 or 5 hills. Closing that gap ever so quickly. War Machine's out. The Annihilator was there for Lucas Jane as well, not quite operating at the same time now, but you did see the investment of the equalizers coming through, getting nothing, but everybody else from Gallerus is. 25 seconds remaining here over towards fences. This was the start of the comeback and the start of their hard point of the previous rotation, and they are getting things going here as well.
Yeah, definitely feels like this is the hard point where Gallerus are feeling most comfortable right now. There's not a lot that Godlike have had to say. Neutrino will find one, but immediately you trade on out here. With 10 seconds left, you're still going to hit this one if you're a Godlike. I mean, why not? You've got the back spawns. You've got a clear path towards the next hard point, but Gallerus are still winning the trades at the moment, and we said it right. Gallerus can still come back into this hard point, has to get to lend itself to it. Well, look at this scoreline. Gallerus now just 10 points away.
Streaks available for Lucas Jin. They're starting to come through as well, and Gallerus will need to still continue to be good. Things have slowed down for Godlike, but we know in the blink of an eye, the same can be said for them. They can find a full 60 and put this game out of sight, but Lucas Jin will find 2 out of nothing, as he just so often does, but Prevail equalizes out over towards the balcony side of Brock. It's very, very difficult to find a push. He's just going to try and linger around. Hen will find 2, but this is just where you do not want the enemy equalizer. He finds 2, the third there for the cut. Brilliant plays from Prevail. Godlike in control.
Godlike looking to bring this one home. They've let Gallerus back into the conversation. Now they need to silence them once more. And Neutrino being all sneaky like, waiting for the perfect time strike. He's found it in behind. He's going to get some team shots in as Trunks is the one to finish off not just 2 kills, but the third as well. Gallerus now at the back of the spawn. Going to have to find a way back in towards the hard point. Abyss with the claw, keeping them at bay. 3 for Abyss. Look at the operators for Godlike. They want this hard point.
Invested extremely wisely. They find so much efficiency with everything they possibly could have there and get the reward for it. Nearly breaking 200 points. They pick up the majority of the time over towards P4. Gallerus get very, very little, but they will have the operators of their own, maybe a little bit sooner than Godlike will again. We will, of course, be heading towards another P2. Godlike can just win it here on P1. Very unlikely with how mixy it can be, and the fact that Gallerus have found a way through. This is really about the rotation over towards P2, though. Gallerus soaking up some valuable time. They need as much as they can possibly get.
Yeah. Cannot let Godlike get this time. You've got to fight for it. You're starting to win the gunfights as well. The ARs have definitely stepped it up a notch over the course of the last set. Lucasen, 2 kills shy of 40. Just Lucasen things, as per usual. Gallerus now looking for some kind of time here. Smokescreen is going to make things a little bit more difficult. Neutrino fighting for these kills in the middle of the map. He's going to get cut short by Lucasen. He will now hit that 40 kill mark, but Gallerus here, oh, they're fighting for this scrap time ton. Godlike, they've got the spawns for new. A good opportunity here to put this one away.
A lot of time picked up. Time that they needed. Godlike get very little, if anything, over towards P1, but what they have got for themselves is that rotation over towards P2. They're now in control, but look at the spawns over towards the backside. Is there a potential pinch being set up now? You can see the spawn out here for Godlike. This is the moment for Gallerus as they find a way through. Foki will find 2. Learn is there to answer back, but here come the Annihilator from Lucas Jin. You're inside the point. Gallerus find the break. It's absolutely what they needed.
Yeah, and you can still fight this one from the front as well here. Operators galore for Gallerus. 4 of them being invested in towards this point. Pabzera is just firing his War Machine pellets out because why the heck not? But it's not actually doing anything. That's not where the players are. On the other side, though, it's all good because you've got Fokke just watching this door. Gallerus now surely not about to take the lead away from Godlike.
Both of these teams have invested every single time so wisely. The stock market will be terrified of how efficient these 2 teams have been with these operators. It's a phenomenal play from both of them, and they have both made it count. 20 seconds to go here on P2. It is going to be a lead for Gallerus as we head over to what has been their favorite hill in over towards the fences, and could they finish it off yet? It's been quite the comeback. I want to say they were 80 or 90 down at some stage. Godlike have really slowed down compared to their start.
I just don't understand how this has happened. Godlike just, I don't know, letting Gallerus back into the game. I mean, I know fences have been kind of part of that conversation, right? But that was a massive massive break for them there on that P2, and I think it's a hill we'll revisit at the end of the game if Gallus are able to get this one done. But Predator Missile now coming down. Gallus just 20 seconds away. Fokke will double up here. Godlike starting to feel a little bit desperate towards this fence's hard point. They are going one by one. Neutrino's investment of the War Machine is huge. That's a double that will give them an entrance to the hard point.
Prevail will find a couple as well, and now here comes the investment from Godlike. We said how good they've been for both these two teams, and they are making it count. Trunks and Prevail starting to combine together at just about the right time. Godlike have been quiet, starting to come back into it. 30 seconds to go here, P3.
Yeah. Now going to be a Purify from Trunks as well. Godlike not going to be able to finish things here regardless of what happens, but this is a chunk of time you can't afford to give away to Galaris. Galaris now starting to heat up as well in the feed through Tin. Don't want to overinvest in this one. There goes Trunks down for the count. Galaris winning the vast majority of these gunfights. This time is still worth fighting for a touch. That's a huge wave of gunfights though for Godlike, and now if you're Galaris, just go new. Stop fighting for scrap.
They're trying to fight for it still. You can see they're very, very close. They're still going for it. This scrap time is going to matter little, but there is going to be a huge gunfight over towards the next hill. You can already see it on the minimap, and here it is, and it's going to be Prevail with the equalizer. The investment, again, has to be so good. Looking towards Galaris, they are going to have something of their own. Can they find it?
Here we go, Pabzera with the investment through. For Godlike, just keep an eye on where these guys are spawning. You're going to know, surely Prevail's going to find one. Trunks will double up as well. Pabzera's War Machine amounts to naught. There's the kills for Godlike, just a second away from victory here. Galaris fighting to find their way through towards the hard point. Mihawk will double up. They're looking to get the contest through. Henry Cat, can he do anything?
How can they manage to find a way through? They're still inside the point. Galaris still contesting it. They now get themselves inside. Godlike need to try and find a way through. There are the kills, and there's the win. What a map number one between these two teams. Galaris bring it back very, very quickly, and Godlike shut it down. The investment over towards P3 works out for Godlike. They get the dub and find themselves in the lead.
Woo! Godlike. I mean, they were celebrating and they were getting hype, and fair play for clutching up towards the end of the game. I'll be honest though, I don't know if that's one of those ones where you've earned that, because you almost chuckled that game. There was like an 80-90 point advantage or something like that. By the end of the first set, all Godlike had was the first fence's hard point. It felt like Godlike were going to run through them. And then Godlike, or Galaris, excuse me, made this incredible resurgence. Second set, they looked much more assured. Godlike, I think, significantly less so. Man, if they would have lost that one, that would have been one of the biggest chokes here in COD Mobile history.
But we were saying about all the way through, it takes one good 60 from the opposition, who are quite far behind. In this case was Galaris, and they found it. They got themselves well and truly back into this game. And then from that, they really did look like the team who were going to take it. It felt like the momentum was very much in their favor. But again, it felt like it was that game of cat and mouse when it comes down to the operators. It's like, okay, we're going to invest this time, you're going to invest this time. Yeah. And it just felt like that last hill, both teams had some availability, and it worked out more for the side of Godlike. Really, you have to give a huge shout out to the equalizer that comes on through, I think, from Prevail. I mean, that is the difference maker in this game. And they're going to be letting them know about it. A huge win for Godlike in map number one. And one that I would think you look at, Galaris, their Search and Destroy look fantastic in their game against Wolves, so they will be looking at that, as will Godlike. They all know when they're going into this game, Galaris' Search and Destroy looks clean this week. So that is an important map number one win for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll talk about Search and Destroy in depth in a minute, but I will say I don't know if that Search and Destroy victory for Galaris was Galaris playing well or Wolves not adapting properly, but we'll get to that here in just a second. But as we look towards the scoreboard at the end of game number one, Trunks going absolutely huge, 195 impact rating, 49 kills to his name, and over 90 seconds inside the point. I mean, I don't want to call him Mr. Do-It-All because the rest of the team were definitely contributing, but he did a damn lot.
I mean, they're looking over towards Lukashin, dropping 50 for the L. That's tough one as well. It is tough, but it's nice to have that on your side. I mean, it's always nice to have a player like that on your roster. Either way, Godlike will take that one away. Of course, the guy's not playing here on the main stage. Is very much over in the pits, where things are really getting mixy down there. Every single time I see Beef Mommy there, it's just shouts and screams. It's the old school line stars staring at each other down and yelling probably not very nice things. Irrelevant of that, it is going to be Godlike with a lead. And one that when you look at it on hindsight, if that Search and Destroy from Galaris was so solid in that previous game, then it absolutely feels necessary that they did find that. Because now we go to a Search and Destroy that could go either way. But as mentioned, Galaris did look extremely clean in their game up against Wolves.
Yes. Yeah, and I think the thing for me, right, was just, we go back to that game between Gallerus and Wolves that you and I got to cast over, and it was a case of, the first 3 rounds was kind of Wolves running all over them, or rather Peg running all over Gallerus. And I think as soon as Gallerus figured out, okay, that's exactly what's happening here, we can start to throw very different looks. We know kind of what we need to be focusing on in these defensive rounds, and Wolves just kind of felt like they didn't really respond. And that's why I say, I think to a certain extent, yes, fair play to Gallerus for doing what they were doing and adapting in the way that they did, but also it was uncharacteristic of Wolves to not have an answer to what Gallerus were throwing at them for the last 7 or 8 rounds straight.
There was no plan B. They slowed it down, Gallerus, and it started working out for them. Let's see how they do it in this one, though. I think, when you think of the style of the team, they probably do want to keep it nice, fast and furious. That's kind of the way that they do play, but with that adaptation, they looked really good in the Search and Destroy. Let's find out if it's going to be the case here as well. We still got plenty of games to go tonight, though. I mean, this is the little bonus one that we were going to get a hold of, just because purely some of the games just were, some of them were going some distance, and it was taking some time to get through it. Now we get this extra bonus one. We've got 3 more to come after this as well. We are going through very, very nicely. But this one's been an insane one so far. The rest of the maps can be just as close as that. I'd be a very happy boy.
I'd be happy as well. I mean, look, the thing is with champs, right? The thing is with the teams here, and I think a lot of people have said, I believe that this is the most competitive Call of Duty Mobile Championship we have ever had, and I think that that's kind of the opinion everybody has for the most part, and for good reason. I mean, there just hasn't really been many games at all that have been uncompetitive, right? The ones that have, I think, were the teams that kind of had to make last-minute changes. We had like Ancient getting kind of trounced by Vitality earlier on today, and that's kind of to be expected somewhat. So, look, for the teams that came in as the teams that they should be, it's been competitive, and this is one of the most competitive matchups we could have asked for. Next up, though, we've got Kurahana Metropolis, and this is one of the newer additions here to the Call of Duty Mobile competitive map pool. I think it's taken a while for teams to figure it out properly, and I think, one of the most important things here coming into this one is going to be the presence of the sniper rifle players, and earlier on today, we saw that Lucasin was doing some pretty nasty stuff with his on Fire Range.
Yeah, no surprise. No surprise at all. Let's see if he can bring it to the table here. He will have to. I think, this is... I feel like the one-on-one games are super important because you put yourself down to that no more lives situation.
Yeah.
Like, you really want to keep a hold of them as long as possible. You don't want to be going 0 and 2, absolutely, but 1 and 2 again puts you in that awkward little position. Some of those 1 and 2 games are going to be super tough. I mean, you're seeing some of the other teams that are coming through from the 0 and 2 games. Exclusive are going to be there. I think, of course, we're going to have Animus down there as well. The EU represent. Animus didn't look too bad. We were kind of getting a little bit excited in the green room. It's not very often as European COD Mobile fans we get that opportunity. So it was nice to see Animus putting up a fight. Let's see how they go on and do out throughout the rest of the day. But relevant of that, Kurahana coming up here in the Search and Destroy. Both these two teams well versed in the art of S&D. Which way this one is going to go, I'm not 100% sure. Honestly, I think based off map number 1, really good performance. Like, it's important that they found that. But what we've seen from Gallerus today in terms of Search and Destroy is promising.
Yeah, for sure. And, I mentioned the sniper rifle of Lucasin on the side of Gallerus. For Godlike, I'm expecting Abyss to do bits. Right now, though, at the start of this, the opening trades are definitively in favor of Gallerus. An early hit from Godlike towards B has gone all right. And I love this reaction from Godlike. You don't have the numbers to recommit towards a site. Back away, think about it. You've got a lot of time to play in this round.
In a good position now. If you're on the side of Gallerus. 4 versus 2 scenario. It's a hard one to lose, especially if Lucasin's going to find another. So now you've got Neutrino left in a 1 versus 4. Tough situation.
Yeah, I just don't know why you'd go back towards the site. There's no real reason to. You're kind of just getting over aggressive there for no reason. Gallerus aren't going to move away. To be fair, Mihawk is going to get aggressive for Gallerus. I think they can kind of afford that, though, considering they're in a 4 versus 1. You take that trade all day long. You now know more or less where Neutrino is positioned, and you'll reposition yourselves accordingly. Neutrino, 1 versus 3. Let's see if you can get it done.
It's so tough. You don't have anything to help you here. If you're Neutrino, you would need to find the ace. Just super difficult position. Really good start here from Gallerus. Are more than likely going to find this round. Neutrino is going to have time to go around and get a hold of that bomb with 25 seconds to go. The shot is going to whiff from Lucasin. That's not something you say very often. The Foki will not 1-0 now to Gallerus.
And I'm always surprised in a way, right, that they didn't just take the bomb straight for a rotation. Maybe they were hoping that, hey, we're going to go straight for the rotation, bait Gallerus, into rotating away towards A, but Gallerus just didn't even fall for it even slightly. So if that was the play call from Godlike, it was Not the best one. Godlike now, though, on the offense. Different look, straight towards A, through the cut. Mihawk, how much damage can they do? That is a big pick from Prevail at the start of the round.
Slow them down. See opportunity now. Lukashin and Pabzera once again. The snipers on this map just so influential, and they're getting the job done right now. Hen's going to find another automatically. 4 versus 2 in favor of Gallerus.
And it just leaves Prevail in such an awkward spot, right? You've got to get this bomb out. You're not even focused on getting a kill here. You've just got to try and get this bomb away towards your teammate. There could be a bit of COD timing on your side, perhaps, but you've got to win this opening gunfight versus Pabzera. There's the side chow, and that's unfortunate. You've got an R9 in your hand, buddy. You've got to win that gunfight all day long. Shrunks is not even going to try to finish the fight versus Fokke, apparently. And that's another round on the board here for Gallerus.
Really good defense so far. Holding it down. The snipers are doing damage. They're giving them the number advantage, and that is working out fantastically. Let's see if they can keep this up. I think first blood's going to be super important, as it usually is. Those opening salvos really been working out, but this time around, Gallerus completely different. Look towards their defense, straight out the mid-map, and just happy to go toe-to-toe, and it's kind of worked out here because Godlike are already here as well. But pinned back into their spawn, that's the problem now for the attacking team. It's hard for them to get out of this position.
Yeah, I think that's the play call from Gallerus, right? Even if you lose a body in this situation, you force Godlike to not even make a look towards either of these sites at this point. And now I think the next step for Gallerus is do not get over-aggressive yourselves. Fokke still a lot to do, though, 1B. Got help from Mihawk in close proximity. Henry Cat's going to get Trunks elsewhere. Fokke, tag on towards Learn. Learn should Scarper here, try and get away with his life, and they do. So you get some information, but again, that problem that you can't get on towards sight still remains. Learn will find one. Second kill on towards Fokke. No, not going to happen. Not when Fokke has an R9 at close range.
Yeah, that was a big gunfight. If Learn wins that, all of a sudden you've got a potential 3 versus 1 on site. As it goes, though, you now be 2 versus 4. That is becoming more and more difficult as time goes on. Prevail left all alone. Gallerus looking to find themselves their 3rd round in a row. It is very much on its way. A very solid performance here in the search and destroy so far. Looking fantastic. Honestly, outside of the first few rounds up against Wolves today, their search and destroy has been absolutely flawless. Can they continue with the 3 to the good now?
They're just being so oppressive to Godlike. It really does feel like the key to victory here in Kurahana so often is winning your opening sniper battles, and Godlike really haven't been able to do that. Abiz has been totally silent so far through the first 3 rounds. Can they get anything done here? Smoke's going to give them the coverage. They run right into Lucasin. Why are you going for the over-aggression there? You know that there's going to be a player all the way back. Learn then kind of stuck as an island. Henry Cat's going to take advantage of that all day long. Finally, though, Abiz is on the board. Pabzera looks to take control of the lane. Abiz will take control of that.
Heads up play from Abiz, though. Knows a couple of kills coming over that other side. Knows that Gallerus are probably going to try and take a little bit more map control. Catches him off guard, and all of a sudden we'll see Pabs right in round number 5. There's another kill, though. Hen will find it. He's really been having a lot of fun over this side of the map. A has been locked down entirely. Godlike have actually managed to find a little bit of timing somewhere, though. Trunks is going to find himself behind one player. Doesn't expect Lukashin behind him at that stage, though. Ships in the night. Speeds will find that, but that's not going to be enough. Gallerus will find their 4th in a row. This is dominant so far.
And that was probably the best look that we've seen from Godlike thus far in this search and destroy. They're at least giving a different look to Gallerus. I think that's the closest Godlike have gotten to getting the bomb down, to be fair. Having a good look, but I think just slight over-aggression early on in the round, getting in positions you don't really need to be in. It's not working out for Godlike thus far. Gallerus going for, once again, an aggressive look towards B. Through the middle cut here. A lot to do if you're Fokke. Gets overwhelmed by 2 players, but one of those will fall by way of trade. Henry Cat able to double up on B as well. So numbers once again favoring Gallerus.
Seems to be well and truly in control of this one. The 3 versus 3 on the cards. Oh, there it was. Neutrino will get taken down almost immediately. And now again, you're left all alone. You're throwing your hands up, brother. You're not happy about something.
I just feel like it's so scattered from Godlike. There's no timing here. It's so unlike them. And I don't know. I don't know, dude. It's just, it feels like Godlike. I know that they're not playing with their full regular 5-man roster, as it were, right? Skull Guys at here. But right now, what we're seeing from them is just the timing. You could have timed that way better and hit it at the same time, but they just didn't. Gallerus, I mean, they'll take advantage of that all day long. I mean, that's what's been happening so far.
Another streams Vitality up 1-0 against Tribe. Big map number 1 for them as well as it was for Godlike. Q9 taking on 4 Magic as well over on Charlie. You can keep an eye on that on the other streams, but this one, well, if you're a Godlike fan, you might want to tune out just for a couple of minutes because, well, maybe not. Maybe they get their first one on the board. Pabzra is left on his own in a 1 versus 2, making a 1 versus 1. This is a huge opportunity for Godlike to get on the board.
Big play there from Trunks. Now the 1 versus 1. Sniper should be good for Pabzera. He's going to whiff the first shot, whiff the second as well. First time the charm. No, Learn's getting some shots in. That might make Pabzera rethink this. Go away for the reposition here. Switch away towards the Fennec. And Learn's not going to expect that he's got this in his hand. Instead, Learn's just going to go for the bomb plant.
It's a game of cat and mouse. Learn will find a way out, and he has spotted him though, and Pabzra, as you said, Learn will not be expecting this. He's just trying to throw the shoulders, trying to take his time. Time 19 in hand here for Learn, but they're just going to do a ring around the rosy. Both players getting the timing, working out here for Learn, but the gunfight does as well. It's the first round on the board for Godlike. Gallerus eventually do bleed. 1 versus 1 is what it took. Well played from Learn.
Well played from Trunks as well, I want to say. That would have been a round for Gallerus without a shadow of a doubt if it weren't for Trunks finding that route through the middle of the map and picking up a couple of kills that gives Learn the chance for the 1 versus 1. So Godlike now on the board as we switch sides here. Let's see what their defense is like. It is just as aggressive, if not more so than Gallerus, but look at this. This aggressiveness coming through. Prevail's going right deep into the offensive spawn. You have to be careful about doing this because you can very often find yourself in a position where you're going to end up favoring the offensive side.
Don't want to back him into a corner too much. There's a metaphor in there somewhere, but irrelevant. We'll try and not dig that one out too early in the tournament. He's holding down the angles here. In fairness, we've got, like, you know, that's just a really, really poor attacking side from them. They would have liked a couple more, but defensive side you would favor on this map in particular. But to the tune of 5-1, I'm not 100% sure you'd be happy with that if you got, like, here comes the aggression. No, Lukasin's going to have to back on down. 7 kills to his name. He's looking to add to that tally. Pabzra can add to his. If he can find a second here as well, that would be phenomenal. Doesn't get it. Lukasin's there for the trade, though. Continues to survive. Doesn't get the shot. And it's going to be Foki left now in a 1 versus 2. And I don't think they'll be aware of his positioning here whatsoever. The big flank coming on through here, Brody. This is not readable.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to know that he's on the side of the map because obviously he just picked up a kill, but in terms of which bomb he's actually gone to, they'll soon know because as soon as they see that A is clear, they should know it's B. The question for me is how quickly Fok is going to get this Brock down. Because if he does it quick enough and gets himself in a position, he could get some good timing. But with 25 seconds left here, his options are limited. You got to make a decision fast. If you're rotating, do it now. If not, get back to B and get yourself in these gunfights.
Neutrino spots him out. And that just makes Foki's job so much more difficult.
It's not over yet.
Finds the kill. Another round over towards the side of Godlike. And again, look, I think when Gallerus were taking on Wolves, it was a game of 2 halves, especially when it comes down to the defensive and the attacker side. Could that be the case here? Can Godlike find a way back? They find a couple more rounds, things start getting a little bit scary. Grenades and code going out, trying to find something with the utility as Gallerus starting their position again. Very, very deep into their spawn once more here, Brody. Didn't work out last time. The second time the charm.
Gallerus just waiting for Godlike to get over aggressive hit. Nade over the top. Should connect on towards Hen. Oh my god, Hen is so weak right now. You can barely see his health bar. He's incredibly fortunate that need to take him out of the round. But if you're Godlike, you've got information now. Nade on towards Trunks. Doesn't actually connect here, but Foke's R9 will. So Gallerus slowly but surely progressing towards the A site. If you're a Bees, you need help.
It's a big round for Gallerus if they can find it. Godlike need to slow them down. You do not want them to be on match point. Starting to make a bit of a squeeze here over towards A. Dangerous now for the side of Godlike. Oh, but you've got to win that gunfight if you're Buggy. You've got to manage to clean him up if you can. Beast does get taken down. 2 versus 4 in favor of Gallerus. They should be able to get this bomb down shortly. Here comes Mihawk behind them as well. This is a very, very solid attack from Gallerus. It just worked out so well. They win the gunfights where they need to. They flank at the right time. And Gallerus find themselves 6-2 for the gun.
Just slowly chipping away at the Godlike defense there. Winning that opening gunfight, I think, was just everything Godlike. I mean, they were quick enough on the reaction, right? They brought players over towards the side, but still, teamwork was not as good as they would like. Gallerus will take advantage now on a map point here. Looking to tie the series up at 1-1. For Gallerus, it has just been so slow on these offenses. A lovely hit from Abiz. He will find the kill, but the trade is also good from Pabzera, so you kind of have to wonder, was that really worth it?
very much a sacrificial lamb at that stage, wasn't he? I think he knew he'd probably get traded. Would have had to take some kind of whiff from there for that not to get traded out. Either way, these two teams still very even across the board of 4 versus 4. See, Galaris already, I mean, it's been a similar scenario for them. They're happy to play really slow on their attacks. They're happy to take their time. Sometimes can be punished for that on Kurahane, but right now it's working out for them. They are 1 round away, a godlike. A minimum of 6 rounds needed at this stage. Push over towards B, starting to become an option here for Galaris now. You can see godlike are here with 55 seconds to go, but this next gunfight could be huge. It's going to be found. Lone ball drop prevails there for the trade. 3v3.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is Prevail playing his life. Surely he does not get away in this situation. Surely not. No, he doesn't. Perhaps they're a brilliant trade, though. Still, godlike looking to capitalize. Big trade from Trunks will bring this down to a 2 versus 2. And I still feel like Neutrino could put the numbers further in their favor if he gets some good timing. Galaris are looking for a way out here. Do they find it? No. Team shots are good. From behind, though, Neutrino spraying and praying for that final kill will bring it to a 1 versus 1.
Because he's seen them on the B site and then pushed them out. He knew that they were going to be going onto the cross. They find one before Lukashin can find another. He's got the read on him. Neutrino knows exactly where Pabsra is at this stage. It at least feels like he should be able to find it. This is a round for godlike. Big plays coming in from Neutrino. 6-3. Starting to close that gap.
Oh, sweat off the brow for godlike there. They're able to win the 1 versus 1, keep themselves alive in this search and destroy. Hopes of 2-0 in Galaris still on the cards. Aggression here from both sides. Going to hit the bomb. Double blind here towards B. Godlike have numbers, but it does not matter to Mihawk and Henry Cat. Doesn't matter to Henry Cat. He will double up. Trunks will fire back 2 of his own. Now just a 1 versus 3 here for Abyss.
Needs to find it to stay in the search and destroy. Or control beckons. Galaris played this game very passively on their attack throughout the majority of the game, and now they're starting to play passively as they get away from the bomb that they have now planted. Habs are going to go for the challenge. Beast finds another. Mihawk is there to just about solidify it, and the series is all tied up in the blink of an eye. The search and destroy just about goes Galaris' way, but a 1v3 was nearly on the cards. It was not to be, and they find the search and destroy. The strong record in this game mode continues.
Tuna Beast, that attempt at the 1 versus 3. I tell you what, that was aspirational.
Get traded though, come on.
Yeah, it was aspirational is the word I'd use to describe Beast's attempt there towards the end. That's not happening though. That was a phenomenal start to the search and destroy for Galaris. Just really brilliant. I think, just the way they were so oppressive on the defense was just brilliant. I don't think there was ever really a response from godlike. There were certainly attempts. I think that round number 4 hit towards the B site was a pretty good one, but even that went awry as they went too deep in towards the site. For the most part though, Galaris' defense was rock solid. And then you went to the other side. I think this Galaris were much better at playing as a team on the offense, making sure they knew the exact times to hit the opposition and get control of the sites. Godlike, I think, just outpaced in search and destroy. And kind of bringing it back to that conversation point you already brought up there, mate, was that, Galaris have actually been pretty good at search and destroy. It feels like it's something they've definitively worked on. We already knew they were good at control from the Latin America Snapdragon Pro Series. So work on your search and destroys, because you're going to need that against the best of the best here in the champs.
Find it. Big game coming in from Hen again, and he was a real big reason why they won the first game of the day as well in terms of their search and destroy and firing range, putting up impressive numbers once more. One apiece between these two squads now as we head into a map number 3, which is unsurprisingly not Seaside after the performances from Galaris previously. We're very much moving away from that. It's looking like we're going to be going over towards Arsenal, I believe. So that'll be super interesting between these two squads, who are evenly poised as we head into a final map. And again, this is, to remind you guys at home, it's a big game. You go to 1 and 2 if you lose this game. You only have one more opportunity to, well, give anything else away. You don't want to find yourself in that spot. Winner will advance, of course, to that 2 and 1 bracket, which is a good position. It's very much, these are the kind of games that really do. It's sink or swim at this stage.
Yes.
You really don't want to put yourself in that awkward little spot. Not quite out, but no lives remaining is not a good place to be in.
Just imagine, right, and we're kind of talking ahead of time here, right? This might not happen, but hypothetical is what we're looking at right now. But imagine you're a godlike, right, and you go all the way towards grand finals last year, and you get to the Swiss stage, you lose this matchup, you go 1 and 2, you get to the next matchup, you lose that, and you're done. in Swiss. Imagine the storylines here if that were to happen. Again, I know it's hypotheticals, it probably wouldn't happen. I don't know who they would face. I don't know who Gallerus would face next, but either way, it is terrifying to be in that position, to potentially lose your next matchup and be out.
That's a scary point. Still going to come down to an Arsenal control. Probably my favorite control map. Bah, it's definitely my favorite control map.
I like it.
I mean, I think Raid is there with it, but Arsenal I think just plays a little nicer for me. I know that's probably a little bit. I shouldn't really say that because Raid is classic. It is classic.
Raid is right. I think Raid is objectively the best Call of Duty map of all time. I think that's like undeniable, like competitive Call of Duty map. I know people are like Newtown, but no, it is the best competitive Call of Duty map of all time. My personal favorite is Standoff, but I know that's a personal thing. But Arsenal is very good. I know that Proper will be smiling ear to hear the sound of a Black Ops 4 map being considered one of the best maps ever. But yeah, it is just really fun, and I think the players have got a hang of it as well. Certainly with the spawn traps, it's so frustrating to deal with it. If you're on the receiving end of a spawn trap here on Arsenal Control, it can be damning. I mean, we literally just saw it in the last series, right, with Luminosity, with Raf getting there with the equalizers. I think Animus were not happy about that.
Yeah, but how many times have we seen teams just over-try to do the spawn trap? You can be overzealous with it, and you can really be punished for it. You have to do it at the right time. A lot of people think, oh, okay, well, it's a spawn trap, so okay, is it indicative of skill? You have to do it at the right time.
Yeah, I think part of the conversation around spawn traps is the decision you make when you go for a spawn trap is that you're expecting to get the kills to put the teams in the spawn trap. If you don't, you're losing a man for map control, right? You've not got somebody on the map. That's less pressure, and it can definitely come back to bite you. We've seen it a lot. For these two teams, though, final map here for one of these two teams. It's about to be a 2-1 record. For the other one, they've lost their last lifeline.
Which way is this one going to go? I've got no idea, Brody, to be honest with you. Answering my own questions. It's so difficult to separate these two squads right now. Gallerus have found themselves with a very decent push over towards A almost immediately. You can see a B is trying to make a bit of a flank already. He will be trying to get that squeeze if he can. He needs his teammates to start winning a couple of gunfights, and they will very much answer that question and find them themselves. He will find a way through, though. The pressure's still here.
Yeah, spawn trap starting to be put together here by Godlike. It's a Bees who's doing it, and I think at the moment, even if this isn't a spawn trap from a Bees, it is just kind of a distraction play. A Bees is winning those gunfights, by the way. He picks up, I think, at least 3 kills on that effort, and the one player that Gallerus were looking to get in behind enemy lines is also going to get cut down. So for Godlike, all things are looking pretty good at the moment. Gallerus, just 40 seconds to get something going here. It's a straight beeline towards B. Henry Cat, can he follow up with the kills? Pre-fire not good for the second one. Beats the reload and runs right into Trunks. That's unfortunate.
That's the options now for Gallerus. Do you make that push over towards the easier rail? Do you invest in this little bit of pressure that you have over towards B? I mean, when these next couple of gunfights and you haven't been able to do so, Neutrino causing all sorts of problems, but these next couple of gunfights are really what's going to determine how things go down. Pabsro will find one on this outside, but the rest of his team are not holding up their end of the bargain. The only person really alive at any stage here is going to be heading over towards the A side. Prevail finds a couple on the respawn. Finds a couple. He's found 6 out of nothing. I'm not even paying attention to the spawn trap that's going on because of the fights over towards the point. Still pressure here from Gallerus. They may well be down 7 lives, but if they can get a hold of A, extends that time and gives them the opportunity.
Yeah, and you could just easily get a spawn trap on the other side as well. All it takes is one wave of gunfights, not even a full wave, and you're back into the conversation. So do not count out Gallerus at this stage. But they've got to be careful about potential spawn trap and map control. Here, Neutrino's waiting for the route to be taken by Henry Cat and Pabzera. And you guys are going to get one-way tickets straight into the line of sight of Trunks, who is waiting in the spawn. Trunks will only pick up 1, though. Gunfight's also being one from Gallerus, but we talked about that life problem here for Gallerus. It has only grown. They're down to the final 5 here. No more mistakes.
And there's one from Focky. He doesn't find it. Lukashenko can answer back, but Gallerus will be down numbers, but Mihawk finds 2. These are big kills. They can now start putting pressure in over towards B. Those lives are not in their favor. You're just going to get on the point. He goes for the pressure, doesn't find it. Leaves his teammates left in the 3 versus 9. That is still achievable.
But they're going to get the Predator missile out from Prevail. Predator will only find 1. Lucasing able to double up.
Hen's
2 versus 7 from Gallerus. Hen is going to invest, and I don't necessarily like that play call. Lucasin, phenomenal player. He's not going to do anything. And I'll get some positives out of the end of that round, right? You draw the Predator missile out, you draw the War Machine, but on the other side, you also invest a Sparrow? I don't know. I feel for Gallerus, just cut your losses. Just go into the next round with an Operator.
Either way, the investment comes in, does not pay off. And there was a couple of questionable plays, though, especially pushing over down towards the stairs from Gallerus that trying to take off or bite off more than they can possibly chew. Those are not easy kills to find, but these ones in over towards A on the defensive side apparently are. They find a couple. Perhaps they're playing passively here with the War Machine that he still has available, and then we'll start to spray that out. We'll back Godlike down. Not much to speak of for either side so far. Gallerus with plenty of map control. Godlike trying to get something going down the outside. Spawn Trap is potentially on the cards. That was really a route to the win for them in that previous round. Going to try and get something going here again, but so far, both teams evenly matched. Not a lot of map control for either.
Yeah, Godlike are trying to get players through in potential Spawn Trap. It's not really working so far. I think they're going to have to go for plan B, which is literally the B control zone, especially as more kills are now coming through for Gallerus. Prevail really behind him. Oh, hits the reload and somehow picks up the kill against Pabzera. How has that happened? Pabzera, that's unfortunate. Prevail going to distract again enough for Godlike to get that second tick on B. This is only one player, by the way, making this capture happen. Sabiz, who has the Annihilator in the back pocket ready to go, doesn't necessarily need it, but might have wanted it in that situation as Mihawk goes for the jump chow. There's the rest of the kills. And now just down to Trunks. Claw in hand. What damage can he do? Can he open the door for the rest of the team?
Oh, I guess the snap on. Look at Jin, and all of a sudden that is going to open up the door at least slightly. One kill's going to come through from Mihawk. That is going to slow them down. There was actually a little bit of spawn killing going on, but Godlike have actually managed to find a way through. Over towards the B side. It looks like they are going to find a push here. Not quite. And Lucas Jin will shut this one down. 2 ticks over towards B, already locked in on the side of Godlike, but they need 3 more over towards A and 1 more over towards B. If they want to extend this time, they need to make a move right now.
Fokke looking to do the damage. The Iron Man. Oh, that's a whiff and a half. A couple of players do get through. There is a bit of a safety net there for the Gallerus, though. Players still hanging about on the defense here, but no time for Godlike to make it happen. And there were some real good looks there from Godlike. They could just never get enough players through towards the defensive side.
Good job from the side of Gallerus, though. Just keeping them at bay. That's always the thing, though. It feels like the carrot was dangled over towards both sides, but you weren't quite in the position to finalize a point. It's always difficult where you feel like you're close, so you keep going towards it. You're trying to get aggressive, trying to make something happen, but not quite there. Finding themselves all tied up now. Arguably a better attacking round coming out from Gallerus, as they did get a couple more ticks, at least extended that time. So bear that in mind if we do go to a deciding round. But wow, Hen finds 2. That's now a very dangerous position for him to be in. Now with the Sparrow, the respawn starting to come through, and you are just running into explosive arrows that find absolutely nothing. A B spins around, finds the kill, and then the other side of things, there's going to be spawn kills coming in from here as well. 2 teams positioned in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I think the Sparrow is not necessarily the best operator sometimes to go for that spawn trap. What is a good operator, though, is basically Lucasin with a sniper rifle. He's going to get a collat there in a respawn, by the way. Neutrino now on the other side, though, needs to be dealt with, and he will be. Big kills may be made by Henry Cap. Now all the focus can be made towards the point. You've got 2 ticks already through, and if you're a Godlike, you're just going to give this one up. That's absolutely the right play call. Defend A, because right now you only have 1 body on it.
Utility was sent over towards B to try and get something going for the side of Godlike. They couldn't find anything with it. Gallerus trying to transition here. Fokke, can he find the kill? Not quite. But look at the big double wrap coming around here from 2 players from Gallerus. They're going for the spawn trap to try and keep them in. It's the same for B's. Both 2 teams kind of in a similar position right now. But the kills slightly on Gallerus' side.
Yeah, you've got a claw from Mihawk right now, so that was kind of the idea, I think. Let's get an operator that's actually useful for the spawn trap in that position. It would have won you the round, but there's still a couple of ways for Gallerus to do this one. You've basically removed everybody from Godlike out of A. You know, you've got advanced guards as well. Here comes the Sparrow from Learn. Immediately shut down by that flanking player. Big kills from Pabzera. Gallerus now starting to sweep Godlike.
2 ticks about to income here for the side of Gallerus. They find a little bit more. You've got to get going if you decide to Godlike to get onto the point. This is going to be a lead for the Brazilian squad. There you go. The attack falls their way. 2-1 to the good. Gallerus 1 round away from going into the next Swiss round.
Phenomenal play from Pabzera there with that flanking. Shut down Learn before the Sparrow could even really come into effect. So that is an operator that will not be going into this potentially final round. And look at the amount of utility that Gallerus have to make this one work. They can effectively bring everything out all at once, sweep Godlike, and get a spawn trap together. Of course, that's an ideal situation. That doesn't necessarily guarantee it, but they could well do it. And the one operator that Godlike do have, they're going to get it out. On the other side, Lucas' Annihilator removes a beast from the play for Godlike now. What do you do? War Machine on the other side. Here comes that wipe.
pressure on, and there's 3 from Pabsra. The investment paying off. 1 minute and 12 seconds to go here for the side of Godlike, but they are starting to get pinned back. 2 huge kills to find up, but Mayhawk's going to find 2 of his own with the core. They do shut him down. So the threat of that spawn trap nullified for now. Like still in a decent enough position here, only find themselves 3 lives down. Trying to find a force over towards that A side.
Now, we'll say as well, there's not a lot of investment there there's a massive investment from Gallerus. You don't actually get that much for it, right? You've got a free life advantage at this point. All 4 of those operators did come out, and now you're in a position where Godlike have 3 operators ready to go. As I said, you're only 2 lives down. You could well use them to get control of A. Whether or not you want to make that investment is of their own volition, but here we go. Neutrino's going to do exactly that. 1 player got through. Not long for this world, though, is Fokke. Neutrino just spamming War Machine pallets left, right, and center. Godlike about to capture A. I don't think Gallerus are going to go for this one.
Lucasino overextended over towards that B side, trying to maybe get something going. You can see they're already trying to answer to what potentially could be a spawn trap on the other side of things, trying to hold it down over towards the guns. They got to find these gunfights. They do. Pabsra cleans that up. So it's now all about the fights coming down the B side of the map. You can see already, Gallerus were trying to set themselves up at that higher positional line. Slow them down as quickly as you can. Godlike have got to pick their way out of their spawn.
They're looking for a way out. Godlike, could it be with the Annihilator? No, an investment that goes awry almost immediately. That 4 life advantage from the start of this round really hasn't changed throughout the entirety of it. Gallerus looking to bring this one home. Henry Cat Sparrow amounts to absolutely nothing. Kills now starting to come through here from Godlike, and they've got 1 player that's pushed all the way up. If Trunks can do something huge towards the B zone, there might be a chance for Godlike.
Have Gallerus overstepped up because they haven't kept an eye out on Trunks. Oh, he gets caught with a Hunter Killer drum, but finds the kill with it. Will that release his teammates? They'll actually find a way through here. Mihawk will find nothing but death, and all of a sudden, Godlike do have some position in around this point. Next couple of gunfights have got to go their way, and they have done.
They've got players pushing through as well. Prevail. Can he find these players coming off the back of the spawn? 5 versus 6 scenario. You really need these kills, but no, he gets shut down. Now Annihilator from a beast. What can he find? Stacking on the point are Godlike here. They want to get these kills.
The Annihilator has to be huge. He's found absolutely nothing. Fokke will find 1. Here comes the collapse. Gallerus just collapse as they need to. 1 player left, and that is going to be 8. Godlike gets swept in the end by Gallerus. They come through, wins map number 2 and number 3. The job is done. They move to 2 and 1 and advance in the Swiss stage.
Phenomenal control from Gallerus. Earlier on, they didn't look settled on C-side whatsoever. They go to a more familiar battleground, and they show why they did not lose the control during the regular season of the Latin America Season 5 Snapdragon Pro Series. My oh my, what a control from Gallerus. And off the start of that series, I mean, Gallerus did not look in control whatsoever, and I think, you know, they proved that they definitely were in the search and destroying the control as we look back towards what happened in that map 3.
And it just felt like they were the ones in control of every single round to a certain degree. I mean, what other word am I going to use?
I know, it's
scout
fun,
me like that. How am I supposed to do that? Either way, it felt like they were the ones that were in the position where they could move forward and actually look like they're going to win the round. So you want me to spell it out for you there?
Yeah, thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
So it always felt like their game to lose. The search and destroy dominant. If they start to fix up their hard point as the tournament goes on, they will be a real threat to some of these teams.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, hard point I think is where they need to look, but this control in particular, I've got to give them a massive shout out. I mean, beyond the round number 3, which they still ended up doing well in, their operators are on point, and I think that's just such a massive thing here in control. You have to make sure they utilize at the correct time. Gallerus have that down to a team.
That was a really fun back and forth there between both of those squads. You could tell they both really wanted this. Every time we saw Owen go the way of Gallerus or of Godlike, the hype that we got to see out of the players after knowing they were just 1 step closer every time to continuing on through the competition. It was really exciting to watch, and seeing Gallerus bring it back like that in the end, I mean, you saw how hyped they were. It's gotta feel good for them.
I think especially when you start getting to this kind of moment in the competition, you're going up against a competitor.